I still remember the moment my life shifted when I was 15, the air thick with a mix of excitement and dread as I sat on my bed, my phone cradled in my hands. It felt like just another silly decision, one that all my friends were making, a way to feel grown up and wanted at an age when I struggled to understand what that even meant. I was never popular, not in the way that seemed to matter, but I had found a little corner of attention with someone who made me feel special. Alex was charming in a way that made him seem wise beyond his years, and when he began complimenting me, I felt like I was walking on air, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in my heart. I was excited yet scared. The weight of the secret I held seemed unbearable. I had told my best friend, Mia, hoping for something resembling reassurance, but she let out a soft gasp that made my chest tighten. "You sure you want to do that?" she asked quietly, her eyes wide. I shrugged, trying to dismiss her concerns but deep down wondering if I was crossing a line that could never be uncrossed. Then there was the night, the restless hours stretching endlessly until I finally succumbed to the impulsive thought that had gnawed at me for days. My heart raced as I positioned my phone, the soft glow of the screen lighting up the room, casting shadows that danced along the walls. The words on my screen felt heavy with meaning. I typed, hesitated, then clicked send, each second feeling like eternity. It turned out Alex was everything I thought he was but more, too. He was charming, but that charm concealed a genuinely toxic nature. The thrill of that connection quickly morphed into a sharp realization of the vulnerability I had exposed myself to. Within days, I lost my grip on a sense of safety that is naive in a world of sharp edges. The photos I had sent, intended to be a secret shared between two kids playing at adulthood, became fodder for a cruel game I never agreed to participate in when he decided to share them with his friends. I learned about it the hard way when I heard laughter echoing in the school hallways, each cruel giggle a dagger deep in my chest. They didn't call me by my name, I was simply that girl. The humiliation ballooned, each passing day a relentless storm of anxiety and shame that followed me home, invading every thought and every interaction. I'd lock myself in the bathroom, staring at the reflection of someone who felt like a stranger, questioning how I could have made such a grave error in judgment. The betrayal cut deeper than the ridicule, a twisted urge to make everyone understand that I was just a kid, lost in the whirlpool of teenage insecurities yet so desperate for validation. As the weeks faded into months, I became a ghost in my own life, a faceless figure drifting through a crowd that once felt like home. I wish I could say that I found a way to reclaim my narrative, that I could fight back and tell Alex exactly how he had wronged me, but silence was my only armor, a shield against the resurgence of hurt. Miraculously, things began to shift. I sought the unwavering comfort from Mia. She gently held my hand through the worst of it, her support a reminder that there were still people who saw me as I was and not as a caricature of someone's cruelty. The heart-wrenching experience drew some of my former friends closer while severing ties with daylight friendships that had dulled in their sincerity. Through Mia and other steadfast souls, I found resilience, learned how to vocalize my hurt, and little by little, the bravery burrowed deep within me began to bloom outwardly. It was easy to lose sight of myself in the cacophony of whispers, but I recollected the fragments of my identity, and it became apparent, my worth was no longer tied to someone else's decisions. When I finally got the courage to confront Alex months later, there was an unexpected calmness in my heart. I walked up to him, ready to finally speak what had knotted in my throat for so long. I told him how he had diminished my world, how I had trusted him and how he betrayed that trust in the most irrevocable way. What I expected, perhaps, was a reaction, anger or dismissal or maybe even a hint of remorse. Instead, he shrugged and said, "Why did you even care? It was just a picture." Those words cut deeper than anything. It solidified for me that he was consumed by his own ego, blind to the pain he caused. In contrast, I experienced the bittersweet release of standing firm, of confronting my past, and ultimately letting go. It was there and then that I understood, through those harrowing months, I had learned for myself what real strength looked like. Looking back now, as an adult, I find myself grappling with that scarred chapter of my youth, considering it a cautionary tale rather than a source of shame. I began to share my story in platforms where others might find a reflection of healing in it. I created a small forum where young people could talk about the pressures they face, harnessing pain to build resilience and community. Updates often come flooding in from those who once bore the weight of similar burdens, each message a reminder that while the past can be a formidable beast, it also has the power to bind us together in our shared experiences. In a way, it fostered a sense of empathy that had me see each person, not as a label, but as a complex collection of tales worth telling. Through that transformation, I discovered my own redemption. Instead of regret, there sprouted a kind of understanding, a luminous thread of human connection that binds us all, making us stronger. As I continued to careen through this labyrinth of shared stories and revelations, a little flame began to flicker within me, fueled by the connections I was forming. Each confession I read mirrored pieces of my own experience, and I started to see my younger self not as an embarrassment or a foolish girl lost in a world she didn't fully understand, but as a part of the universal human journey. I wasn't alone. Countless others had danced with the specter of anxiety and regret, had fumbled their way through adolescence like it was a minefield. I realized then that mistakes were not the end of the world but, rather, the very stepping stones that shaped us into who we were meant to be. As I navigated through the myriad of responses to my post, an unexpected message caught my eye. It was from a user, Phoenix Reborn 23, who expressed a particularly profound understanding of my situation. They too had sent explicit photos at a young age, only to find themselves grappling with not just the consequences of that decision but the enduring impact it had on their self-worth and relationships. They shared how, from that experience, they had channeled their pain into advocating for digital literacy among teens, working to help others understand the permanence of their digital footprints. Inspired, I found myself contemplating the idea of utilizing my story as a catalyst for change. Maybe, just maybe, I could transform my reflection into a lesson for others, a way of opening up dialogue and fostering understanding among young people who might navigate similar paths. The longer I pondered this new perspective, the more clarity washed over me, as if I was emerging from a fog that had long shrouded my thoughts. It was a quiet yet powerful realization. I could indeed choose to own my past without letting it define me. In that spirit, I decided to draft a blog post, recounting my experiences while threading in messages of hope, caution, and resilience. I wanted to share how vulnerability doesn't have to be shameful but can be a source of strength when used wisely. As I typed away one evening, anxiety prickled at my spine, but I pressed on, my heart racing with determination. Finally, after countless revisions and heartfelt reflections, I clicked publish. The responses poured in, brimming with appreciation and encouragement. It felt like some unseen chains were dismantling with each word I shared, liberating me from the shadows that had lingered over my youth. This newfound journey became about transformation, not destruction, and with each interaction, I felt that flame within me grow stronger. Months passed, and while my past never quite faded from my mind, it transformed into a reminder that my narrative was not one of isolation but of resilience. I continued to connect with others, exchanging stories of survival and strength, and seeing how they bore their own scars with grace. As I ventured into this new chapter of my life, I discovered that sharing my truths didn't just heal me, but it helped others to heal as well. Together, we forged an unspoken pact. It was okay to be imperfect, and in our collective vulnerability lay the seeds of hope, waiting to blossom into understanding. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, I received a message from Phoenix Reborn 23 again. This time, they had organized a small local meetup focused on sharing personal stories related to social media and its impact on young lives. They invited me to speak, to share not just about my past but about the redemption I had found. Nervous yet exhilarated, I accepted the invitation. Standing in front of that crowd, surrounded by eager faces, I recalled the girl I had once been, the girl who found herself lost in digital shadows. But as I opened my mouth to speak, the weight of that moment turned into wings, lifting me as I shared my story. The room listened intently, and as I recounted the painful lessons, I could see understanding spread amongst them like warm sunshine. In that instant, I didn't just see hopeful futures glimmering before them, I saw the threads of connection that had been woven through vulnerability, reminding us all that our pasts might hold burdens, but they also hold the shimmering possibility of growth and reconnection. And as I stepped down from the stage, the applause enveloped me, not just in approval but in acceptance of my journey, and I smiled, knowing that I had triumphed not only over my regrets but also over the darkness that once overshadowed my youth. As I left the stage, a strange calm washed over me, so different from the turmoil that had once lived in my heart. The bright lights and the thundering applause faded into a comfortable haze as I stepped backstage, where shadows mingled with muted colors and the expressions of fellow participants mirrored the kaleidoscope of emotions swirling within me. I was enveloped in a blend of nervous energy and newfound clarity, heralding a moment of connection that not long ago had felt impossible. A young woman with piercing blue eyes approached me. She was about my age, perhaps a year or two older, her face etched with lines of concern that spoke volumes. "I just wanted to say thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your story reminded me that I'm not alone in this. I felt a rush of warmth at her words. I had managed to reach out and touch someone else's pain through my own confession. The conversations that followed were like droplets of rain nourishing parched ground. Each person shared their stories, their regrets, and together we were creating a tapestry of shared experience, passing strength from one to another like a warm embrace. There was Marcus, who had foolishly lashed out online, only to find out years later that those impulsive words had deeply scarred another. He spoke of his journey toward understanding that our digital footprints leave imprints on souls, not just on screens. Then there was Sarah, who had experienced betrayal by a close friend when she shared private messages. She bore her shame openly, wielding it as a gift-like armor that now shielded her from future heartaches while also allowing her to empathize with those who falter. With every confession, I wrote these moments in my heart, storing them away like precious trinkets that shimmered with potential healing. I finally found a moment of solitude, stepping outside into the crisp evening air that enveloped me like a soothing balm. The night sky twinkled overhead, stars spread like scattered thoughts across an expansive canvas, whispering promises of endless possibilities. I closed my eyes, letting the cool breeze wash over me, feeling both a sense of closure and the stirrings of a new beginning. Somewhere down that path, I hope to build a charity aimed at helping young people navigate their struggles with self-image and impulsive decisions, to hold workshops that foster candid, open dialogues. But first, I needed to process this experience, to allow its lessons to settle deep within my bones. I picked up my phone and started to type a post for that very community that had cradled my vulnerable heart. "Let me share an unexpected awakening," I wrote, pouring out the details of the evening. I felt the gentle flow of motivation guiding me, the urge to reach out and uplift others crowding every corner of my mind. Days turned into weeks, and my original post, a simple confession of regret, had blossomed into something greater. The supportive comments poured in, each one carefully weaving a new strand into our collective story. People began to share their own moments of vulnerability, conversations sparked around family, friendships, and our digital existences. I responded to each, imparting little nuggets of wisdom, interlacing my experiences with theirs, and the ripple effects were profound. Months later, when I finally launched my nonprofit organization, I stood on the stage once more. The auditorium was filled with young faces, worried yet eager. It was during that opening speech that I realized my journey had transformed. I was no longer merely a storyteller sharing cobwebbed regret. Instead, I was a fellow traveler guiding others toward understanding, the notion that while darkness can often cloud our paths, it is also the very essence of our shared humanity that lights our way. With shared laughter and the audible exhalation of those who had felt the weight of judgment, that day became a celebration of resilience, for every timid youth sitting in the audience represented a life ready to reclaim their narrative, just like I had done. And as I concluded my speech, I felt the tether that united us all, a bond kindled by simple, honest confessions, softening the sharp edges of our histories while propelling us toward luminous futures brimming with possibility and hope. It was a quiet Saturday morning when the email arrived, its subject line gleaming like a neon sign in my inbox: birthday party invite. My heart sank slightly, not because the party itself was unwelcome, but for the title attached to it, Ava's 10th birthday bash. You see, Ava, my only daughter, had been living with her mother since our bitter divorce 2 years earlier, a divorce that had taught me both the depths of heartbreak and the importance of fighting for what is right. We had agreed on shared custody and tried our best to keep things cordial for her sake, but time had dulled the edges of our cooperation. Excitement mixed with unease brewed in my chest as I opened the email. In it, Ava's mother, Sarah, had laid out the details of the party she was throwing at her new boyfriend's house, complete with a rented bouncy castle and a promise of cupcakes that were to die for. I smiled at the thought of my daughter laughing with her friends, but the invitation felt like a bitter reminder of the distance that now existed between us. I hadn't been included in the planning, had no input on who was invited, or, more importantly, whether I would be invited to join the festivities. Memories of exchanges between us about joint decisions flooded my mind, laced with that familiar bitterness. I remembered that time we argued fiercely about what to tell Ava during family discussions, how quickly we'd gone from discussing her future to fights over holiday weekends. I took a deep breath, letting the air settle before replying. "Dear Sarah," I typed, "thank you for the invitation. However, I frankly feel conflicted about taking Ava to her party." I paused and blinked at the screen, wondering if I was overthinking this, my finger hovering above the send button. Would I be the asshole for refusing? Would I be denying my daughter joy? After some deliberation, I hit send, feeling both a thrill of liberation and a hint of regret. In a matter of hours, Sarah replied, her words sharp and dismissive. "You're being ridiculous, Matt. Ava needs to see both her parents celebrating her birthday. You can't keep trying to be a martyr." Her words struck like an arrow, and I fired back an equally heated response, caught in that deteriorating cycle of miscommunication where nothing ever seemed to get resolved. The conflict pushed me into an emotional spiral as I questioned my role in Ava's life. I could hear her laughter over the phone on weekends we spent together, see the delight in her eyes during our shared trips to the park and the thrill of watching movies on lazy afternoons. I wanted to fight for that connection without it feeling like a battlefield, yet Sarah's reluctance to compromise left me feeling vulnerable and unsure. Days passed without further correspondence, and my anxiety turned into a persistent ache in my chest. Each moment spent in silence echoed louder than the last, leaving me haunted by thoughts of Ava blowing out her candles without me there to cheer her on. The night before the party, I lay in bed, wrestling with my choices. My mind raced back to those fleeting moments of happiness we once shared, grasping for a glimmer of hope. I recalled our annual rituals, how we made her birthday a grand occasion, replete with silly games and heartfelt surprises. I longed for us to return to that simple joy, the laughter shared between family, but reality painted a different picture, one of estranged relationships and unspoken grievances. In the early hours of the morning, I finally decided to call Sarah, feeling resolute. I dialed her number, the sound of it ringing echoing like a drumming heartbeat. "Hey," she answered, her voice clipped and guarded. "I know it's early, but can we talk?" I asked, choosing my words with caution. Her sigh broke the silence, a long-held breath released into the phone. We exchanged our feelings, our resentments, an emotional tug-of-war of apologies and accusations, laying bare the path that had led us down this difficult road. After what felt like an eternity of talking, I reached a tranquil point of acceptance. "I want Ava to be happy," I finally said. "I just want to feel included in her life, even if it's complicated." There was a pause filled with vulnerability on the line before Sarah softly spoke. "Let's make sure she knows we're both here for her. You can come to the party, I want her to have both parents in her life." The relief that flooded through me was overwhelming, like a drowning sailor finally surfacing to breathe. The next day, I arrived at the party, unsure of what to expect, my heart pounding not from fear, but from nervous anticipation. As I stepped into the backyard, the sound of laughter enveloped me, and I saw Ava, dressed in a vibrant pink dress, her smile widening as she spotted me. It felt as if time stood still, and in that moment, I knew I had made the right decision. There were still obstacles to navigate, shared custody would always be a delicate dance, but we were trying our best, learning along the way, brick by brick, to rebuild the trust that had been lost. As I watched her blow out her candles, surrounded by friends and family, I realized the most valuable gift of all was the experience of unity, the warmth of love shared, even amidst distance and misunderstanding. A part of me still questioned if I had been wrong in sending that initial email, or if my bravado had cost me opportunities, but in Ava's shimmering eyes, I saw hope, and I knew I was no longer alone in this journey. Update: a few weeks after the party, Sarah and I had started attending a family counseling session. It was one of those stepchild scenarios in the modern age, a tug-of-war between two parents still grappling with recent wounds. Upon recommendation from the counselor, we embarked on this journey together, to communicate better, to understand each other as co-parents. We even laughed about the birthday debacle, realizing it had been a miscommunication wrapped in hurt feelings. In the end, what mattered was that through our trials and tribulations, Ava was thriving, and it urged us towards newfound cooperation, building bridges rather than walls. The journey was ongoing, but for the first time, it felt like I was no longer standing at the edge, but rather stepping gently onto the path ahead, guided by the laughter of a child who would always remind me of the beauty of resilience and love. As I settled into this new chapter of co-parenting, I found myself reflecting often on those tumultuous months leading to Ava's last birthday. The air in our home had shifted, it no longer felt heavy with unspoken grievances but rather light with the potential for mutual understanding. I vividly recalled the night after we had come to our resolution, how we huddled together in the living room, the flickering candlelight casting warm shadows as we all laughed at old family videos. The laughter of Ava, ringing clear and joyous, was infectious, her innocence a gentle reminder that often our adult worries seem trivial in her world. With her small hand clasped tightly in mine, I realized how simple life could be when it was guided by love and honesty, and I could only hope that this newfound warmth would continue to envelop us as we all navigated our separate but intertwined lives. Despite everything, those moments of vulnerability led to deeper conversations with my ex-wife, Rachel. I had always respected her as a co-parent, but now I appreciated her humanity in ways I hadn't before. Our late-night discussions flowed naturally, each of us peeling back layers of our hearts that we had long held concealed, all because of that one birthday party. It astonished me how a single event, one that had felt so incredibly pivotal at the time, could pivot the course of our co-parenting journey so dramatically. We learned to reach out to each other more, to share our anxieties about Ava's growth, her school, and her relationships with friends. Most importantly, we took turns checking in, not just on Ava, but on ourselves, too. This, in turn, opened a door to discussions about how we wanted to celebrate Ava's next birthday. Instead of leaping into a full-blown party with all the trimmings, we decided to involve her in the planning. One evening, I found an old box filled with colorful craft supplies and, just like that, an idea was born. With a few art supplies and her unfiltered imagination, Ava took to planning her birthday like a seasoned event organizer. I smiled while looking at her sketches of a backyard picnic, whimsical animals made from recycled paper, and an entire theme dedicated to her favorite fairy tale characters. Rachel and I shared fond gazes, both proud and a little amused by our daughter's youthful ambition. We both knew she had inherited our tendency to elaborate far beyond what was necessary. As the day approached, what struck me most was the undeniable camaraderie building between Rachel and me. The only struggle left was to find a suitable day when our schedules aligned, which, surprisingly, we accomplished without any friction, something I would have previously thought impossible. Ava's birthday party arrived, and the day was as enchanting as she had envisioned it. We sat beneath the sprawling oak tree in our backyard, a haven of green and gold light, the air thick with the aroma of freshly baked cupcakes and the sound of laughter. Friends began to trickle in, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I watched Ava greet her guests with open arms. That familiar feeling, a blend of pride, love, and connection, blanketed everything that day, allowing me to recall the essence of our family, not the struggles but the resilience that woven us together. As the sun dipped, painting the sky in shades of orange, red, violet, I found myself smiling at Rachel across the yard. In that moment, no bitterness echoed between us. Just the simple joy of shared laughter intertwined with parental pride, a strange yet welcomed friendship that had grown from the ashes of our previous disagreements. When the last guest left, we both plopped down on the grass beside Ava, who had just begun to doze off, her face flushed with happiness. "You think she had a good time?" Rachel asked, her voice a soft murmur punctuated by the leaves whispering overhead. "I think she loved it," I replied, glancing down at my daughter, whose dreams must surely have been filled with whimsical adventures. As dusk settled in, it dawned on me just how much had changed. We exchanged a knowing look, words unspoken but shared between us, an understanding that sometimes miscommunication had the power to destroy and to strengthen. My heart swelled with hope, and in that luminous twilight, I firmly believed that through this journey of vulnerability, forgiveness, and growth, we were continually transforming, not just as parents but as individuals striving to give our daughter the best of ourselves. I looked at Ava, her tiny fingers clutching a party favor, and realized that it was the laughter, the love, and the resilience that truly mattered. The path we walked would undoubtedly have its rocky moments, but it was a road I felt ready to tread, knowing I was not alone. And with that reflection nestled close to my heart, I whispered a silent vow to embrace the unfolding future with open arms and a heart full of hope. Update: just a few months later, life took an unexpected turn once again. Rachel had recently mentioned she was considering moving to a nearby city for a fantastic job opportunity, something she had always dreamed of but hesitated to pursue. Her desire eventually put us in the position of needing to recalibrate our co-parenting arrangement. Yet this time, it felt different. Rather than spiraling into anxiety over potential conflicts, we sat down again, just like before, and talked it through. Rachel expressed her concerns about how a move might affect Ava, and I shared my worries about how it would affect our bond as a co-parenting team. Our open dialogue, now woven through trust, made all the difference. We both welcomed the idea of working together, ensuring Ava felt anchored no matter how far she or either of us traveled. Love may have its complexities, but through it all, I learned the most valuable lesson of all, that understanding and communication were the threads that held our family together, no matter the distance. As the weeks rolled into months, the lessons we learned lived with us, blossoming in the everyday moments of parenting. Rachel and I found ourselves sharing more than just birthday plans. We were navigating the intricacies of co-parenting with a newfound sense of unity. It was during these quieter moments, those unguarded conversations over the phone or the casual exchanges when we dropped off Ava, that I realized our relationship was stabilizing. One afternoon, while the sun poured through the kitchen window, I was prepping lunch when Ava ran up to me, her tiny feet barely making a sound on the polished floor. With a big smile, she held out a crayon drawing depicting a sprawling family tree with Rachel and me as the roots, strong and intertwined, and our branches reaching out to represent her growing circle of friends and family. My heart swelled as I realized how much she understood, even if her comprehension was wrapped in innocence. "See, Daddy? Even if we don't live together, we're still a family," she chirped, her eyes sparkling with belief. I couldn't help but feel gratitude for that childlike clarity, the kind that often eludes adults. In that moment, I understood the importance of fostering Ava's perception of love. She was the lens through which our past struggles were being reframed. Rachel and I decided to introduce a weekly family night, where the three of us would indulge in activities ranging from movie marathons to board games, each session acting as a reminder of our commitment to Ava. As the weeks turned into playful banter and warm evenings of laughter, I started to feel a sense of normalcy that had once eluded us. One evening, after a particularly spirited round of charades where Ava had us all rolling on the floor, Rachel turned to me with a smile. "I guess this is what it means to build a family," she said. There was no hint of bitterness or past grievances, just the simple acknowledgement of what we were creating together. But life, in its unpredictable manner, threw a curveball our way. Rachel received an unexpected job opportunity that required her to relocate across the country. I was taken aback, my initial reaction awash with the fear of change. Ava adored her routines. Would this disrupt everything we had built together? When I approached Rachel about it, my usual calm facade cracked. "How can we maintain this?" I stammered. "What if it pulls Ava between us?" Rachel listened intently, her face a mixture of emotions, reflecting my own fears back at me. The weight of our earlier promises weighed heavily on us both. I could see the reality of her move grappling with our newfound understanding. We took the weekend to exhaustively discuss everything, a process that felt both laborious and liberating as we laid all our concerns on the table. The fear of creating instability in Ava's life loomed large, but the prospect of Rachel's career growth was undeniably an opportunity that was hard to frown upon. Slowly, we began to explore what that transition might look like. It's amazing how the words we exchanged began to heal the initial shock, transforming my apprehensions into conversations about alternating weekends and phone calls. We envisioned crafting a schedule that would prioritize Ava's needs, and here was where Rachel's earlier point about communication shone again. The idea was for her to be rooted in both our hearts, irrespective of geographical lines. With every discussion we had, I felt the fabric of our co-parenting strategy become more intricate yet resilient. The decision was ultimately made. Rachel would take the job, and we would commit to a communication plan that would keep any rift at bay. The weeks leading up to her departure were packed with emotional farewells, open dialogues again, and loads of reinforcement for Ava. I felt bittersweet pride as I watched Rachel and Ava playing together in the park one last time before the move. A fleeting moment of nostalgia swept through me. I thought of all the birthdays, the small squabbles, and those beautiful family nights. "We're still a family, right?" Ava asked innocently, her voice filled with concern. I knelt down, unafraid to share my heart. "Absolutely, sweetheart. No matter where we are." It felt true to the depths of my soul, and she smiled, radiating the reassurance of a child's uncomplicated wisdom. As I drove home that day, the weight lingered, but it felt so different now. Sundays would be our pocket of time to celebrate culture through shared meals, FaceTiming during story time, and sending messages across the miles, maintaining our rhythm. I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of clarity wash over me. I could not predict what our family's dynamics would look like moving forward, but I had faith that as long as love anchored us, we would flourish. In the end, distance could not dilute what we had built. Through all the anxieties and adjustments, I knew that understanding, grace, and persistent love would knit us together, no matter the miles apart. After all, family is less about physical proximity and more about the bonds we choose to nurture with each other, and as I lay down that night, I felt grateful for the tangled, beautiful journey we were embarking upon together, knowing that Ava would always be our guiding star, reminding us of the resilience that love inspired. It all began one breezy afternoon, the golden light softly washing over my living room as I contemplated the simple yet profound rules that shaped my family dynamics, rules I had never quite realized would lead me down a rabbit hole of conflict and introspection. I had always treasured the close bond we had with my mother, a relationship built on love, memories, and the occasional clash of strong wills. But one evening, as my 8-year-old daughter, Alice, casually referred to my mother as honey during dinner, I felt a jolt, a dislocation of sorts within my heart. To most, this would seem harmless, a term of endearment seamlessly woven into the fabric of family life. To me, however, it opened a floodgate of unresolved emotions. I grew up witnessing my mother's complicated lifestyle, riddled with bouts of neglect and fierce independence that often made her more of a friend than a caregiver. I never questioned the absence of authority in her role, and yet, hearing Alice call her honey felt like an invitation to intimacy that my mother had not earned, a privilege I feared she would abuse. As the days rolled on, I wrestled silently with my feelings, peering into the depths of my mother's approval-seeking behavior, a pattern that had burned me time and again. I decided it was time to set boundaries that would shield my children from the unpredictability of her affection, and so I told Alice, "Sweetheart, it's not okay to call Grandma honey. Her name is Grandma." For Alice's naturally curious and sensitive nature, this prompt seemed a perplexing riddle. Her eyes brimmed with confusion, and I instantly felt a twinge of guilt. Yet I knew this was one of the only ways I could protect my children from the emotional instability that lurked beneath my mother's charming exterior. I imagined possible scenarios, Alice running to her honey for comfort, only to have those sweet moments twisted into half-hearted fits of affection that would leave her confused and wounded. That alone rearranged the pieces of my heart as I guided my daughter to navigate relationships with care. Yet, my gentle restrictions, which I viewed as necessary, did not sit well with my mother. She confronted me during one of our weekly calls, her usually warm voice growing strident as I could tell her feelings were hurt. "Why can't my grandchildren call me what they want?" she asked, her emotional undertones thickening the air between us. I felt compelled to defend my position, explaining that I wanted to maintain clear boundaries for their well-being, citing a few painful memories from my childhood that felt necessary to share. Instead of understanding, however, my revelations only fueled her resentment, breeding a kind of animosity that I had hoped to avoid. "You think you're protecting them," she snapped, "but all you're doing is pushing me away." Caught in that tsunami of emotions, the guilt over distancing my children from their grandmother and the insistence on maintaining their mental health, I found myself questioning whether I truly was the villain in this tale. Days passed, with tension hanging palpably in the air, until, one evening, my husband offered insight that struck a nerve. "You're just creating a cycle," he said softly, prompting a cascade of realizations. In my zeal to protect my children, I had inadvertently mirrored my mother's behaviors, shutting her out just as she once shut me out. As the weeks rolled into months, I let go of my rigid stance and, with a mixture of trepidation and hope, confronted my mother once more. We met in a local cafe, a place where we could relay the unspoken words over warm cups of coffee. I took a breath, recognizing the fragility of our interaction, and nervously explained, "I want to share this love with my children but fear for their emotional health." To my surprise, she opened up, acknowledging her past mistakes, and in that moment of vulnerability, I could see her as a flawed human being rather than the formidable figure I had cast her as for so long. We talked for 3 hours, our words weaving a new understanding among the crisscross threads of hurt and love. By the time we left that cafe, we made a gentle pact. My children could call her whatever felt right, but curiosity would remain the guide. If my mother's affection strayed into chaos, I would be there to help them navigate through the tumult, lifting them back onto their feet when the light dimmed. It was a delicate balance, but so long as we kept communication coherent, there was a glimmer of hope for a new chapter. Months later, my kids call her Grandma, honey, and sometimes even Grandma honey on whimsical days. It brings a smile to my face, a small triumph of compromise over conflict. Reflection has carved deeper insights into my soul, and if I've learned anything from this saga of boundaries, it's that relationships thrive where understanding flourishes, even from the pains of our past. As I gaze at my mother with a heart filled with tenderness rather than resentment, I remind myself that although nobody is perfect, the love we share can still bridge the gaping chasms left behind by misunderstandings. I've become the guardian of my children's choices, but in opening the door just a crack, I've also invited my mother into a more stable chapter of our lives, one where love doesn't have to be earned or lost, only shared. Our evenings began to take on a new rhythm, one where laughter resonated through our home in a different way. The clinking of dinner plates mingled with soft conversations, and during those times, I watched my mother transform before my eyes. The rigid demeanor she wore like a shield slowly melted away, revealing glimpses of the woman I remembered from my childhood, the one who would spin fantastical tales of her youth and make blueberry pancakes on Saturday mornings. Each time my children called her honey, it felt like they were shaping their own relationship with her, possibly one built on affection rather than the fraught history I had held onto for so long. I began to understand that the term didn't erase the years of disappointment, rather, it was a step toward redefining connection, an invitation for both my mother and my kids to forge a bond that could empower them all. It wasn't easy. I still felt pangs of concern whenever my mother slipped into old habits, her sharp tongue ready to cut down any misstep with a quip that could sting. One evening, as my daughter, Lily, baked cookies with my mother, I caught a glimpse of their interaction from the kitchen doorway. My mother had an apron tied around her waist, flour dusting her cheek as she helped Lily roll out the dough. They giggled so genuinely that it made my heart swell, but almost immediately, a familiar icy apprehension chilled my joy. Had I truly invited someone who had disappointed me in the past into my children's sacred spaces? But as I sat watching, I realized that this was my mother trying to change, to fit into a narrative that no longer centered on her past failures but on the potential for love and acceptance. That realization sparked something in me, an acceptance that some relationships are worth bending rules for. Gradually, I found myself loosening the tight grip I had on my judgment, allowing myself to witness moments that reminded me of the shared humanity between us. One rainy Saturday, my mother and I sat on the porch while the kids splashed in puddles, the sound of their laughter muffled by the patter of raindrops on the roof. We exchanged small talk, and when I brought up her choices in the past, she surprised me with an unexpected openness. "I know I messed up," she said softly, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. "I didn't have the tools or the knowledge then. I want to learn, not just for myself, but for them. For you." I was taken aback. The recognition of her shortcomings was something I had longed to hear, yet it felt surreal to finally take a step together in something resembling vulnerability. There was no dramatic confession, just a genuine attempt to connect over our shared history. I felt a lightness in my chest, a whisper of hope that perhaps we could build something stronger together. A week later, while we picnicked in the park, Lily climbed into my mother's lap, looking up at her with awe. "Honey," she called sweetly, "can you tell us about the time you met the runaway dog?" My mother's eyes sparkled at the thought, and as she started to weave a story filled with charm and whimsy, I noticed the children were completely engaged, hanging on to each word and all the playful embellishments. For the first time in so long, I didn't feel the urge to guard the children from their grandmother. I realized I was letting go of the fear that had gripped my heart for years. I smiled, absorbing the moment, where laughter echoed through trees swaying gently in the summer breeze, and I began to see the foundation of a relationship being built. Right before my eyes. It was with a sense of cautious optimism that I concluded this journey. The path to evolving our relationship was not without bumps. We often still navigated through the minefield of miscommunication and unspoken grievances. Nevertheless, I held on to the belief that building trust took time and that love could flourish amongst the fragile roots of our shared past. Days turned into weeks, and the more I witnessed my children's genuine affection for my mother, the deeper my resolve grew to encourage it. Sure, we faced setbacks along the way. Old habits die hard, and sometimes my mother would slip back into sarcasm or dismissive remarks. But I could intervene, guiding her tone or redirecting the emphasis in our conversations without that ever-present burden of guilt. As the seasons shifted, so did our family dynamic. Thanksgiving rolled around, and as we gathered around the table, Lily took it upon herself to have everyone share what they were thankful for. When it was my mother's turn, she looked at the room full of grateful eyes, and with a quivering voice, she said, "I'm thankful for second chances, for a family that could forgive and, more importantly, for the love that connects us even when we have the past whispering in our ears." In that moment, my heart swelled, a quiet comfort settling in, as I recognized that perhaps the new chapter we were all seeking wasn't just about rebuilding what was lost but also about discovering new facets of each other. Watching my children engaging with their grandmother, embracing her as honey, taught me that healing takes time and that love is a tapestry woven from acceptance and understanding. I realized I'd become less the guardian of their choices and more a nurturer of their relationships, guiding them through the fragile landscapes of familial dynamics with newfound wisdom. And as I reflected on the journey we shared, smiling at the laughter resonating between the walls of our home, I felt a sense of peace. Healing and connections are not linear paths, they are messy, intricate, and absolutely worth every twist and turn. In the months following, we continued to foster this merging of families, keeping communication open and embracing one another's imperfections. Life hadn't magically transformed overnight, but we had discovered ways to create a rhythm that celebrated our unique individualities. I dared to believe that, while relationships are complex, they are also transformative. Each time I caught my children calling my mother honey, I would smile softly, knowing that they are building bridges that I had once thought irreparable. In doing so, We were not just healing old wounds but laying the groundwork for a beautifully intricate tapestry of love that could stretch across generations. As we moved further into this new chapter, I watched my children blossom in the forgiving warmth of their grandmother's embrace. It was a subtly beautiful transformation. At times, I would overhear them whispering secrets to her, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves outside our window, painting a picture that felt rich and vibrant. It was a far cry from the tense atmosphere we used to have, filled with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Instead, there was a lightness in the air, a tangible ease that swept through our home like a gentle breeze. My mother began to impress upon them the same stories that once wove the fabric of my own childhood, tales of adventure and mischief shared with my siblings that transformed even the simplest moments into cherished memories. I could see it in her eyes. Each mention of honey from my kids was a reminder that she could still be a good grandmother, that love could be expressed in many ways, and that forgiveness was not the absence of past hurts but the acceptance of them. It wasn't without its awkward moments, of course. There were times when I couldn't help but wince, memories of her difficult past rushing back like an unwelcome tide. But then I would remind myself that everyone is just a story waiting to be rewritten, and change, however small, deserves to be celebrated, even if it takes time to feel whole. One particularly serene afternoon, we gather in the living room, the sun pouring warmth through the windows, casting a golden hue on the walls. My children are sprawled on the floor, building a tower of blocks that seems to teeter precariously, while my mother sits nearby sipping her tea, her laughter ringing like the clinking of wind chimes. I glance at her, noticing how gently she guides their hands, offering suggestions instead of commands. "If we put this one here," she says with a smile, "it's going to topple less." I remember how, in my youth, her words often felt heavy, but now they dance lightly around the room, filled with affection. In that moment, I see the lessons unfolding, the ways in which they are teaching her patience just as much as she is teaching them about creativity and balance. It dawned on me that this new dynamic wasn't solely an opportunity for my children to connect with their grandmother but was healing me too, reshaping the broken pieces of our relationship into something sturdy and dependable. I allowed myself to breathe deeply, relishing the moment, when suddenly my daughter, engrossed in her building project, turned to my mother and casually said, "Hey, honey, can you help?" The word slipped out with the familiarity of an everyday phrase, and I could see the way my mother's eyes sparkled with joy, startled and delighted all at once. There was no hesitation in her smile, it was genuine and pure. "Of course, sweetheart," she replied, scooting closer to help. A warmth unfurled inside me, and for the first time, I didn't flinch on hearing that name float from their lips. Instead, I recognized it as a marker of progress, a gentle reminder that my mother was patching the wounds of her past, stitching herself into our lives, and that I was finally letting go of some of mine. As days turned into weeks, I found that the small things began to shift. Our collective laughter echoed more freely, the unturned corner of my maternal heart felt lighter, and those earlier fears that had once held me captive began to dissolve like mist under the sun. I watched my mother slip more easily into her role, her hesitations fading with each visit. The kids grew more confident in their affection, using names of endearment that bounced off the walls and wrapped around us like a favorite blanket. Each honey became a reverberation of love and an acceptance that we were all imperfect in our ways, doing our best to stitch together the tapestry we called family. There was no grand epiphany, no fixed moment that illustrated our triumph, but rather the quiet realization that connection can flicker ignited even in seemingly insurmountable darkness through small acts of love and openness. As well as the growing comfort of understanding our shared journey, it was in these moments, simple yet profound, that I learned we had become a constellation, each star a unique point of light, interconnected by a shared history and new aspirations. And as I tucked my children into bed that night, their giggles still swirling in the air, I knew that we had turned a page in our story, one full of potential, ready to explore what it means to be a family in the truest sense. I whispered, "Good night, my loves," and as they snuggled deeper into their blankets, I couldn't help but smile, feeling the threads of our tapestry weave tighter around my heart. I closed the door softly behind me, letting the echoes of their laughter linger in the hallway, and for the first time in a long time, I felt an all-encompassing peace settle over me, a delightful realization that in the end, love always finds a way to triumph over pain. I always thought I had a handle on my life, at least until that day in late October when I met Simon. My friends had introduced me to this charming, somewhat eccentric guy during a party at a local bar, and at first, I found his quirks pretty endearing. He had this way of dominating every conversation, offering insights that oscillated between profound and downright weird. It was a smaller gathering, just a handful of us nursing drinks and sharing stories, and when Simon spoke, everyone leaned in. Despite his tendency to ramble about conspiracy theories and existential thoughts, there was something magnetic about him that held my attention. Still, as the night wore on, I sensed a sort of edge to him, a flicker of something unsettling. Not long after that first meeting, we found ourselves reunited at a mutual friend's Halloween party. This time it felt different. I was enveloped by a growing unease as I watched him navigate around the room. His laughter came easily, but I noticed he seemed to concentrate a little too hard on the people he interacted with, as if he were dissecting them instead of simply chatting. He led conversations in odd directions, asking pointed questions that made others uncomfortable, often making observations that seemed oddly personal, despite their casual nature. "You know, you really shouldn't be drinking so much on an empty stomach," he quipped to Jenna, who had been sipping her fifth cocktail. It wasn't just concern, it felt like scrutiny. Over the weeks, my initial curiosity morphed into apprehension. I joked with friends that I was convinced Simon was a spy gathering intel on our little group, but deep down, I had a nagging fear that there was more to him than met the eye. One evening, I found myself sharing a quiet drink with Simon. I thought we were just having an innocent chat, but he began probing deeper, asking about my childhood. It didn't feel innocent at all. He asked about my fears and insecurities as if he were keeping score. Sitting there, I felt vulnerable, like he had unearthed parts of my soul I wasn't ready to share. Days went by, and I noticed little oddities that further twisted the discomfort into an unsettling kind of tension. I discovered he seemed to know far too much about me, and it terrified me how he could recall seemingly trivial details from conversations. It was like I had been unknowingly hypnotized by his charisma or even manipulated. I found myself questioning every interaction, waking up in the middle of the night worrying if I was being watched, and the paranoia finally culminated when I realized someone was outside my apartment late one night. I caught a glimpse of a figure in my peripheral vision, a fleeting shadow that vanished as I turned to confront it. My heart raced, and dread washed over me because that feeling was all too familiar, like a scene from a horror story. My fears bubbled over, and I reached out to my closest friend, Mia. Sitting on her couch, clutching a mug of tea, I exposed my thoughts, spilling out the strange occurrences and Simon's unnerving behavior. She listened patiently before suggesting I confront Simon about how I felt, an idea that sent shivers through me. But the more I thought about it, the more I understood that I couldn't let this anxiety fester. So, I gathered my courage and arranged to meet Simon at a cafe across town, a small place he loved downtown with its mismatched furniture and the smell of freshly baked pastries. It created a stark contrast to the growing storm inside me. When I walked into the cafe, I felt every ounce of anxiety twisting in my stomach. Upon seeing Simon, sitting casually, a faint smile played on his lips. I couldn't help but subconsciously mirror it, yet my fingers were ice cold. I dove straight in, voicing my concerns, trying to keep my tone calm as I explained how his intense interest in my life was making me uncomfortable. As I spoke, I watched his expression shift from amusement to a cold, calculated seriousness. He leaned closer, almost whispering, "You think I'm watching you? But I've merely been observing the fascinating patterns in your behavior." That cryptic comment sent a chill down my spine, and I took an involuntary step back. My mind raced as I stumbled to find words, but he continued. "People are so predictable, you see. We're all part of a grander experiment, a social behavior study that I've taken an interest in. Each of you is a case study that could unveil deeper truths about our existence." His confidence was disorienting, and I became acutely aware of the other patrons around us, observing me as if I were a persona in one of his twisted tales. I wanted to laugh it off, to walk away, but the fear was palpable. I excused myself, stepping outside into the brisk autumn air, letting the humidity of our conversation escape with every breath. Somehow, I managed to reach my car in a daze and drove straight to Mia's. I didn't sleep well that night. I tossed and turned, my mind racing through the possibilities of what Simon might do next or if he had already manipulated others in similar ways. Just as I felt the weariness seep into my bones, the phone buzzed, an unknown number, but I picked up anyway. "I told you," Simon said, his voice seeping through the receiver with an unyielding calm that made bile rise in my throat. "You're part of the experiment now. Don't worry, you're doing beautifully." I hung up, feeling the life drain from my body. I realized I had to get as far away from Simon as possible, cutting ties with anyone connected to him. I spent a weekend isolating myself, gathering strength, and when Monday rolled around, I put my plan into action. I contacted some of our mutual friends, explained my concerns, and they were surprisingly receptive. It turns out, many felt the same instinctual discomfort around Simon, but no one had voiced it aloud, fearing judgment or ridicule. As we shared experiences, it became clear that Simon wasn't just another quirky guy, he had been a creeping dread in our midst. Eventually, we decided to cut him out of our lives collectively, more empowered and relieved than terrified. Months later, as winter neared, I sat at home one evening, buried in a book, when another unexpected but familiar buzz jolted me. It was Mia, a shared article on a local Reddit thread called "What's the creepiest display of intelligence you've seen by another human?" The title alone made all our previous discussions flood back. In the comments, people recounted their unsettling run-ins with individuals who excelled in manipulation and mind games, a rush of disquiet that reminded me of Simon. As I read through the frightening tales, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him since we distanced ourselves. I found solace in the boundaries I had created and the collective strength of those around me. For the first time in months, I managed to smile, grateful that while some minds can turn dark, together we could harness our vigilance and illuminate the edges of our lives. Life was still unpredictable and frightening at times, but I knew with the right people around me, I could face the shadows lurking in the corners. The house felt lighter that evening as I reflected on my past with Simon, the flickering glow of the candles casting playful shadows on the walls. Each shadow seemed to dance, reminding me that while darkness has its place, so does light. It was quiet in my little home, the only sounds coming from the soft rustle of the wind against the windows. I allowed my thoughts to drift back to the moments I had spent with Simon, the way his laughter used to fill the air, a brilliant counterpoint to the grim tales he told that left a chill in the spine. There was a time when I thought his peculiar interests in the macabre were merely eccentricities, charming quirks in an otherwise ordinary friendship, until they slowly unraveled into something much darker. I remembered the night I had confronted him about my concerns. It was the weekend we attended that horror festival together, a backdrop of laughter mingled with eerie attractions, a perfect blend of delight and dread. Simon had seemed particularly fixated on one exhibit, a grim display showcasing relics of unsolved mysteries and the minds that perpetrated them. Enthralled and oblivious to my discomfort, he stood there, his wide eyes gleaming with a curiosity that pressed against the boundaries of sanity. I could still hear the precise way he had articulated his thoughts that night, how he spoke of the genius behind the chaos, marveling at the way intelligence could twist into something so unpredictable and horrifying. As much as I loved Simon, I felt compelled to separate myself from that energy, from the way he seemed to absorb the darkness, as if it was a fuel he wanted to consume. We're meant to explore life, not become ensnared in its darkest depths, I had said, and watching the sunlight fade that evening as we parted felt heavy, like ripping apart a thick tapestry we had woven together over years of camaraderie. I wasn't sure if I had saved him from himself or simply turned my back on the friend I remembered. In the months since, life carried on in shades of gray. I reconnected with old friends, leaning into laughter and warmth, rekindling a sense of community I thought I might have lost. Yet, the haunting questions lingered about Simon. Was he okay? Had I been right to walk away? And who was he without me? Each day I navigated these thoughts, trying to reconcile my memories with the resolve I built, telling myself time heals, even from the unseen fractures deep within friendship. One evening, as I thumbed through my usual online haunts, I stumbled upon a recent post that captured my attention. Ask Reddit, what's the creepiest display of intelligence you've seen by another human? Without expecting it, Simon's name flashed in my mind like a beacon through the haze of nostalgia. Curiosity spiraled within me, urging me to dig deeper. I clicked on the thread, half hoping to see a glimpse of him, perhaps a casual mention from some connection we had once shared, but it wasn't that simple. The stories people shared ranged from unsettling encounters with exceptional minds to bone-chilling displays of prodigious talent that had warped into something fearsome and complex. But as I scanned through the comments, talents that had emerged from shadows, one stood out to me, the tale of a brilliant mathematician who had calculated, quite accurately, how many people would evade justice. A subtle gnaw of recognition stirred within me. The writer described a friend who once had a penchant for solving puzzles, but his fixation twisted when he began to dabble in darker conspiracy theories, eventually leading him down a path that caused irrevocable harm. My stomach sank as I read on, the details bleeding into memories. I can't shake the feeling that this could easily have been Simon's path, one I had only narrowly avoided. The shadows of our past lurked in the corners of my mind, urging me to stand closer to the light, that fragile flicker of hope I had clung to. My heart raced, caught between hope and dread, and as I read that post, I felt propelled to reach out to him again, to see what he was doing, where his mind wandered now. I imagined sending him a simple message beginning with, "Hey, It's been a while. But insecurity wrapped around me. What if he had gone too far into those darknesses? I hesitated as twilight bathed my room in hushed shades, comforted by my newfound clarity but fearful of upturning the peace I had built for myself. I closed my eyes and envisioned the warmth of my reconnecting relationships and the laughter shared around the dinner table, anchoring me against the uncertainty swirling inside. But as moments passed, an undeniable whisper beckoned me. Perhaps it was time to bring the light to him, to reach out and remind both of us we weren't alone in this. I went to bed that night with my heart divided, filling one side with hope and leaving the other, a fragment of fear that maybe, just maybe, I'd let darkness tether itself to me again. After all, we had both grown, and I could only hope the connection I built with my new friends might bridge a gap I once feared would swallow us both. The next morning, I finally resolved to send that message, and as I did, a feeling washed over me, a blend of fear and anticipation, illuminated by the lingering hope that both of us could face our shadows together and emerge unscathed, once more into the light. As I hit send, my heart raced, and I held my breath, waiting for yesterday's to echo with the voice of tomorrow. Could it be that simple? I spent years of my life terrified by Simon's erratic behavior, the way his laughter could turn to rage in an instant, spinning our once gentle friendship into a chaotic whirlpool of fear. Yet now, as the sun streamed through my window and enveloped the room in a warm glow, I wondered if there might still be remnants of the boy I once knew buried beneath layers of fear and mistrust. Moments turned into hours as I went about my day, engaging in the comforting routine that had replaced the chaos of my past. I cooked breakfast, buried myself in work, and spent time with friends who made that weight feel lighter. But in the back of my mind, Simon loomed like a distant storm cloud, reminding me that uncertainty still lingered between us. Just as evening approached and I settled into the comforting embrace of my couch, my phone buzzed, Simon's name lighting up the screen. My breath caught in my throat. As I read his message, I could feel the tight grip of anxiety begin to unravel. "Hey, it's good to hear from you. Been a while, huh? We should catch up." Simple words, yet they felt monumental, as though he was extending a hand across a chasm that had once felt insurmountable. We exchanged a few more messages, each filled with a mix of nostalgia and trepidation as we danced around unspoken issues, hinting at our respective journeys over the years. Simon shared stories of his struggles, gently peeling back layers of the fear I had once associated with him. He had sought help and was working towards healing, but it was his admission of vulnerability that shocked me. He spoke of loneliness and the desire for connection that he had hidden behind his bravado for so long. The shadows we both occupied began to intersect, forming a fragile bridge of understanding between us. The next day, we agreed to meet at our old coffee shop, the very place where our friendship had flourished before the darkness invaded our lives. My stomach twisted into knots as I prepared for our reunion, reminding me of those uncertain days back in high school, filled with unspoken promises and dreadful doubts. When I walked into the shop, a sense of familiarity rushed over me. The air was thick with the scent of brewed coffee and pastries, and I spotted Simon. Sitting at our usual table, his fingers tapping anxiously on the wooden surface. It was almost surreal to see him again, the contours of his face softer now, but his eyes carried that same spark of intensity I remembered. As I approached, I could feel my heart thumping loudly in my chest, a quick reminder of the trepidation still residing within. Our conversation started cautiously, filled with awkward laughter and small talk, each of us carefully navigating the landscape of our shared history. But as we delved deeper, the air shifted. Simon shared his journey, the therapy, the revelations, the regrets, and I shared my own, how the darkness of our past had forced me to redefine my relationships and prioritize my well-being. With each exchanged word, the timing seemed to feel less about reliving the past and more about grasping a future together. There was honesty in our confessions, a mutual understanding that built a resilience we both had lacked for so long. Just as we were beginning to find our footing, however, Simon's expression darkened. A brief silence settled between us, and I could see the pulse of memory crossing his face, a flicker of that old weight surfacing. "I still struggle with some days, you know?" he confessed, his gaze turning away. "There are shadows that feel familiar, and I sometimes forget how to step into the light." The vulnerability in his tone mirrored my own lingering fears, but instead of retreating, something instinctive stirred within me. "We can help each other," I suggested softly, not fully realizing how significant those words would be. "That's what friendship is, right? Clinging to the light even when everything else seems dark?" In that moment, the connection we built felt tangible, almost electric. We mapped out a strategy to support one another, regular meetups, sharing the burdens when either of us appeared to drift back toward the shadows. The coffee shop transformed into a haven of hope as we shared plans and dreams, and for the first time, I felt the familiar tug of an authentic friendship rekindling itself. Days turned into weeks, our meetings grew to be the highlight of our weeks, and little by little, I forgot the fear that once threatened to hold me hostage. We illuminated one another's paths, slowly building a friendship forged in honesty and vulnerability, teaching both of us that our pasts did not define our futures. And while the shadows still loomed faintly at the edges of my consciousness, I knew that they could no longer control me. I glanced at my phone one night while reminiscing and saw countless messages exchanged with Simon. It felt almost strange to think how far we had come from the chaos of last year. I smiled, reflecting on our journey, feeling that tether of fear dissipate, replaced with a shared commitment to shine brightly, together. Sometimes we'd stumble, but we were no longer alone. And that, I realized, was how we would continue to emerge unscathed. As the moonlight streamed through my window, illuminating the edges of my room, a thought settled within me. Perhaps true intelligence isn't merely about what we know, but about the connections we forge and the willingness to embrace vulnerability. I never thought I would find myself reflecting deeply on intimacy at this age, but lately, it seems to occupy my thoughts more than I ever anticipated. At 72 years old, I sit at the kitchen table of my modest but cozy home, the sunlight streaming through the window and casting soft patterns on the tablecloth. The faint sound of a grandfather clock ticks in the background, a gentle reminder of time passing in the quiet hours. I've been married to Margaret for nearly 50 years, and while we both have found ways to enjoy each other's company, I can't help but notice the shadows cast by the years. When we first got together, our nights were filled with energy and passion, the kind that fills the air with crackling electricity. I remember how we would sneak kisses in the kitchen while the pasta boiled over, how our laughter would echo in the empty halls after the children were asleep. It felt endless, exhilarating. But now, it often feels like we're going through the motions. Our conversations have shifted from dreams and plans to pragmatic discussions about medications and doctor's appointments, passion replaced with comfort, and yet there's something comforting about that too, isn't there? But last week, something shifted in me, a long-buried curiosity sparked by an unexpected conversation between Margaret and her sister, who was visiting. They laughed easily over shared memories, and I caught snippets of their chat concerning not only their health but also fragments of intimacy. After all these years, I was stunned by their honesty. Something inside me stirred, a faint ember of desire reigniting. After they left, I awkwardly broached the subject with Margaret, our relationship often tending towards old routines and familiar silences when it came to discussing something so personal. Do you think people our age still? Well, you know? I ventured carefully, my cheeks warming as those words stumbled out clumsily. She paused, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, then smiled softly, her hands resting on her lap. I think they do, if they want to, she replied, her voice quieter than usual. It was a simple answer, but it felt like a doorway opening, revealing uncharted territory. We held a hesitant dialogue peppered with nervous laughter, memories of our youth spilling over into this new understanding that intimacy didn't necessarily dwindle as one aged but transformed in unforeseen ways. However, I still wrestled with doubts. Could I even make her feel desired? Would I even want to? The next evening, as we settled into our familiar nightly routine, I made a bold decision. I lit a few candles and played soft jazz in the background, a scene eerily reminiscent of our early days. Margaret looked at me, a curiosity sparking in her eyes, and it seemed for a moment we were both peering through time, stepping into an era we thought we'd left behind. I took her hand, and together we ventured into a conversation about our fears and desires. I admitted that I sometimes found myself longing for the kinds of intimacy we had before, the laughter, the warmth, the connection. To my surprise, Margaret confided in me that she had felt similarly, that while the days of wild passion might be behind us, she still yearned for closeness, the kind that transcended physicality, running deep as the roots of our long shared life. In a way, it freed us both. We began exploring what intimacy could look like now. It wasn't always easy, but it became a journey we embarked on together rather than apart, a dance of sorts to rediscover ourselves after years of being swept up in day-to-day life. I learned to appreciate the little moments, the way she looked at me just before bed, the gentle kisses we shared that spoke volumes of the love we felt. Although we might not physically connect the same way anymore, that doesn't diminish our bond. As the months pass, I've found comfort in the quiet intimacy of simply being with her, and it feels like we've woven ourselves closer together than ever before. Sometimes, it feels like the world has a way of nudging us into rediscovery, reminding us that love is a tapestry, one that evolves through experiences and time. In some ways, the conversations we have now feel even richer than they used to, filled with decades of laughter and compromise, lessons learned, and dreams still clinging to the edges of our hearts. And while the journey may not have led us back to the youthful lust of years gone by, it has brought us to a place of tenderness and understanding, one that feels infinitely worthwhile. Update: just last night, Margaret suggested we take a dance class together, something we had always talked about but never got around to in our younger years. As I helped her into her coat, I felt an exhilarating thrill I thought had long faded. A new chapter awaits us both, maybe even more rewarding than we could have ever dreamed, proving that love remains vibrant, even amid life's shadows. As I stood there, feeling the warmth of Margaret's happiness radiating off her, I couldn't help but marvel at how life had a way of circling back, of offering second chances when you least expected them. Dancing had always been a passion of ours, a shared dream we chatted about during late nights with glasses of wine, our young hearts believing we would always have time for it. But as life often does, it weaved in obligations, careers, and family, pushing our whims aside until they became distant echoes. Last night, however, while we sipped chamomile tea at the kitchen table, Margaret's eyes sparkled with a youthful enthusiasm that ignited something deep within me. "Let's finally do it," she said, her voice playful but sincere. I felt a flutter of excitement. Our days were often filled with simple routines, watching the afternoon sun cast golden hues over the garden, tending to our roses, or bickering about the best way to prepare a casserole. But this suggestion felt like an invitation to break free from those small rhythms and embrace something bigger, something alive. The image of us, hand in hand, swaying to music we might not remember but that would surely come rushing back to us, made me suddenly aware of how much I missed that spontaneous spirit. The next day, I found myself standing outside the local dance studio, butterflies fluttering in my stomach as I took in the pastel pink walls, the bright posters of couples turning elegantly under bright lights. I remembered all those times we had pulled each other into our small living room, a dimly lit space where we would crank up the old record player, twirling awkwardly, letting the music lead us into laughter instead of grace. As I stepped inside, the scent of polished wood mixed with faint notes of perfume filled my senses, another layer of nostalgia wrapping around my thoughts. Margaret arrived not long after, a vibrant ensemble of colors that made her stand out amidst the other dancers' muted clothing. Her smile was wide, a mix of pride and a hint of nervousness, and in that moment, I knew we were both stepping into the unknown together. The instructor welcomed us, a kind-hearted woman with hair like spun silver who seemed to dance through the air rather than walk. She made us feel welcomed, helping to ease our nerves, and soon we found ourselves with a few other couples, learning basic steps to a waltz. The music hung in the air, a gentle stream of melodies that caressed our hesitant movements. As we practiced, I felt Margaret's hand clasped tightly around mine, our mismatched rhythm becoming a shared heartbeat. I couldn't help but chuckle at our lack of coordination. It was as if our bodies were reluctant to remember what they once knew so well. But the laughter, oh, the laughter was the best part. Every misstep led to bursts of joy, and each twirl brought us closer together, weaving new memories that felt like ribbons tying our lives in a joyful knot. I noticed Margaret's face bloom under the soft glow of studio lights, her cheeks flushed, not from the exertion but from rediscovering a part of herself that had always been there, just waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. My heart felt light as I watched her revel in the music, her feet moving in sync with mine, even if we fumbled along the way. The shyness we experienced in our earlier years melted away, replaced by an openness to be vulnerable with one another, an understanding that our age brought a kind of freedom we never anticipated. As weeks turned into months, our dance classes became a sanctum for our love. We would practice in the living room, blinds drawn and music loud enough for the neighbors to hear the joyful chaos. We stumbled and laughed our way through steps, finding our flow in the intimate spaces of our home. Each dance became a dialogue, a way to express what we often left unspoken in our day-to-day lives, turning our bodies into the very words we sometimes struggled to articulate. With every spin and every close embrace, I discovered shades of Margaret that I hadn't seen in decades. Her spirit shimmered brighter than the fading daylight that stretched across our living room floor, a reminder of the connection we'd cultivated over the years. It was more than just learning to dance, it was like peeling back layers of time to reveal the vibrant souls we had once been. And so, our dance journey transformed into something deeper, an exploration of intimacy that I hadn't expected at this stage in our lives. One evening, as we swayed in the soft light, Margaret looked up at me with a glimmer in her eye, whispering that this felt just as fulfilling as any passion we had shared in our youth. Her words wrapped around my heart, stirring emotions I hadn't touched in years, illuminating the fact that our journey wasn't just about the steps, it was about learning how to lead and follow together, how to trust each other both on the dance floor and off it. Before our first major performance, an end-of-term showcase where friends and family would watch, we stood backstage, taking a moment to breathe. I felt her hand grasp mine with fierce determination, her eyes locking onto mine as she said, "No matter how it goes tonight, I'm proud of us." I understood then, more than ever, that life, with all its complexities and challenges, had led us here, not to perfection, but to a celebration of love in its purest form. As the music began, we stepped onto that polished floor, dissolving into the flowing rhythm. We weren't just practicing our dance, we were unveiling a new chapter of us, a testament to love that matured like wine, deepening with time. And as I spun her around, the applause enveloped us, an echo not just of our performance but a culmination of a lifetime of love, laughter, and new beginnings that would perhaps last us until the very end. Yet it was that warmth of her hand in mine, the laughter that floated into the air, and the joy of sharing something we had once let slip away that stayed with me, reminding me that growth and love are forever entwined, steadily guiding us even through the shadows. It felt as if the universe had conspired to give us this gift, a gentle nudge that reminded us both that life is a dance, and every step we take, regardless of age, leads us back to the heart of what it means to be truly alive. As the days melted into weeks following that delightful suggestion, I found myself enveloped in a sense of anticipation I hadn't felt since the early days of our relationship. Margaret and I were scheduling our dance classes, those precious hours soon occupying a place on our calendar surrounded by mundane appointments. I chuckled one day as I crossed out a dentist visit and wrote in Dance with Margaret, 7 p.m., relishing how the very act of arranging our new endeavor felt almost rebellious in its simplicity. Our classes were held at the local community center, a place I had driven past countless times but never thought to enter. The building, once unfamiliar, soon became a sanctuary for our blossoming connection. Walking hand in hand past the classes in session, I marveled at the energy radiating from the younger couples, their laughter mixing with the swish of fabric and the shuffle of shoes against polished floors. Occasionally, Margaret would tease me, claiming I had 2 left feet, but I found joy in the playful banter. Each step, even the ones awkwardly learned, was more than just a movement, it became an opportunity to explore ourselves as partners again. The rhythm of life, the little joys of spinning her around, or catching her gaze as we misstepped, reminded me of the playful dance of our early romance. One quiet Wednesday evening, after a particularly invigorating class, we found ourselves on the center floor, surrounded by soft amber lights and the lingering echoes of music. The instructor had left us to practice on our own, and as the last notes faded away, I pulled Margaret close. I could feel her heartbeat synchronizing with mine. It was as if the world outside had dissolved, leaving just us trapped in our tiny universe. In that embrace, I dared to whisper sweet nothings, my words laden with affection as I praised her grace, her beauty, the way she always managed to make the ordinary feel magical. Her laughter, a soft chime, filled the space and lifted the very essence of what we had fought for over the years. "Can you believe we're doing this?" she mused, her eyes sparkling like the stars we often gazed up at from our porch. In that moment, looking into her eyes, I realized how far we had come from the complacency that once threatened to sway between us like an unwelcome breeze. We were redefining intimacy, not just through touch, but through these shared experiences that united our spirits. As we left that night, the chill of the evening air embraced us, but it was the warmth of her presence that kept the cold at bay. We strolled through the neatly lined streets, our laughter bubbling over like old times, and I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. Each step toward our home became a pathway lined with memories from our past but illuminated by the newfound joys we were crafting together. Weeks turned into months, and our weekly classes turned into a ritual I held dear. I noticed subtle changes blooming in Margaret, as if she carried a light within her that hadn't flickered in years. It was in the way she danced through the kitchen while cooking or how she surprised me with spontaneous hugs filled with a zest for life. One would think that as we passed the threshold of 70, we should be slowing down, but instead, we were speeding towards a vibrancy I never thought possible. We had become fixtures in our dance class, learning the tango and salsa, both of which challenged our bodies but also made us laugh through the awkwardness of it all. Of a Tuesday afternoon, while everyone was out watching the world unfold, we found the courage to enroll ourselves in a local dance competition. I worried about the footwork and whether we would appear ridiculous, but Margaret held my hand and assured me we could tackle anything together. The day of the competition arrived with a flurry of excitement and nerves rippling through the atmosphere. We dressed in our best, Margaret in a flowing dress that twirled like a bloom around her as she moved, and me in a crisp button-up that felt both new yet familiar. Standing back to back beneath a makeshift arch adorned with flowers, I could sense that this event, regardless of the outcome, was a celebration of us, our journey, our resilience, our laughter. When the music started, it was as if we melded into one, our bodies responding together like a perfect melody, pulsating to the rhythm of our hearts. I could see from the corner of my eye the crowd smiling. Younger couples stood in awe while the more seasoned spectators murmured words of encouragement. And in that moment, I realized it wasn't about winning or losing but about reclaiming the thrill of living boldly. By the time we reached the end of our final spin, the applause was a roar, and I caught a glimpse of Margaret's face, her joy radiating like sunlight, proving that aging did not extinguish passion, it enriched it. When the trophies were handed out, our names were called not for first place, but for something even more poignant, the Best Spirit Award. It felt like a gentle affirmation of our efforts rather than a setback, a trophy representing playfulness and the audacity to embrace each moment. As we stood on that stage, side by side surrounded by laughter and clapping, I marveled at how far we had ventured together, from the quiet moments of complacency to this incredible, shared journey enriched by love. In reflection, I realized that life has a way of surprising us, even when shadows loom, and love remains vibrant through tender gestures, adventure, and the willingness to dance cheek to cheek into the unknown. As we sank back into our cozy home that night, warmed by the flicker of candlelight and the weight of our shared experiences, I knew we had only just begun to explore the beautiful dance of love that continues to grow, its rhythm echoing softly through the years, reminding us that every step we take leads us back to the core of what it means to feel alive, together. It was one of those mundane evenings that seemed endless, marked by the soft glow of my laptop screen illuminating my small, cluttered apartment. Like many of us do these days, I found myself scrolling through social media, half paying attention to the world around me. I had recently moved back to my hometown after college, trying to settle into a routine that felt both familiar and painfully dull. I wasn't particularly in touch with my old friends anymore, but every now and then, I would receive a random friend request or notification from them, invoking fond memories and a tinge of nostalgia. That evening, however, the mundane spiraled into the unexpected as I stumbled onto something I wish I hadn't. While sifting through my usual lineup of memes and pet videos, I came across a post from Jordan, my old high school friend. He had shared a link that, out of sheer curiosity, I clicked on. That's when I was greeted with a highly explicit video, featuring none other than him. My heart jumped, I could hardly process what I was seeing. The shock wasn't just in the content itself, it was the raw surrealism of seeing someone I grew up with in such an intimate and revealing situation, a stark contrast to the goofy teenager I remembered. I felt that disorienting blend of disbelief and uncomfortable intrigue, my brain racing through the implications. How did this happen? Did he know it was out there? I spent the next few days wrapped in a haze of confusion and guilt. I often wondered whether I should reach out to Jordan, but the fear of crossing a line haunted me. What would I even say? "Hey, I found your video online?" The words felt ridiculous and invasive. I kept telling myself that maybe it was just a fluke of the internet, and that I should let it go, but every time I scrolled past his social media profiles, I felt a pang of disturbance, as if our past friendship was tainted by this unintended discovery. The thought spiraled in my mind, was he okay? Was anyone else aware of this? Was it being shared? I waded through the murky waters of my emotions. I didn't want to objectify him or reduce him to a single, damaging narrative, but I couldn't shake my anxiety about whether he was aware of what was happening behind the scenes of his online persona. After wrestling with myself for a week, I finally found the courage to send him a message, accompanied by a deep breath and the sincerity of a friend. I typed and retyped my words, carefully choosing my tone, desperate to tread lightly. "Hey, I know this might sound weird, but I came across something online and I wanted to check in with you." When he responded, it took me completely by surprise. At first, there was a simple, bemused acknowledgement of my message, but then his tone shifted. "Yeah, I guess it's out there. I thought I could trust that guy with my private videos, but turns out that wasn't the smartest decision." Reading his words, I felt a wave of empathy wash over me. There was no anger or embarrassment in his reply, just a resigned acceptance of the mishap, an acknowledgement of his choices, the nature of trust and intimacy in this digital age. It felt like a weight lifted, an opening for genuine conversation, as we ended up chatting late into the night, reminiscing about school days while skirting around the awkwardness that had initially bridged us together. With every message exchanged, I realized how important it was to extend our understanding to one another, to let each other live beyond the confines of our past selves, and come to terms with our humanity, flaws and all. As days turned into weeks, Jordan and I gradually rebuilt our friendship. He shared more about his experience, how the moment had taught him to be more careful with his choices online. I admired his resilience, how he embraced this new reality instead of hiding from it. It became clear that the incident, while unfortunate, had led to a deeper understanding of trust and vulnerability in relationships, guiding both of us into a more profound and honest connection with each other. Eventually, that unexpected thread that had linked the two of us, so fraught but necessary, loomed large, creating a bridge that carried us forward. In the end, I learned that sometimes shocking experiences can shake us into clarity, reminding us that life, with its highs and lows, is ultimately built on the connections we forge. As I closed my laptop that night, I carried with me a newfound appreciation for the intricacies of friendship, and the delicate balance between vulnerability and trust. Update: a few months later, Jordan launched a podcast where he shared his journey through self-acceptance and the complexities of personal identity in the digital age. I was honored to be one of his first guests, and that raw conversation turned into something both healing and empowering for us both. As I sat across from Jordan in that small, cozy recording studio, the walls adorned with vibrant artwork and a soft rug beneath our feet, the atmosphere was infused with a sense of purpose that transcended our initial fears. It was as if we were stepping onto a stage, but instead of an audience of strangers, we were merely two friends, each sharing pieces of ourselves we had once kept hidden. I watched as he adjusted the microphone, his brow furrowing in concentration while he recalled the uphill battle of self-acceptance. In that moment, I remembered the raw feeling that had surged within me when I stumbled upon his NSFW photos months earlier, how they had unraveled my world and spun it into a tangled web of confusion, admiration, and guilt. It had felt so surreal, and I scarcely imagined that we would come to share such a profound journey afterward. We dove deep into discussions about identity, not only his but also mine, finding solace in the confession of our experiences in a world that often felt too demanding. With each passing moment, the podcast transformed from a simple sharing of stories into a patchwork of vulnerability, where we challenged the notions of expectation and fear surrounding our identities. I spoke of my initial reaction to his photos, of feeling conflicted between admiration for his confidence and a strange betrayal of our friendship, and how I grappled with the realization that vulnerability could be a bridge rather than a divide. Jordan listened intently, his eyes lighting up as I described the turmoil of wanting to reach out and support him while also grappling with my own insecurities about my perceptions. The air was thick with honesty and connection, two elements that had previously felt so far removed. By the time we wrapped up the session, the sun had begun to set, casting a warm glow through the studio window that felt like a blessing on our shared vulnerability. We spent a moment in comfortable silence, reflecting on how this had become more than just a podcast episode. It was a turning point for both of us. That night, as I drifted off to sleep, I felt a wave of contentment wash over me. I realized that those experiences we endured, the unexpected discoveries and the moments of raw honesty, had transformed us into individuals who understood the nuanced dance of connection in an often fragmented world. There was an unspoken promise that despite the myriad of uncertainties life tosses our way, we would navigate the full spectrum of emotions together. The podcast episode aired 2 weeks later, and it was shared amongst our friends and family, leading to conversations we could have only dreamed of having before. Reactions varied, some were supportive, others cautious, but the thread of understanding was woven throughout, sparking a gentle dialogue about identity and acceptance. In the coming months, our friendship deepened, evolving into a safe space where we bared our hopes and fears without reservation. It became clear that our experiences were merely the starting points. Together, we explored deeper conversations about what it meant to express love and vulnerability in friendships, touching on the fears that kept people isolated and ashamed of their authentic selves. Jordan received messages from intrigued listeners who found strength in his story and our conversation, and I would sometimes smile at how far we had come from that initial moment of discomfort and confusion. Not long after, I decided to create a blog inspired by our discussions, focusing on mental well-being and the beauty of genuine connections. It was cathartic, and eventually, it blossomed into a platform for others to share their truths. As I wrapped up a thoughtful post late one night, reflecting on the delicate balance of trust and vulnerability, I glanced over at my notification feed to discover a message from one of my readers. It was a heartfelt letter from someone who identified with the struggles of acceptance and the fear of being judged, who thanked me for sharing my story. In that moment, I felt a comforting realization settle in. Our lives are often a mosaic crafted from our connections, our fears, our stories, and the way we choose to understand them. And as these exchanges trickled down the corridors of time, I felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing we were building something beyond ourselves, creating waves of understanding and acceptance for anyone who dared to share their journey. In the weeks that followed that moment, I found myself enveloped in an unforeseen sense of purpose. Writing was a refuge, a way to untangle the complexities of my thoughts while forging connections in a broader world. The glowing screen of my laptop became a portal not just for sharing my own experiences, but for inviting others into a dialogue. I began to receive letters not only from those grappling with their own identity but from a diverse tapestry of voices, friends, family, and even strangers, all reaching out in vulnerability. Each note was a thread weaving together a larger narrative of shared humanity, and with every message, I felt the weight of my previous fears begin to lift, like a fog that dissipates under warm sunlight. As Jordan's podcast gained traction, our conversations drew in an audience hungry for authenticity. He had a talent for cultivating a space where stories flowed freely, and I watched as people opened up about their own experiences, revealing the wounds they carried, the battles they fought in silence. Every episode was a reminder that we were not alone, that the threads of our lives were interconnected, even if we often felt like solitary travelers on our respective journeys. The therapeutic richness of our discussions resonated so powerfully that we considered live sessions, inviting our listeners to join in and share their stories, live and unfiltered. One evening, after a particularly moving episode, I laid on my couch, gazing at the ceiling, thoughts swirling in my mind. I remembered my own journey, the immense weight of fear I had endured when I unearthed Jordan's NSFW content. It had initially felt like a betrayal, a rupture in the fabric of our friendship. Yet, now, it appeared as merely a chapter in a broader narrative of growth, acceptance, and deeper understanding. As I turned those ideas over, I started to pen my thoughts, a reflection on how fear can isolate us but also push us toward clarity and connection. Weeks later, after I shared my reflections in one of our episodes, a woman named Mia reached out. She was searching for solace in a tumultuous sea of self-doubt after experiencing something deeply personal, a shocking revelation from her best friend who had suffered through similar battles of identity. Mia's note was laced with pain, courage, and a hint of hope, and as I read her words, my heart swelled with empathy. I felt a calling, a collective responsibility to channel our experiences into something constructive for others, to transform our authentic exchanges into healing touchstones. Eventually, we scheduled a collaborative session where Mia could join us on air, a chance to share her story with vulnerability. The three of us chatted before recording, and I could sense Mia's hesitation. What if no one understands? She shared, the tremor in her voice betraying her fears. In a reassuring tone, I replied, "That's the beauty of sharing. Even if just one person listens and feels seen, it's worth it." With the warmth of our shared energies wrapping around us, we pressed record, and Mia shared more than I could have hoped. Her authentic vulnerability inspired a flood of comments from listeners, people sharing their own experiences of love, loss, and the rawness of existence. After that episode, our community grew exponentially. Messages poured in, and together, we navigated through backstories of fear, courage, and redemption. Each tale felt like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, slowly creating a whole that was more vibrant than I could have imagined. Through these interactions, I learned that vulnerability weaves the strongest bonds, tying hearts together in a way superficial connections never could. Months later, during a live session that felt charged with energy and authenticity, I reflected on how far we'd come. I could hear the hushed whispers of other shared stories around me, an orchestra of human experiences blending into a comforting harmony. As we concluded, a listener's message popped up, someone thankful for the community we had fostered, expressing how the space made them feel seen for the first time in years. I shared that note aloud, feeling a lump forming in my throat. My heart brimmed with gratitude, a sense of belonging rising within me. This journey began with fear but transformed into something profound, an unabashed embracing of humanity's stories. As I closed my laptop that night, I understood that life is not merely a collection of moments but rather the bonds we forge amidst them, powerful connections that flourish in the soft glow of empathy. I felt a renewed sense of purpose. We were not just sharing stories anymore, we were nurturing a sanctuary where fears could be laid bare, acceptance could blossom, and every voice, even those hidden in the shadows, could resonate with truth. It was in this space that we truly found ourselves, each other, and the collective light we were meant to share. The cold, flickering light of my laptop screen illuminated the dimly lit room, shadows dancing on the walls as I stared at the now infamous executive order on my feed: transgender and non-binary people don't exist. I could hardly believe what I was reading, a wave of disbelief crashing over me, followed by a torrent of emotions I hadn't expected to feel at that moment. As someone who had spent years transcribing the stories of marginalized individuals at a local nonprofit, the implications of such a declaration felt personal. It was as if someone had ripped the very fabric of my work apart. My closest friend, Jamie, had recently transitioned, finally embracing a truth that had been so long suppressed, and I wondered how this declaration affected someone who had only just begun to live authentically. The thought gnawed at me, an unsettling feeling, like a puzzle piece that refused to fit. I picked up my phone and scrolled through social media threads, seeing a mixture of anger, confusion, and sorrow expressed in every post, each one resonating like a silent scream echoing in my own heart. Circling back to Jamie, I could hardly contain my anxiety, so I decided to text him. The three little dots that signify someone is typing seemed to stretch into an eternity. When he finally replied, it was a simple, almost resigned acknowledgement of the order. "It's just another day in the circus, isn't it?" he wrote, an attempt at humor that dripped with bitterness. I felt a wave of sympathy wash over me. I could imagine the weight of that moment and how it might feel to have an essential part of your identity dismissed outright. Trying to lift his spirits, I suggested we meet up for coffee, to talk through things. He agreed, and despite the heaviness of the situation, I felt a glimmer of hope at the thought of seeing him. When we met later that afternoon, the coffee shop was alive with the comforting buzz of conversation and the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Jamie sat across from me, his eyes reflecting a mix of resilience and fragility. We chatted lightly at first, exchanging small talk about work and hobbies, but as the topic turned back to the order, a silence fell over us. "It's hard to reconcile," Jamie said, fingers dancing nervously on the edge of his cup. "On one hand, I'm me, unapologetically. But on the other, I see this powerful entity trying to erase that." I felt the lump in my throat, empathy flooding my senses as I carefully searched for the right words. "You exist, you matter," I insisted, passionate yet tender, feeling every bit of the weight behind those words. His quiet smile, tinged with sadness, warmed my heart, and for a moment, it felt like we were cocooned in our shared understanding, momentarily distanced from the chaos of the world outside. As the evening wore on, we found ourselves slowly piecing together feelings we hadn't quite found the words for before. Jamie spoke about his childhood, how he had always felt out of place, struggling against a tide of societal expectations that felt like a choking grip. "Every day is like a battle," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I shared my own struggles with feeling helpless in the face of stigma, describing how I had often felt overpowered by the cacophony of voices in the world, all claiming what was real or not, blurring the lines of truth. A realization hit me: it wasn't just about this executive order, it was about every little moment people like us faced, a constant negotiation for validation in a world that seemed intent on silencing the very essence of who we are. Together, we found solace in the understanding that our narratives were still ours to share, that they could never truly be erased despite the weight of the world. As night fell and the coffee shop emptied, I noticed an overwhelming sense of relief settling in, a soft glow of unity as if we were both warriors, resilient in our truths. We spoke of activism and art, of community, of resilience, and as we laughed, I could see Jamie begin to reclaim his sense of self, his spark igniting against the darkness surrounding us. In the weeks that followed, I became more active online, amplifying voices that were often drowned out by fear and ignorance, while Jamie connected with local advocacy groups, launching a powerful dialogue within our community. One night, he sent me an article he had written about our conversation that day, detailing the resilience found in understanding and love. The comments flooded in, affirming not just his experience but the myriad of stories shared by others who felt invisible. It was liberating to see how art and conversation could combat the darkness, each supportive message shimmering like a beacon of truth. Reflecting on everything, I realized how deeply my worldview had shifted. I was still grappling with the news and its implications, but I was also steadfast in my belief that love and truth could circumvent even the most pervasive of lies. In those quiet nights typing away at the keyboard, I learned that we create our own existence through the stories we tell. Months passed, and while the executive order remained a haunting presence in the background, it faded into perspective, its power diminished by the resilience of those willing to tell their truths. I felt changed, my heart embraced a collective sense of purpose. The world had its challenges, yes, but it also contained countless stories woven together with threads of resilience and hope. As I wrote this final reflection, I felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey, not just for Jamie's friendship, but for those who had spent so long fighting to be seen. Jamie had once told me that it was okay to be tired, but it was never okay to be silenced. I hoped he would always remember that as we continued to carve spaces for authenticity in a world trying so hard to stop us. Update: just last week, Jamie texted to say he received an invitation to speak at a community event focused on advocacy and the importance of representation. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He was stepping into a space that bore the shadows of so much doubt yet dared to shine brightly. He was realizing the power of his voice, and in that, all our stories mattered more than the outdated proclamations of those who dared to erase us. In the end, what we lived, what we fought for, would outshine any declarations made in cold executive chambers. It would linger in conversations and bold artistic expressions that could never be silenced. As the applause from the audience enveloped him like a warm embrace, I leaned back in my folding chair, allowing the echoes of his words to dance through my mind. My heart thumped steadily in my chest, a rhythmic reminder of the joyful chaos we had created here today. I was filled not only with pride for him, my partner in this journey, but also with a deep sense of purpose. Together, we had begun to weave a fabric of community, an intricate tapestry reflecting our diverse identities and the myriad experiences that shaped us. The vibrant colors of our lives blended seamlessly, carving out a space where our truths could flourish, away from the grayscale declarations imposed by those who could not begin to understand. It was hard to ignore the tension that still simmered beneath the surface, the whispers of doubt joining the chorus of applause. After all, we were living in a world where acceptance felt like a delicate dance on a precipice. When someone had first shared the news of the executive order at the last community meeting, my stomach had twisted into knots. It felt like a denouncement, a shadow looming over the progress we fought so hard to achieve. Although I held on to the notion that words could wield a power of their own, I couldn't help but feel the sting of uncertainty. Could we retain our collective voice in the face of erasure? More importantly, what could I do to keep that spirit alive, not just for my partner, but for every individual who had ever felt the suffocating weight of invisibility? As the event wound down, I caught up with my partner, his energy still radiant despite the exhaustion evident in his eyes. "Do you think we made a difference?" he asked, his brow furrowed as he played with the hem of his shirt, a telltale sign of his nerves surfacing. I placed my hand over his, squeezing gently, letting him know that I believed wholeheartedly that we had. Our voices, our stories, were bridges to understanding, and even if just one person left with a new perspective, it was worth every moment we spent preparing for this day. We stepped outside into the cool embrace of twilight, the soft glow of string lights illuminating the path ahead. In the distance, laughter and chatter filled the air, a symphony of human connection reminding us that we were not alone in this fight. As we walked hand in hand, weaving through the throngs of community members still lingering, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. These stories, our stories, would ripple outwards, igniting sparks of empathy and mattering far beyond the limitations of political declarations. A couple of days later, I found myself scrolling through a Reddit thread titled "Ask Reddit What Are Your Thoughts on the Transgender and Non-Binary People Don't Exist Executive Order?" The comments unfurled like a rapidly blossoming flower, filled with outrage, raw emotion, and unequivocal affirmations of existence. One post caught my eye, detailing an emotion-laden story of a person who had felt incredibly alone until they discovered our community event through a mutual friend. Their words struck a chord within me, reminding me of why we pressed on: acceptance, understanding, and most importantly, the validation of one's own existence as a lived experience. This newfound drive pushed me to engage in the discussions, sharing my own reflections about the event, how every person who stepped to the microphone had shattered the misconceptions surrounding us, and how their voices were part of a greater narrative that no executive order could erase. I felt an electric connection to the thread and watched as the conversation swelled, pouring in solidarity from across the country. These digital exchanges reaffirmed a reality I clung to: people were listening, they were learning, and more importantly, they were empowered to share their truths too. A week later, at a low-key gathering of allies and friends, my partner and I shared stories and laughter over mugs of steaming tea. At one point, he turned to me, a contemplative look lighting his features. "You really think all of this matters?" he asked quietly, his vulnerability shining through the evening's cozy haze. It was one of those moments that felt raw yet comforting, where the air brimmed with possibility. "I do," I replied, the conviction thick in my voice. "Every single person we reach matters. Every story connects us. It's like our own little revolution of hearts and minds." And just as we leaned in closer, focusing on each other amid the soft hum of conversations around us. An uplifting realization washed over me. Even when shadows loom, our resolve lights the way. The world we dream of exists not just in far-off glimmers of hope, but right in that moment, between two souls, acknowledging the power in simply being, thriving, and celebrating the brilliance of life in all its forms. The executive orders, however sweeping and chilling, could never snuff out the vibrant flames of our truths. Through connection, compassion, and shared stories, we would always find a way back to the heart of our collective existence. As the night deepened and laughter echoed, I tucked away the bittersweet contours of the day, knowing that every communal embrace, every shared experience, and every step we took together transformed the narrative for ourselves, and for those who needed the strength to journey alongside us. As the night deepened and everyone mingled, I found myself standing at the fringes of the event, watching the shared joy that radiated from each small circle of friends and allies. The dynamic atmosphere was electric, a tapestry woven from countless stories, and yet, my heart felt a tug of uncertainty amid the laughter. The weight of the day's events lingered like a low fog, the chilling executive order casting a long shadow over our progress. I thought of my younger sibling, Sam, who had been bravely navigating their identity in this increasingly hostile world. They weren't here tonight, which added a pinch of sadness to my pride. I always wanted to shield them from the harshness of ignorance, yet I saw the fire in their spirit, one that refused to die out no matter the storms around them. Just last week, Sam had opened up about their struggles, the doubts gnawing at their self-worth, the troubling whispers that they sometimes couldn't silence, reminiscent of the rhetoric we had both heard echoing from the highest offices in our country. I had encouraged them to come tonight, to step out into the light among a community that would embrace them wholly. To be seen and celebrated among people who were beautifully imperfect, just like us. But in their absence, I was now reminded of how vital this gathering truly was as I watched others share their journeys with unguarded vulnerability. The air hummed with truths that often felt on the brink of being silenced by hatred. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the sounds of unity wash over me like waves lapping gently at the shore. It was soothing, yet suffocating, and I could almost hear Sam's voice in my mind, gently teasing me for being so easily swept away by the tide. Gathering my resolve, I approached a group where I recognized familiar faces, friends I hadn't seen for a while. They were deep in discussion about the implications of the recent order, but also about solutions, determined to create safe spaces, both online and offline, where everyone could feel heard and seen. Rather than jump headfirst into the conversation, I paused to listen, absorbing their determination and hope. I realized their fear was laced with a fierce commitment to change. Their voices grew stronger, noting how each of us could influence our larger community through daily acts of kindness and bravery, through the stories we crafted through our lives. It occurred to me that perhaps my role tonight wasn't merely to support Sam, but to actively participate in this movement as well. I stepped into the circle, introducing myself with a solidarity born from shared struggle. The moment felt liberating, though apprehension still fluttered in my chest. We exchanged ideas about storytelling as advocacy, about how our narratives had the power to dismantle ignorance, to build bridges where walls had tried to rise. Slowly, as the night progressed and warmth filled the air, I felt the ghost of doubt slip away, replaced by the conviction that our truths were, perhaps louder than any decree aimed at stifling them. I shared my own story, both the light and darkness, how I fought alongside Sam, but also how I learned to celebrate my own identity in the process. As I spoke, I could feel the eyes of strangers turn soft with understanding, each nod and shared expression weaving an unbreakable bond through our momentary vulnerability. In that exchange, I caught glimmers of hope, of answers, of a future that seemed a little brighter than it had just hours before, even under that oppressive cloud of uncertainty. When the event began to wind down, I rechecked my phone, reminding myself to call Sam, believing firmly that they needed to hear, if not the particulars, then the warmth and support that surrounded me now. Comfort in numbers, I thought. Together, we had the strength to push against a world that seemed intent on dismissing us. I found a quiet corner outside the venue under the luminescent glow of string lights, my thoughts clearer than they had been all day. The stars were out, beckoning, and as I dialed, I became aware that no matter how daunting the executive orders, no matter how much power they tried to claim, they could not extinguish the spark we had ignited tonight. And though our fight was far from over, the voices gathered here, the love shared amongst us, and the casual way in which we held space for one another, the collective heartbeat of our truths, were timeless and strong. Sam picked up, and the sound of their laughter spilled into the night, wrapping around my heart. "You wouldn't believe it," I started, offering up the colorful tapestry of stories I had witnessed as we each became threads woven into a larger narrative. In that moment, I knew we were never alone, and our fight, our very existence, would always be more powerful than any words written in the dark. I hung up feeling buoyed by that knowledge, and as I headed back inside to rejoin the festivities, I couldn't help but smile. The journey wouldn't be easy, but it was ours to take, and together, we were undeniably strong. The day had started like any other, with the hum of fluorescent lights and the soft tapping of keyboards providing a familiar soundtrack to our small IT office. I had settled into my routine, seated in front of my dual monitors, running through the usual set of tasks, system updates, routine checks, and the occasional support ticket from distressed coworkers. The office was quiet, almost soothing, with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee lingering in the air, but that peace shattered the moment I saw him walk through the door. It was Phil, our CEO's longtime friend, a man whose connection to the top rung of the corporate ladder made us all uneasy. He strode in without so much as a hello, an aura of entitlement surrounding him like a cloud. His casual demeanor clashed with the sternness of his pronouncement. He demanded full access to our systems. A knot of dread formed in my stomach at his request, not just because it felt inherently wrong, but because I had witnessed the fallout of giving access to those who didn't understand the responsibility that came with it. I exchanged glances with my coworker, Sarah, whose eyes mirrored my concern. We both knew that security protocols were put in place for a reason. Phil, I managed, trying my best to maintain a calm exterior, I'm afraid we can't grant the kind of access without proper clearance and justification. He scoffed, running a hand through his tousled hair, dismissing my hesitance with a wave like I was a mere inconvenience in his day. Come on, you're not seriously going to make this harder, are you? It's just a little access, you should lighten up. I could feel my palms grow clammy at his words, that creeping mix of anxiety and moral indignation swirling inside me. I was caught in the turmoil of knowing that defying him could have consequences, not just for my career, but for the integrity of our systems. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, striving to steady my racing heart. Phil, there are rules for a reason. If you need access, there's a process to follow. The tension in the room thickened, and I could sense Sarah urging me with wide eyes to let it go, to just bow to the request so we could pass this awkward moment. But I couldn't shake the foreboding feeling that allowing this was opening a door to something far darker than mere technicalities. He folded his arms, his expression hardening, but I stood my ground, my voice unwavering as I reiterated the importance of safeguarding our data. Days passed, and I thought that perhaps it had blown over, until I received a cryptic email late one evening. It was from an unfamiliar account but bore his name as the subject line. Confusion set in as I opened it to find a list of usernames and passwords, seemingly random data points, and a note that read, "I'm relying on you to fulfill our deal. Access your systems and provide me what I need. You know where to find me." Cold panic washed over me. What had I stumbled into? Was it just a ploy to cover something up, or was it truly innocent? I felt trapped between my desire to be loyal to my employer and protect our work while also wanting to shield myself from consequences I could hardly predict. In the end, I made a decision that I feared I would always look back on. I reached out to my manager, who was out of office at the time, but I felt the weight of my choice grow heavier with each hour until he replied with a firm no. We were headed into a meeting to discuss security protocols the very next day, and I shared everything with him. Shock flickered across his face as he scrolled through the email. "We're shutting this down immediately," he said decisively, leaving me halfway relieved and halfway terrified. Phil was furious when he learned of my decision, of our refusal to comply, and summoned for a confrontation. It felt like a weight had been lifted as I faced him, the cloud of guilt dissipating, replaced by the solidarity of my coworkers and management standing behind me. He raged and fumed, trying to appeal to our sense of loyalty, our ambitions, but we held firm, knowing that allowing this would compromise everything we had worked for. "I trusted you," he spat at me, and the words cut like a knife, but I took solace in the fact that I could move forward knowing I did the right thing. The next week saw Phil removed from his associations with the company, a casualty of his own hubris. The office felt lighter without him, but I remained cautious, scanning every email and request for any lingering signs of potential fallout. Looking back, I realize it was a turning point, a moment that reshaped my understanding of trust and integrity in the workplace. As for an update? Well, here's where it gets even stranger. I found out later that Phil was mixed up in something far deeper than I realized, something involving data breaches and concerns that had the higher-ups scrambling to secure our network even tighter than before. So in that sense, I guess I did save the day. But who knows? I'm still grappling with the reality that sometimes in the pursuit of loyalty, one needs to question everything, even friends of the most powerful, and I can't shake the feeling that I might have dodged a bullet that day. As I sat at my desk, the soft hum of the office around me felt comforting yet ominous in light of what transpired. It had been a week since that fateful day when Phil, my CEO's friend, had stormed in, arrogance percolating from every pore as he demanded unrestricted access to our systems. I had handled the situation with a calmness I hardly believed I was capable of, but the aftermath hummed like a low-frequency alarm in the back of my mind. Each day I returned to the office felt like a tightrope walk, balancing my job security against the nagging thought of Phil's motives. I remember sitting with my colleague, Sarah, over lunch, the two of us trading stories while the taste of lukewarm coffee swirled around my cup. I looked up at her, seeking solace in familiarity, and asked, "Do you think it's really just about Phil wanting to check in on his buddy's company?" Her brow furrowed, and she bit into her sandwich as if stalling for time. "I don't know, Mike. It sounds like he wanted something much bigger than access. You have to trust your instincts." She flashed a conspiratorial smile, but her voice held a weight that lingered in the nuances of our conversation. That night, I tossed and turned in bed, struggling to shake the sense of impending dread that clung to me like a shadow. The digital landscape I had navigated through my career, once a realm of puzzles and systems, now felt starkly dangerous, like a labyrinth with no exit. My mind raced back to the way Phil had leaned over my shoulder, his eyes wide with a disturbing kind of gleeful curiosity as I hesitated. It wasn't just a request, it was a command cloaked in charm, and that realization gnawed at me. Was I right to refuse him? I spent hours reanalyzing the CEO's likely discomfort with such a blatant breach. Was my loyalty to my company, and my moral judgment, sufficient to stave off whatever dark currents Phil harbored? The days turned into a montage of anxiety, each muted conversation in the office paired with potential repercussions of my actions. I saw Phil's face invade my thoughts during quiet moments, blurred in the background like a face of a clock I desperately wished to reset. As the following weeks unfolded, I noticed strange patterns, missed calls from various officials trying to reach Phil, the abrupt tightening of our security protocols, and whispers through the grapevine about a mysterious investor pulling out of a significant project. My heart sank when I came across a hacker forum late one evening, images floating by of exposed data breaches that unnervingly mirrored our own systems. Each headline carried the weight of the unknown, and somewhere beneath that certainty, I began to understand that I had unknowingly become part of a larger story riddled with deception and betrayal. Maybe I had been granted a moment of clarity when I denied Phil access, or perhaps, I had just plunged myself into deeper waters. I could have been swimming alongside a potential monster. Instead, I had steered clear. Every so often, I would glance towards the conference room where Phil's presence lingered in phantom echoes, wondering if we'd see him again, and if so, which version would be through the door, the charming friend or the potential threat. As days melted into weeks, I felt a weight lift ever so slightly, as if I had donned iron armor instead of the corporate cloak I'd worn every day. One afternoon, while I stopped by reception, fate, the universe, or maybe just bad coffee, conspired against me. As I turned toward the entrance, an unfamiliar tension bridged the air, causing me to freeze when a figure emerged from the elevator. It was Phil, flanked by two men in sharply tailored suits, all too aware of the eyes glued to them. Instinctively, I stepped back into the shadows, my breath caught in my throat. My heart raced as I caught snippets of their conversation, sharp whispers slicing through the air like glass. My mind raced, the part of me that believed I was watching something unfold mixed with the part that wanted to flee. I leaned closer, carefully inching to eavesdrop, desperate to piece together this puzzle I thought had already revealed its face. "We need the access. The board is getting jittery," one of the men remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. "Your friend's been making waves I'd rather avoid." "We'll get what we need, just not through that particular door," Phil laughed, but it lacked any richness. "Those techies live in fear, just mention my name, and they'll scramble to please." A swell of realization hit me. Phil wasn't just a charming friend, he was a manipulator. The encounter pulled back the velvet curtain I had hesitated long to unravel. As they turned to leave, I was struck by a vicious wave of adrenaline. Suddenly, I understood my responsibility. It wasn't just about protecting our data, it was about safeguarding us all from the potential peril Phil represented. That evening, shaken yet resolute, I walked straight into my manager's office, recounting every detail I had overheard. Their eyes widened, and in that moment, I felt the weight of trust settle onto my shoulders with an enormity I couldn't ignore. The investigation that followed soon revealed layers to Phil's involvement that I had meticulously unearthed, and soon enough, the air at the office shifted from unease to renewed vigor as my colleagues rallied together. I learned that sometimes the bonds formed in the corporate world aren't as straightforward as they seem, and loyalty becomes a dual-edged sword, cutting through the mist of what was mere friendship to a murky underbelly of ambition and unresolved karma. The road to recovery for our company was lengthy, marked by security audits and sleepless nights, but as months passed, I felt gratitude seep through, a reminder that by trusting my instincts, I had steered clear of a treacherous undercurrent. So, here we are, standing at the precipice of newfound awareness, and while the heaviness of Phil's actions lingers behind us, I step forward unburdened, each day a chance to rebuild, reflect, and reclaim a piece of the innocence that once defined my work. And yes, in this odd journey of corporate twists and questionable loyalties, I've learned that sometimes, a single moment's hesitation can be the difference between chaos and clarity. The journey ahead seemed uncertain, yet I found solace in the routine, a comfort in the familiar. I remapped my landscape at work, investing my energy into projects that restored trust, not just with my team, but within myself. Each morning, I arrived at the office with a renewed purpose, greeting colleagues with genuine smiles and open conversations, hoping to cultivate an environment where honesty outshone the shadows of betrayal. Little things began to change. The light banter over coffee breaks turned into brainstorming sessions about cybersecurity measures, bridging gaps that had formed in our wake of suspicion. I knew this wasn't just about protecting our systems anymore, it was about building a fortification of camaraderie, one fortified with shared knowledge rather than whispered fears. Phil's absence echoed through the dimly lit halls of the office. I would catch the occasional mention of him in hushed voices or see glances exchanged over lunch, but it was as if he had become a ghost, haunting yet intangible. My gut had screamed at me during his visit, a dire warning that felt far too instinctual to ignore. I could now reflect with clarity, grateful that I had stood my ground. Yet, memories of our once harmless exchanges lingered, the laughter and camaraderie we shared, creating an unsettling juxtaposition against the malicious actions I had uncovered. And sometimes, late at night, when the hum of my computer quieted down and the office had long emptied, doubts would creep in, taunting me with what-ifs. What if I'd been wrong? What if my immediate judgment had cost Phil a chance to redeem himself? But with each passing week, the dread eased, and a surprising friendship blossomed with Jess, our new cybersecurity analyst. She brought in an air of enthusiasm that was infectious, balancing my dark musings with her lighthearted wit. One evening, while working late to refine a presentation for our next team meeting, we found ourselves wrapped in conversation about resilience and trust. The way she recounted stories of corporate misdeeds, her voice laced with a mix of humor and frustration, reminded me that I wasn't alone in navigating this gauntlet. People can be unpredictable, she said, her fingers tapping away, bringing up statistics on another data breach attempt that had emerged that very week. But the beauty of it is learning to adapt. You learn to protect yourself, navigate those waters. Her words resonated with me, and I couldn't help but smile, appreciating how innate her perspective seemed, refreshing amidst the turmoil I had faced. Time flowed, and the routine of our work settled in, punctuated by updates on network security measures and a few unnecessary corporate meetings that felt like a labyrinth with no end. Gradually, I discovered that Phil had been discreetly sending out feelers, trying to return to good graces with the company and some of my coworkers through casual lunches and goodwill gestures. My emotions pulled in ridiculous directions. On one side was the anger for what he'd done, the way he had endangered something we had built together. On the other side, an odd sympathy for someone who felt like a friend and an ally until the truth tumbled down like a shattered mirror. And then came the day when my assumptions would be challenged yet again. I stepped out for an uneventful lunch, but fate decided to intervene. I just raised my fork, ready for a small battle with a sandwich, when I spotted him across the street. Phil, in a well-tailored suit but with an air of dishevelment that suggested he had not been sleeping well, appeared more gaunt than I remembered. I hesitated, my heartbeat quickening, not out of anger, but turmoil. I could feel the remnants of compassion creeping in, battling against the memories of treachery. Should I approach? Or was it simply too far gone? The tides of time ebbed and flowed around me as I wrestled with my feelings, caught in a storm of potential confrontation. Ultimately, curiosity overpowered my trepidation. I set my sandwich down, took a deep breath, and crossed the street, finding myself standing in front of him, heart pounding in my chest. The fleeting expression on his face flickered between surprise and vulnerability, and for a moment, the bitterness of the past was suspended in the charged atmosphere around us. "Hey," I forced out, a word loaded with years of complexity, "can we talk?" His eyes widened, and as he nodded, I silently realized that perhaps this moment, this conversation, could be a bridge to healing for both of us, or at the very least, a way to let go of some lingering weight. We stood there, two figures at the crossroads of our making, ready to engage in a dialogue that might just reshape our understanding of trust and the shadows that lurked in corporate corridors. Whether it would lead to one step forward or a spiral into chaos, only time would tell, but as I looked into his eyes, I felt ready to face whatever he would throw my way, hoping it would come with clarity, for both our sakes. I never set out to ruin anyone's life, but that fateful night, as I sat in front of my laptop with the dim light flickering against the wall, the temptation loomed larger than life. I found myself staring at my English teacher's online account, the very account that had control over my academic fate. It was the end of my sophomore year, and despite my best efforts, my grades were slipping into territory I never imagined I'd face. There were various factors contributing to my decline. My father's unexpected layoff had thrown my household into chaos, and it felt as if every ounce of stability was crumbling around me. I had always been a diligent student, never once worried about failing. But the thought of ending up with a failing grade in an already difficult subject made my stomach churn. I could picture my parents' disappointment, especially my dad, who had always believed in my potential. He'd dreamed of me getting into a great college, a dream that now seemed to slip further out of reach. As the pressure mounted, I noticed that my teacher, Miss Collins, had been particularly hard on me lately, marking down my essays for minor mistakes and offering less encouragement than before. It felt personal, and after a disappointing grade on my latest paper, I thought about how futile it was to keep trying. In a moment of frustration, I recalled hearing from a friend about a simple vulnerability in our school's online system that allowed access to faculty accounts. I'd never been the type to break rules, but the idea began to seep into my thoughts, whispering promises of relief. After tossing and turning for days, the doubt turned to resolve. That evening, as I sat down to research how to disable my teacher's account, I felt an odd mixture of excitement and dread coursing through me. It was almost like a game, except the stakes were my future. The process itself was surprisingly straightforward. I kept reminding myself that this wasn't just about my laziness, it was about unfortunate circumstances. With every click, I felt my ethical boundaries shift a little further. "Just this once," I whispered to myself, the words barely escaping my lips as I braced for the fallout. It took less than 10 minutes to find the right settings and disable Ms. Collins's account. The immediate rush felt exhilarating, a wildly irresponsible thrill that coursed through me, but that euphoria was quickly dampened by the weight of the decision I had just made. Days passed, and I experienced a strange sense of relief in my classes. I knew my work would go unnoticed, and I could relax without the suffocating fear of failure hanging over my head. But guilt began to gnaw at me. My classmates' confusion when Ms. Collins was absent only added to the tension. They had no idea that I was at the center of it all, the anonymous puppet master pulling strings in the shadows. Each passing day felt like a mini-eternity, the relief once felt now shrouded in shame. Driving home from school one day, I caught a glimpse of my father's hopeful face reflecting on the rearview mirror. I couldn't bear the thought of disappointing him, and the guilt continued to twist deeper into my subconscious. As I turned onto our street, an unsettling thought surfaced: what if someone found out? The implications began to feel real as I lay awake at night, replaying the moment of my decision over and over. Had I really thought this through? I felt like I was teetering on the edge of an abyss, ready to fall at any moment. And then, a call came through my phone one afternoon, a notification from the school board announcing Ms. Collins's unexpected absence due to health reasons, a shock that hit me like a punch to the gut. The mutual blame grew across the students, as they speculated on the cause of her absence. It felt like I was walking in a house of cards, and I had just blown a breath of wind that could bring the whole thing crashing down. Eventually, I chose to come clean. Sitting in front of a blank document hours later, I laid out everything: the pressure, the guilt, and most importantly, the fear of failure that had driven my reckless decision. It felt liberating, this carved-out confession, although I still trembled at what could come next. I sent it directly to Ms. Collins's school email, unsure of how she would react but hoping for understanding rather than punishment. A few days later, I received a reply that wasn't quite what I expected. Ms. Collins thanked me for my honesty, acknowledging the pressures students face and promising to support me rather than punish me. That day, I learned an invaluable lesson about integrity, resilience, and the shared burden of expectations. Feeling incredibly relieved, I stepped into my final exams with a motivation I had previously lacked. I didn't get perfect scores, but I didn't fail either. I learned that sometimes, the weight of our decisions can lead to unexpected revelations and growth. Reflecting on that period of my life, I still get chills when I think about how close I came to crossing a line I would never have been able to return from. To this day, I carry that lesson with me. Honesty, integrity, and vulnerability can guide us through even the darkest decisions. Update: a few months later, Ms. Collins and I were paired at a school event, and she brought it up with a smile, acknowledging that my story had encouraged her to open conversations about mental health and pressure with her students. It felt surreal to laugh with her about it, and I understood that every choice matters, rippling across our lives in ways we sometimes can't predict. As I stood there, reminiscing about that surreal evening with Ms. Collins at the school event, a comforting warmth washed over me, stitching together the fragmented pieces of a time when my decision felt like a life or death situation. It was hard to believe that only months ago, I was a desperate teenager, standing on the precipice of failure, feeling invisible under the glaring fluorescent lights of a classroom that echoed with tension and judgment. That year had been a turbulent tide of anxiety and overwhelming expectations, where every test felt like an inescapable wave threatening to crash down on me. I remember how Ms. Collins, with her understated elegance and an ever-watchful eye, often noticed the tremors in our voices during presentations or the way we shuffled nervously in our seats during exams. But what struck me most about her was her passion for making the curriculum engaging, using humor and relatable stories to connect with her students. Somehow, this made the pressure feel even heavier. I didn't just want to meet her standards, I wanted to impress her. When I confronted that moment of vulnerability, the line between device and desperation blurred into that fateful choice. Disabling her account felt like both an act of defiance and a moment of deep betrayal. Yet, the weight of my subsequent guilt transformed into lessons I gradually started to share with my peers about honesty and transparency. After the event, our conversation meandered into deeper territories as we both reflected on how life decisions ripple outwards, subtly shaping the landscapes of our lives in ways we seldom acknowledge. Ms. Collins talked about her experiences, her own struggles with balancing expectations and reality, recounting how she had once been a high-achieving student too, feeling the suffocating pressure of attaining perfection. I listened, enraptured, realizing that behind her authoritative presence was a human being grappling with the same battles we all faced. That evening stands out in my memory more for its laughter than its tension. As we navigated the ebb and flow of our conversation, I felt an indescribable bond forming, one that transcended the boundaries of teacher and student. We were fellow travelers on this winding path of life, taking turns to share our stories, really listening to each other. Eventually, as the event wound down and we dispersed into the night, I walked away with a profound sense of closure and clarity about choices, acknowledging that sometimes the darkest moments of our lives don't define us. What truly matters is how we choose to learn from them and connect with others in the aftermath. Reflecting back now, I see how that incident influenced not just Ms. Collins but the entire class. More students began to speak up, sharing their stress and feeling validated in their struggles. It was a ripple effect, her candid acknowledgement empowering others to be open about their mental health challenges. I took pride in knowing my small act of sabotage had inadvertently sparked a larger conversation about self-worth beyond grades, transforming a potentially divisive moment into a collaborative effort to redefine success. As for me, I embraced my initial fear and shifted it into motivation, becoming an advocate within my school for discussions around mental health awareness, learning how to navigate the murky waters of failure alongside determination. I came to realize that growth isn't linear and that sometimes, we stumble into unexpected openings that allow for healing. And as time goes on, I can't help but wonder how many other stories are interwoven with ours, caught in the web of choices, redemption, and connection, forever rippling across the tapestry of our lives. It reminds me that every action, no matter how small, has its role, be it enlightening or obscure, and leaves an imprint on the heart. After all, we're all just trying to find our way, aren't we? Life continued to unfold in unpredictable ways after that fateful encounter with Ms. Collins at the school event. I found myself reflecting not only on my own journey but also on the lives of my classmates, each of us grappling with our own unique pressures. Every conversation seemed to dance with unspoken stories beneath the surface. I would watch as students shared their ambitions and anxieties, forming delicate threads connecting their aspirations, fears, and the instinctual desire to find safety in numbers. We had all learned to wear our facades, often presenting an image of confidence while battling doubts that gnawed at our insides. The pressure to excel remained heavy, cloaking our days like a fog that never fully lifted. Yet, something began to shift in me. As I grew closer to my peers, I learned snippets of their struggles. Some faced obstacles far greater than my fleeting brush with desperation. A classmate of mine, Jake, had been dealing with the ramifications of a home environment suffused with discord. Another, Sarah, was burdened by the weight of her family's expectations, contemplating medical school while harboring a passion for art. These revelations fostered a sense of camaraderie that seemed to weave us together like a vibrant tapestry. I felt compelled to create a safe space where, perhaps for a moment, we could shed our masks and be vulnerable. So, I organized a small gathering at my house one rainy Friday evening, inviting a few close friends over for a night of games and sharing, without the pressure of grades or judgment looming over us. The air was thick with laughter and the rich aroma of popcorn as we played ridiculous party games and debated who would win in a battle between superheroes. But as the night progressed, I steered the conversation to a quieter course, gently encouraging everyone to share something meaningful. Much to my surprise, the mood shifted from playful banter to genuine revelations. Secrets spilled forth like a release valve. I listened to Jake as he recounted moments of feeling trapped at home, how school felt like both a refuge and a battleground. Sarah opened up about the crushing weight of expectations, sharing her dreams of pursuing art that felt so beyond her family's understanding. As I shared my own story, the absurdity and depth of my decision to hack into Ms. Collins' account, the warmth of acceptance settled over us, binding us closer as we embraced each other's truths. That evening felt magical. It was as if we were stitching new seams into our lives, allowing ourselves to be imperfect and whole in the same breath. Days turned into weeks, and our small gatherings morphed into regular meetings, where we'd share laughter intermingled with vulnerability, creating an environment ripe for growth and support. There was something beautifully comforting in knowing that we each held space for one another. Conversations about our dreams and strategies on how to navigate the murky waters of life filled the air. Insignificant moments transformed into significant lessons, the ripples of which spread far beyond our cozy circle. The bonds we forged became an unspoken agreement. We would lift each other up through challenges, remind one another that vulnerability is strength, and dissect the chaos of high school together. By the time graduation approached, I could see the change in my friends. Their faces bore a certain glow, a confidence they hadn't possessed before. We were stepping into new chapters, but whatever uncertainties lay ahead, we now had this constellation of support that sparked the courage to tackle life's unpredictability. On the last day of school, standing outside the building one last time, I felt an overwhelming gratitude for the connections we had created. As we hugged, snapped countless pictures, and made promises to stay in touch, I was hit with a profound sense of closure. I knew that the ripples of our choices had tangled beautifully. We were no longer just individuals lost in the struggles of adolescence. We were a group, connected by experiences that molded us into who we had become. In the quiet corners of my mind, I reflected on Ms. Collins and the impact of that one fateful decision. She had not only inspired me to be honest in my struggles but had also unknowingly set off a chain reaction that taught so many of us the value of openness and connection. As we prepared to step into the future, I whispered a silent thank you to the universe for the divine messiness of our intertwining lives and the lessons that inevitably came from forging connections, even in the most unexpected and challenging of circumstances. After all, we're all just navigating uncharted waters, aren't we? The first time I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me at the office was a Tuesday morning, just after I'd refilled my coffee for the third time. I'd been with the federal government for nearly a decade, and while I loved the sense of purpose that came with serving the public, the lingering tension in the air lately felt palpable, almost like a living entity hovering above every email and conversation. It wasn't just me. Colleagues whispered in hushed tones about changing policies and shifting priorities, each day seeming laced with uncertainty. I was a junior analyst in the Department of Health and Human Services, and my job had always been about drowning in data but finding comfort in the mission, to ensure the well-being of our community. But in the past few months, that mission felt compromised, diluting into the political fray that churned silently around us. It was a typical day, the kind that felt achingly monotonous, dotted by the buzz of fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee. Yet, amidst the predictability, a low hum of anxiety snaked through the office, and I found myself endlessly tapping at my keyboard, attempting to focus on my reports. My desk was cluttered with printed research, sticky notes scribbled with reminders, but my mind drifted toward a conversation I'd overheard between two senior colleagues. They were debating the whisper of budget cuts, and whether recent changes in administration would affect funding for the health programs that had been my focus. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, flickering vulnerability like a neon sign in darkened streets. The success of the initiatives I was so passionate about was on shaky ground, and I couldn't shake the thoughts of the families who relied on these programs, all while grappling with my own ambition. I wanted to rise in my career, to advocate for those who couldn't speak for themselves, yet fear crawled beneath my skin, a reminder that I needed to tread carefully. After a long day, when the sunset stained the skyscrapers outside my window with warm hues, I felt a sudden, desperate urge to connect with my peers. Taking a breath, I shot a message into our office group chat, just curious, what's the mood like these days? The response was immediate, a flood of uncertainty and fear cascaded in. It's rough, one colleague admitted, echoing my hidden turmoil, I just don't know how long we can keep this up. Another added, the higher-ups seem lost. I felt a sense of camaraderie bonding us, yet the tension climbed, thick and suffocating. I had always valued open discussions, believing they produced solutions, but this felt different, a confrontation with shadows rather than a rally toward collective strength. Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, discussions began to swirl about potential layoffs and department restructures. I barely noticed the changing colors of autumn outside our windows as my focus narrowed on the fear-driven thoughts bottlenecking my creativity. One evening, as I sat alone in my car before heading home, I received an email from an upper management figure, something about a meeting the following week. The subject line was enough to send adrenaline pumping through my veins, reassessing organizational structure. My heart raced as I scanned the office lobby, eyes meeting colleagues, all wearing similar masks of uncertainty. Anxiety tightened its grip, and I decided to reach out to one of my closest colleagues, Leah, who shared my worries. We met after work at a small coffee shop down the street, both of us searching for solace in the warmth of chamomile tea. I formulated a brief strategy in my mind, a small glimmer of hope for restoring our shared sense of purpose. But as I shared my concerns, Leah sighed, the flickering light of a candle casting long shadows on her face. It's not just about us losing our jobs, it's about the lives that depend on our work, she said, her voice cracking slightly. That statement echoed in my mind, guiding my thoughts toward a deeper commitment. In the following days, I finally made a choice. I could either remain a passive observer or take an active role in our shifting landscape. I organized a small lunch discussion with the office, a chance for us to speak honestly about our fears, hopes, and the future of our services. When the day came, I stood nervously at the front of the conference room, surrounded by familiar faces, and allowed vulnerability to flow through me as I shared my own anxieties about our mission being lost amidst political games. To my surprise, they opened up in return, sharing stories that intertwined their lives with those of the people we served. What began as a timid discussion transformed into a heartfelt exchange that lifted the invisible weight off our shoulders. As stories unfolded, it became not merely a session of venting, but a renewal of our collective commitment to those we served. I noticed smiles breaking through the grim facade, expressions of shared purpose guiding me through to a dimension of hope. Weeks passed, and while the winds of change continued to blow harshly outside, we found security in our bond. The meeting I had dreaded arrived unexpectedly. However, it turned out that our shared spirit had sparked an initiative that returned focus to our core objectives and revitalized commitments. The leadership recognized the depths of our work, and slowly, the tide began to shift. The ultimate resolution felt like breathing fresh air after being underwater for far too long. In the end, while uncertainty still loomed on the horizon, we had formed an unbreakable support network which kindled a flame of resilience that would carry us forward. Looking back, there was grace to be found in those moments of vulnerability that led to such reaffirming transformation. And just like that, amidst the cacophony of office life, we discovered that connection and openness can weather even the most tempestuous storms. After all, in the humdrum routine of the federal government, it was the shared understanding of our mission that ultimately tethered us together. A month later, as I draft this, I can't help but reflect on how fear morphed into fortitude. Those who once felt mute in the silence learned to vocalize their passion, thus finding strength in community, and in time, I understood that my greatest narrative wasn't just about the bureaucratic machinery, but about people, and the stories that bind us all together. When I look back on that month in the cavernous halls of the federal building, it's strange how the discomfort of uncertainty transformed into something approaching grace. I remember the first time I overheard two colleagues in the break room, their voices a beautiful blend of laughter and understanding. There was Kelly, a mid-level analyst with an incredible knack for predicting policy trends, and James, whose deadpan humor often masked an extraordinary dedication to his work. They were engaged in a spirited debate about the merits of a new regulation, but instead of leading them to the usual corporate competition, it sparked an affiliation that felt far more enriching. It was in those casual moments where we leaned into vulnerability and authenticity that shifted our energy. I can't help but smile at how we began to celebrate small victories by bringing in homemade treats on Fridays, transforming mundane workdays into little havens of connection. We would gather around the kitchen table, laden with cookies, fruit platters, and an occasional leftover casserole. Sharing food felt like the oldest and simplest gesture of closeness. Secretly, we all hoped these interactions would bolster us against the heaviness of our duties, which often seemed to stack higher as the stream of regulations poured in from the top. Amidst the ever-present talk of budgets and deadlines, deeper conversations about life outside the office sprung forth. I learned that James was going through a rough patch with his wife, and amid the company banter that surfaced from the shared snacks, he allowed himself to share his worries. Kelly, in her gentle yet tenacious manner, proffered advice, sharing how community gardens had nurtured her connection with neighbors and, in turn, helped her grow a sense of belonging. Listening to these stories became my solace. In this network of souls thrown together by duty, I found my voice and a purpose that exceeded the sum of our tasks. We were threading our stories into a larger mosaic that was both personal and communal, an unexpected demonstration of resilience that extended beyond project deadlines. Yet, amidst this blooming camaraderie, unrest lurked in the shadows of our building, infiltrating my peace. Rumors had begun swirling about budget cuts that would target our department. The stress accumulated like spring rain, a quiet weight upon the shoulders of my coworkers, and I could see it in the faces of even my most spirited colleagues. Kelly lost her typical enthusiasm, her smiles roaming further into the realm of forced gestures. I could sense the hive mind forming again, the collective fear that, like a rising tide, would wash over the connections we had spent weeks nurturing. During one of those moments, after the customary Friday snack session, I gathered the courage to speak up. What if we, as a team, host an informal meeting to air our thoughts? To strategize how we can articulate our worth to the higher-ups? Silence wrapped around us for a heartbeat before the murmur of agreement started to build. James nodded, wiping crumbs from his fingers as he offered to draft an agenda, while Kelly suggested we invite others from different departments, illustratively bolstering our diverse strengths. The week that followed became transformative. Those sessions were more than a meeting of minds, they were a heartbeat. Each voice harmonized with urgency and relief, intertwining resumes and success stories, defiantly tethering us to our mission and our value. As we drew closer to our presentation to senior management, I watched as Kelly and James regained their spark, radiating conviction that pulsed through our group. The day we presented came like a soft sunrise, nervously bright yet filled with potential. Stepping into that conference room, I felt a tide of collective strength wash over me, calming the nerves that had clawed at my stomach. The discussions flowed freely. It was more than just facts and figures. We painted a picture of our responsibilities, their impact, and how each of us was a thread in the intricate fabric of our organization. By the end, we left the room with heartbeats echoing off the walls, and although it was too soon to gauge the repercussion of our efforts, the liberation of our voices echoed in the corridors far beyond that day. Looking back, I knew the journey hadn't just been one of advocacy for our work but a profound understanding of connection and the ways in which we could support each other in the face of uncertainty. A few weeks later, we received the news that funding would be reallocated, and while we weren't entirely out of the woods, our department would remain intact for the time being. There was cheer and relief among us, and I was overcome with a sense of purpose I hadn't anticipated. As we celebrated, surrounded by laughter and the remnants of a potluck, I realized my narrative had grown beyond my initial fears of bureaucratic red tape. My greatest takeaway wasn't the survival of our department, it was the unexpected gift of community. And so, as I sit here reflecting, the threads weaving through our lives, a blend of doubt, resilience, compassion, and hope, remind me that, ultimately, it wasn't just about doing one's job well, but rather discovering the power of our collective stories that fortified our mission. Update: several months later, the camaraderie remains. The workings of the federal government can still feel daunting at times, but we've found a rhythm. Recently, Kelly organized a book club focusing on various genres, and while our discussions often wade through the waters of policy, they now reflect the broader human experience we are all navigating together. I think of how far we've come and know that in our own quiet little corner of the bureaucracy, we're crafting not just policies but lasting friendships that will endure long after budgets are reviewed. And in that, I find comfort, always looking forward to the stories yet to be told. In this newfound camaraderie, each gathering became a gentle reminder that the monotony of government life could blossom into something more profound and rich. Our book club meetings transformed from mandatory coffee breaks into indulgent explorations of literature and philosophy, with everyone silently celebrating their chance to share and engage in a sanctuary that was far removed from metrics, deadlines, and surveillance. One afternoon, as the sun streamed through the tall office windows, painting the concrete space in hues of gold, we delved into a collection of short stories that explored the essence of humanity, tales of triumph, tragedy, and everything in between. It was here, amidst the laughter and solemn pauses, that I shared my own story, one that I had kept tucked away in my heart for years. I spoke of my arrival in Washington, D.C., a young idealist fresh out of college, bloom-stunted by the stark realization that reality was less about the uplifting calls for change I had imagined and more about routing paperwork and navigating through labyrinthine regulations. The room fell silent as I described the day I sat in my office, staring at a stack of files that felt like a mountain, discouraging me from moving forward. I shared the moment when I had considered walking away, feeling invisible in a sea of formality, only to encounter an older colleague, Mr. Henderson, who would change my perspective forever. Those words ignited something within our group, a realization that we were all merely figures in a vast sea, collectively struggling to keep our heads above water. And then, as if stirred by an unseen current, others began to share their own fears and aspirations, the young intern working late-night shifts while juggling classes, the single mother striving for stability, the long-time employee fighting to keep optimism alive in a world that felt all too often heavy with cynicism. Each voice was distinct yet harmonized into a beautiful cacophony of vulnerability, weaving threads of connection between us. It struck me then how our small gathering, initially viewed as just another obligation, had become a tapestry of shared experiences, stitched together by empathy and understanding. Weeks turned into months, and each meeting deepened our bond, eclipsing the original intent of simply escaping the office grind. We began to celebrate birthdays, organize potlucks, and even staged mini poetry slams, where we poured our hearts into verses that dared to question the very fabric of our lives. In those moments, the warp and weft of our daily government duties became laden with the richness of humanity. It was refreshing to hear laughter and see the glint in our eyes when we allowed ourselves to be just people, stripped of titles and responsibilities. However, the peace was disrupted one Wednesday. Just as we settled into our routine, an email pinged across our screens announcing budget cuts, deep, suffocating cuts that would ripple through our departments, threatening jobs and projects. The collective sigh that followed was palpable, settling like fog in the air. I felt my heart sink as I glanced around the room, meeting the worried eyes of my colleagues. What had blossomed felt suddenly fragile, as though one gust of wind could scatter our fledgling community. After a tense discussion, rather than growing weary, we resolved to hold each other up. This time, we would not linger in silence. In the days that followed, we became a fortress. Inspired by our honest discussions, we rallied together, strategizing how to advocate for our team and the services we provided. Fueled by our connections, we wrote letters, organized meetings, and shared stories of the real impact our work had on ordinary lives. The pages of policy we lived in were not merely lines and clauses, they had substance, shaped by the moments of joy, support, and connection we cultivated daily. Our efforts did not go unnoticed. Slowly, perspective shifted as senior management began to recognize the value of our united voices. Though the process was harrowing, our resilience became evident. We engaged with those across departments, sharing insights, proving that the threads of connection woven through our book club extended far beyond our intimate gatherings. They formed a lifeline to the larger community. Gradually, the budgets were revised, and while some cuts remained inevitable, our department emerged transformed by solidarity. Looking back now, I realize that these challenging moments were not merely obstacles, they were vital threads that added depth to our narrative, a reminder of the power inherent in shared experiences and common goals. As I sit here, reflecting on the past few months, I understand that what began as an avenue for escaping the monotony of bureaucracy evolved into a powerful testament to our humanity. I've learned that when we stand together, even the most daunting bureaucratic machinery can be rendered manageable through connection, laughter, and shared stories. In conclusion, I feel a bittersweet tug at my heart as I contemplate what lies ahead. Our tales continue to unfold, each day filled with new chapters that I can't help but look forward to embracing. Who knows what stories we will create next? For now, I find solace in knowing I am not alone in this journey. In the warmth of our shared experiences, the spirit of our community thrives, untouched by the challenges that loom outside the walls of our office, reminding us that we are, ultimately, the authors of our own narrative. It was just another late night scrolling through Reddit when I stumbled across the thread that would change everything. Ask Reddit, what are your thoughts on a Reddit-wide ban of X links? The post sparked a debate that ignited something deep within me, intertwining my own life with the virtual chaos of the comments section. My name is Charlie, and like many, I had considered Reddit my refuge, a place where I could hide from the anxieties of daily life. At that moment, though, I was navigating a personal storm. You see, my best friend, Sam, had become obsessed with a specific self-help subreddit that peddled dubious life hacks and questionable motivational quotes. I had seen him spiral deeper into these threads, losing touch with the real world around him. The advice was not only impractical, it blurred the line between inspiration and delusion, and Sam had started to believe every word. I felt like the lone survivor in a sinking ship while everyone around me, including him, jumped overboard for half-formed ideas that only left them floundering. My concern transformed into an internal conflict that crept up on me, whispering questions I was too afraid to voice. Should I intervene? Would it damage our friendship if I called out his fascination with this unyielding stream of pseudoscience? I could envision myself approaching him, a trembling figure trying to pierce through the dense fog of his newfound faith in the absurd. Each day bled into the next, my heart caught in a loop of empathy and frustration as I watched him drift farther away from the person I had known. It wasn't just his obsession, it was how it began to tarnish our connection. Texts went unanswered, our gaming nights cancelled. I felt like a ghost, haunting the remnants of a friendship that was rapidly fading. I wondered if anyone else felt what I was feeling, if any of these Redditors had the same sinking sensation as they typed their opinions, each keystroke echoing with a mix of reasoning and desperation that matched my own chaotic thoughts. Then came the night that everything boiled over. I dropped by unannounced, hoping to break through the barrier he had built around himself. When I walked into his room, it was a shrine to these self-help articles, walls plastered with quotes that floated tentatively on the surface of his reality, mocking our childhood dreams of adventure and inspiration. I stood there, a spectator in my own friend's life, until the wave of disappointment washed over me and crashed into words. Sam, this stuff isn't helping you. You're acting like you've found the magic potion to happiness, but I can't watch you drown in it. You're losing yourself. The silence that followed felt eternal, a chasm carved out by every unread message and every void he had created by immersing himself in the threads of empty promises. The look in his eyes was a mixture of surprise, anger, and something that resembled the fading glimmer of understanding. My heart raced as I prepared for conflict. I only hoped he could see the friendship behind my words, rather than just the accusation. I wanted our bond intact, yet I knew that sometimes, voicing your fears brings clarity, even at the risk of rupture. To my surprise, he didn't lash out. Instead, after a long pause that felt like a spine-tingling eternity, he let out a breath I didn't know he was holding. I guess I didn't recognize it until now. He confessed that he felt lost among the noise of countless suggestions. Our conversation meandered slowly, layers of our friendship peeling back to reveal the insecurities and fears that shaped us both. The tension eased, and I felt a flicker of hope as he began to recognize that the community he had wrapped himself in didn't have the roadmap he needed. Over the next few weeks, we designed a plan together, an amalgamation of our own dreams and the wisdom we had learned through navigating stormy seas in the real world. We started with modest goals and allowed each other the grace to try and fail. As Sam and I began carving new paths together, I watched the sinister grip of that obsessive subreddit ease its hold over him. With each setback, conversations became raw yet enlightening, weaving back the threads of companionship that made our bond stronger. It was a journey of rediscovery through shared vulnerability, a reminder of the importance of real interactions over the churning tides of an online community. Looking back, I can't help but feel thankful for that thread, for the way it pushed me to address my worries. Sometimes it takes a catalyst to kickstart the slow journey back to clarity, whether in life or in friendships. I also made a note to follow the ongoing discussion because I realized that we're all navigating our own unique challenges, even those we can't see. Fast forward several months, and Sam is thriving, taking intrinsic steps fueled not by misguided life hacks but by genuine connections and shared experiences. As for me, I learned that sometimes, love and honesty walk hand in hand, leading us to significant change in those we hold dear. I still scroll through Reddit late at night, but now the screen feels a little more alive, much like my friendship with Sam. Sometimes I wonder how many others are waiting for a nudge, and I hope they find the strength to speak up, just as I did. Perhaps in every online debate, there's a little piece of life waiting to be unraveled, stitched together with the threads of compassion. And those are the moments worth savoring. It was just another evening, the kind where the sun dipped low in a sky bruised with shades of orange and pink, casting a soft glow through my window as I settled down with my laptop. The familiarity of the warm light enveloped me, kindled by the comfort of my worn-out favorite blanket. I opened Reddit, my usual sanctuary, the place where countless stories waited to be unearthed. As I scrolled, I happened upon a post that caught my eye. Ask Reddit, what are your thoughts on a Reddit-wide ban of X links? I could almost envision the heated debates already brewing, a digital tempest tucked away within the screens of frustrated and passionate commenters. I could feel the same pull that drew me to Sam that day, the desire to spark conversation and tease out the complexities hidden within seemingly simple questions. Reading through the flurry of responses, I found myself immersed in various perspectives, some people pleading for change, arguing against an oversaturation of a specific disreputable link type, while others embodied the quintessential Reddit spirit of rebellion, insisting that freedom of expression should trump the inconvenience of filtering out the noise. The debate felt visceral and vital, echoing the very conversations I had with Sam when he opened up to me about his struggles. It made me reflect deeply on our small circle dynamics in a larger digital landscape. As I began typing my own comment, I noticed a thread that spoke about the weight of online presence and how not everyone felt valued within these expansive communities. It made me think of Sam again, and how our talks had unearthed layers of vulnerability tucked away behind his laid-back demeanor. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I paused, contemplating how my words might resonate with someone who needed them just as I had needed Sam's honesty. I recounted my experiences of feeling lost in a sea of opinions and how it often took a single nudge to recognize the importance of speaking up, a reminder that every virtual voice had the potential to amplify someone's reality. I felt a surge of purpose, realizing that even while wrapped snugly within the digital ether, there existed a sacred connection among us all, a web of humanity transcending screens and avatars. As I hit post, I sighed, feeling a mix of nervousness and relief. Would my words spark reflection, perhaps even inspire someone to courageously confront a hidden truth? I returned to scrolling, my heart beating gently in tandem with the rhythm of familiar comments and discussions. Hours passed like slow-moving clouds, and yet it felt as if each moment wove another thread into the fabric of my night. When fatigue began to set in, I scrolled to the top of the thread one final time, pausing at my original comment. It was alive, buried beneath a cascade of new replies. To my surprise, a series of thoughtful reflections unfurled in response to my simple nudge, a ripple effect echoing the very change I celebrated with Sam. People were sharing their own experiences, confessing to moments of doubt where they'd felt overlooked, or admitting they had long shelved their thoughts because they were afraid of being banned from discussions altogether. Suddenly, I felt less like a spectator and more like a participant in an ongoing dialogue. It was in those moments that I realized there was tremendous power in the mundane swap of hypothetical questions and shared traumas that unfolded in forums like these. 12 new notifications chimed, and I opened them one by one, feeling this gentle warmth swelling within me like the cozy embrace of my blanket. Every response revealed another story, another life that had shifted in some way, shaped by connection and understanding, even strangers acknowledging shared fears, laughter shared over memes, or heartfelt apologies raining down in the wake of misunderstandings. As I finally prepared to close my laptop, a comment stood apart, resonating deep within me. Thank you for reminding me I am not alone. I've been afraid to share my opinion on X because I didn't think anyone would care. It felt like a small victory in a vast sea of anonymity, to know that perhaps my words had found a home in someone's heart. A soft smile crept across my face as realization settled in that this digital space could be an oasis from the world's coldness, a realm where compassion thrived, just like the companionship I had found with Sam. Slipping into bed, I let the day's conversations weave into my dreams, and I thought of how often we confine ourselves within imaginary barriers while the universe pulses around us, inviting us to let go and embrace the voices that dance in the shared air. It occurred to me that sometimes, love and honesty could extend beyond our immediate circles, reaching out through the vastness of the internet, waiting patiently for those brave enough to grasp them. Yes, it was a lovely evening after all, both in the digital realm and in my soul, and as I drifted off, I held on to the hope that tomorrow might bring another story worth telling, reminding me anew of the power of our connections, wherever they may live. The next day, I found myself wandering through the familiar threads of my favorite subreddits, my heart slightly lighter than it had been before. There was something comforting about diving into the stories of strangers, each post radiating a raw vulnerability that could resonate with the loneliest of souls. I clicked on a thread titled "What are your thoughts on a Reddit-wide ban of X links?" Instead of the usual memes and snarky comments, the replies were a tapestry of experiences showing just how intertwined our lives could be. People were discussing issues related to the controversial links, which often led to discussions about relationships, trust, and the very essence of sharing our experiences online. One user, who I later learned was named Hannah, shared a heartfelt confession about a past betrayal that had occurred because of one such link. Her story struck a chord in me. She wrote about a friend who had shared a private moment publicly, and how it shattered their trust beyond repair. As I read through her narrative, I felt her pain, a visceral ache that I remembered too well from my own experiences with Sam. The comments turned into a collective therapy session, each new reply revealing layers of hurt and healing. People began to share their own stories of loss and redemption, and as the thread blossomed, so did my understanding of how intricate and fragile our digital connections were. With each response, it became increasingly clear how our interactions shaped not just our online lives but our real-world ones too. I felt a tug at my heart when Hannah updated her post to share that she had reached out to her friend after years of silence. She was ready to embrace the vulnerability of forgiveness. In that moment, I realized that perhaps those threads, the ones filled with debates and discussions, were not just pixels on a screen but lifelines connecting us to the essence of what it means to be human. They were invitations to explore deeper themes of empathy, understanding, and the complexity of relationships. Late that night, as I snuggled deeper under my blanket, I had the sensation of unveiling hidden threads of compassion and resilience. Beneath the surface of online discussions, there was a current of connectedness, providing warmth in the cold anonymity of the internet. It felt like I was tapping into something much larger, a shared humanity woven through our stories. My mind drifted back to my friendship with Sam and how our candid conversation had nurtured a garden of trust where none had stood before. I hoped that somehow, I could be the nudge for someone else, just as you might find that flickering light in a dim room. The idea filled me with a tranquil sense of purpose, and I drifted off to sleep once more, eager for what morning might unfold in this ever-evolving dialogue of life and connections. The next morning, I woke up with a peculiar sense of urgency, driven by the desire to share the power of honesty and compassion. I penned down my thoughts about the previous night's thread, capturing the spirit of understanding that flowed through the comments where Hannah had bravely laid bare her heart. I titled my post, "Sometimes, Healing Comes from Unexpected Places." I wrote not just to share my experience, but to remind the world that our voices matter, that even in our vulnerability, we hold the keys to connection and healing. A flood of responses came in, the kind that reinforced my belief in the goodness of our collective spirit. Many users poured their hearts out, sharing experiences of estrangement, reconciliation, and the various shades of love that had shaped their lives. I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude wash over me as I read through the heartfelt messages. There was a comment from a user named Mark that caught my eye. "I've been so scared to talk to my sister after what happened between us. I think I'll finally reach out. Thank you for this." At that moment, I realized this little act of sharing might have a ripple effect, nudging someone toward courage, just like my connection with Sam had. Later in the day, I received a direct message from Hannah, thanking me for my post. She told me she had sat down with her friend, and they had both ended up crying over coffee, airing the grievances that had festered for far too long, and began to mend what they thought was irreparably broken. It struck me how interconnected our lives truly were, threads weaving through one another, forming patterns of sorrow and joy. Each interaction, every reply, was a whispered invitation to open up, to engage, and ultimately, to heal. For the first time in a long while, the universe felt like it was affirming my existence, holding up a mirror to reflect the shared stories and triumphs over adversity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I took a moment to reflect on how far we'd all come, in our little corners of the internet and within the overlaps of our lives. It dawned on me that no matter how daunting the world could seem, we had the power to bring light to dark places, share warmth in cold corners, and cultivate understanding from vulnerability. Maybe every post was a chance for connection, a potential to stir something deep within the hearts of others. The universe was still out there, waiting to be embraced, and as I tucked into bed that night, I couldn't help but smile softly, thinking of all the stories yet to unfold, the lives yet to touch, and the love that would ripple far beyond what I could see. I held close the hope that tomorrow might again bring forth another connection threaded with compassion, another invitation to lean into our shared humanity, and perhaps even a few more moments worth savoring. It was one of those sun-drenched Saturdays in May when everything seemed perfect for a celebration, the kind of day that whispered of new beginnings and the sweetness of life. My wife, Jenna, had spent weeks prepping for her baby shower, her excitement glowing in every corner of our home, from the pastel streamers that adorned the walls to the meticulously arranged table of treats that promised to entice the taste buds of our closest friends and family. I admired her enthusiasm as I bustled around, trying my best to help, albeit clumsily, while my mind was slightly occupied with worries of making everything go smoothly. However, beneath the surface of our seemingly perfect day lay the ripples of an impending conflict, namely my mother-in-law, Sylvia. She was that type of person who could suck all the joy out of a room with just a few careless comments, and I felt a tightening in my chest every time I thought of her arrival. You see, Sylvia and I had always struggled to understand each other. She had her ways, and I had mine, but today was about celebrating Jenna and our soon-to-arrive little one, and I was determined not to let her overshadow this important moment. When Sylvia finally walked through the door, the bright sunshine seemed to dim just a little as her presence filled the space with a sense of foreboding. Her eyes roamed the room, and it didn't take long for her to find something wrong. The tablecloth didn't match the theme, the cupcakes were too sweet, or perhaps, the baby blew a little too much air when I said it'd be appropriate to hand out pacifiers as favors. I could feel myself tense up with each comment that slipped from her lips, and while I was trying to support my wife, the tension was palpable. Then, 30 minutes into the festivities, the real disaster struck. Jenna was in the middle of a heartfelt speech, thanking everyone for their support, and suddenly Sylvia interrupted her in the most public of ways, launching into a tirade about how she believed that, according to family tradition, Jenna should be using a different name for the baby. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was not just a trivial issue, it was a special moment, and as I glanced at Jenna, her face fell, the excitement replaced with confusion and embarrassment. I felt a rush of protective anger surge through me. In that moment, all the pent-up frustration boiled to the surface. I stood up, my heart racing, and said in a voice that was steadier than I felt, "Sylvia, enough. This is not the time to bring that up." The room went silent, and I could feel everyone's eyes on us. Maybe I shouldn't have reacted so strongly, but seeing my wife's hurt face felt like a punch to the gut. I gestured toward the door, my voice firm. "If you can't be supportive, maybe you should step outside for a moment." I watched her face contort, the shock and disbelief evident, and for a split second, I questioned if I had crossed a line. Still, I remained resolute. Sylvia turned on her heel, storming out of the house with an offended huff, murmuring about how ungrateful we were. The aftermath was a swirl of emotions. Guests buzzed with a mix of surprise and awkward tension. Jenna looked crushed, and I felt a wave of guilt wash over me as I approached her, pulling her into a comforting embrace, wanting to reassure her that I only wanted to protect her happiness. To my relief, she surprised me by murmuring softly, "Thank you for standing up for me." It let a little light back into my heart, and as the celebrations continued, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Jenna's friends rallied around her, lifting her spirits with laughter and light-hearted games, and for a while, I allowed myself to revel in the moment, pushing aside the consequences of my earlier actions. But deep down, I wrestled with the thought of how I'd now probably solidified a rift between my wife and her mother. It was a bitter pill to swallow, and as an evening breeze drifted through our open windows, I felt torn between feeling protective of my wife and maintaining peace with Sylvia. In the days that followed, I found myself spiraling deeper into my thoughts. Sylvia called, demanding to talk, and I had to prepare myself for the confrontation that would follow. Surprisingly, when we sat down to speak, I was struck by her vulnerability. She opened up about feeling left out and the pressure of tradition weighing heavily on her shoulders. Through cautious conversation, I learned about her fears of losing her daughter to motherhood, a pain that resonated with me as I thought about my own parents' transition into grandparenthood. I realized I had acted out of impulse, but it didn't change the past. I still had a loving family that needed to find a compromise. Upon returning home, Jenna and I discussed the possibility of inviting her mother back over, trying to mend the torn fabric of our family before the baby arrived. And so it happened. A few weeks later, we hosted a small dinner, during which apologies were exchanged and an understanding was reached. Things certainly shifted, and they may not be ideal, but for now, we created harmony out of chaos, and I learned that sometimes, love requires a measure of patience and a willingness to listen. In retrospect, maybe I was the asshole for my instinctive reaction that day. Perhaps there were better ways to handle the situation without kicking my mother-in-law out. But I also didn't regret standing by my wife, fiercely protecting her in a moment of vulnerability. Family is messy, and though the road to reconciliation is ever evolving, I now know that sometimes you must navigate through the storm to reach the calm that follows. And every bit of our journey, the laughter, the tears, and the misunderstandings have taught us just how precious this new chapter in our lives truly is. As I sat on my bed that evening, shrouded in the soft glow of the bedside lamp, 1,000 thoughts swirled in my mind, each one heavier than the last. I had replayed that chaotic moment from the baby shower over and over like a broken record, searching for a sign that would confirm whether my instincts had led me right, or if I had truly crossed an unforgivable line. The laughter of our friends and family felt very distant now, fading like echoes in a cavern, replaced swiftly by the memory of my wife's tear-streaked face as she hurried into our bedroom to avoid any further conflict. She was carrying the weight of impending motherhood, stretched tight like a thin thread, and it had taken just a few careless words from her own mother to snap that thread. Seeing her heartache had ignited a fire within me, one that I wasn't sure I could contain. My mother-in-law's unfiltered comments blended with the uneasiness of the day, how she had seemed so determined to insert her perspectives on parenting, as if she was the one digging her heels into the ground while our lives were changing in uncharted ways, a territory that belonged to my wife and me alone. As the evening unfolded, I found solace in preparing a calming chamomile tea. The ritual seemed to slow time, allowing me to breathe in deeply and let the warm scent engulf me. I climbed into bed, the blankets cocooning me in a false sense of security while I waited for my wife to return. Minutes stretched, but just as I began to worry, I heard the softly creaking door hinge, a familiar sound that stirred a mix of anxiety and comfort. My wife, her dark hair tousled and eyes reflecting remnants of sorrow, slipped quietly into the room. She settled beside me, and at that moment, the world outside faded away. We sat in silence, the kind of silence that was both heavy and light, until she finally turned to me, her voice barely a whisper. "Did you really mean what you said?" The question hung in the air, and I felt my heart race, unsure of whether she was referring to my outburst at her mother, or my unending commitment to her. I rested my hand on her knee, wanting her to feel the certainty that buried deep within me, a promise of support and love. "I did," I replied, swallowing hard. "I would do anything to protect you, to give you the space you need to breathe and to enjoy this moment. I just wish it didn't have to turn out like that." Her eyes glistened as she listened, and before I knew it, she was leaning into me, softness enveloping the tension we had been navigating. "I don't think you're the asshole," she finally sighed, and with that, a weight lifted. We spent hours talking, recounting moments of laughter and joy shared with friends that day, allowing ourselves to drown out the negativity that had seeped in. It felt cathartic to process the situation as a team, dissecting my mother-in-law's motives and her unwavering beliefs regarding parenthood. In the days that followed, we tentatively re-established connections with family, recognizing that confrontation wouldn't mend the fragility of the relationships we had nurtured. I called my mother-in-law shortly after our heart-to-heart, a move that surprised even me. Over the phone, feelings bubbled to the surface, empathy and forgiveness teetered on the edge as my throat went dry with uncertainty. I told her my side, we both teetered around our truths, and even though her voice was laced with defensiveness, there were moments of understanding, like threads stitching together the rips in our bond. It was humbling to recognize that the older generation often has their own baggage, fears and regrets hidden behind open mouths, bursting at the seams during celebrations meant for joy. It wasn't easy to navigate those conversations, but every effort became a stepping stone toward healing. Gradually, we created a delicate truce. When the day of the baby's arrival came, weeks later, we stood together, hand in hand, in the delivery room, my wife exhibiting strength I had never witnessed. The moment she held our child for the first time, there were no words to describe the overwhelming rush of love and tenderness that enveloped us both. The air was heavy with realization. We weren't just welcoming a new member of our family, we were forging a deeper connection within our own little world, while learning how to coexist with those we hold dear, despite our differences. As we navigated through the chaos of new parenthood, family visits filled the days, and though at times, the air thickened with lingering tension, we remained vigilant, united in our commitment to each other's happiness. And perhaps that moment at the baby shower, messy as it had been, allowed us to find clarity in our approach to love, communication, and the intricate tapestry of family life. Months later, we embraced the chaotic beauty of parenthood, friends texting late into the night, laughter bouncing off the walls of our once quiet home. The lessons learned from that day remained etched in my heart. I no longer saw motherhood and family as simple constructs that existed in perfect harmony. No, it was a tumultuous sea that required navigating the waves of imperfections, one thoughtful action at a time. Looking back, I would never regret taking my wife's side that day, for it was in that instant I discovered the immeasurable depth of our love. And in the ebb and flow of family life, it became clear to me, as we rocked our newborn son to sleep, that it was well worth the storm I had waded through to find the calm that would follow. As the days turned into weeks following the baby shower incident, the emotional undertow still lingered, even amid the gentle joys of new parenthood. Our son, Caleb, brought enchanting smiles and moments of bliss I'd never foreseen, yet that single, charged moment with my mother-in-law felt like a weight clinging to my chest, an unwelcome cloud hovering over our sunlit days. My wife, Emma, had handled the fallout with such grace. She spoke to her mother multiple times, navigating an apology that I secretly hoped would bridge the gap in their relationship. Though I wanted so desperately to make things right, a quiet part of me felt that my actions were justified. Each time Emma picked up the phone to soothe her mother, I flashed back to that day, reliving my protective instincts, the icy chill of her words when she belittled Emma's fears about becoming a mother. It was uncharted territory for all of us. The little things that had once seemed minor began to feel monumental. As we decorated Caleb's nursery, laughing over colors and themes, I learned a lot about the fragile nature of our lives intertwining. Every department of parenting was steeped in endless questions, yet those moments forged bonds even tighter than I'd ever experienced. I remember specifically one evening, wrapped in a cozy blanket, Emma nursing Caleb while I sat close, watching them share an intimate world of their own. In those tranquil moments, I wiped away insecurities about my role as a father and husband. Those vibrant emotions painted love all around me. But it wasn't long before I could no longer ignore the changes in Emma's demeanor. I noticed the slight downturn of her mouth, the glances she threw towards her phone as if waiting for a message that never came. After a few days of deliberation, I finally asked her if she wanted to reach out to her mother again. Emma sighed, her brow wrinkling as if I'd pressed on a still fresh bruise. "I wish things were different," she finally said, her voice trembling. "I didn't want a rift between us. She was always someone I leaned on." Her admission hung in the air, light but heavy with meaning. I wanted to heal the fracture that my reaction had caused, yet I also grieved for the rift I had helped create, feeling like I had been cast into the rolling waves without a life preserver. Gradually, I came to appreciate that even when we feared failure or confrontation, the need to confront uncomfortable truths was indeed the path toward resolution. One day, I encouraged Emma to write a letter to her mother, to express her feelings as authentically as she could without the pressure of a direct conversation that might stir the tide once more. It seemed therapeutic, piecing together thoughts that had flitted away amidst the chaos of emotions. Watching her pour her heart into that letter ignited a sense of calm in me. Life could be met through love, however imperfect, however messy. Weeks later, I returned home from work to discover Emma sitting in the living room, her expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "I heard from Mom," she announced quietly, gripping Caleb against her chest. The love in her gaze was infectious, simultaneously bringing peace and apprehension to my own heart. She explained how the letter had opened a door. The words flowed freely between them as if acknowledging the storm for what it was, without casting blame. Her mother, too, admitted her shortcomings and regret, recognizing the tempest that had brewed without her even realizing it. Their conversation meandered into a heartfelt exchange about expectations and the bonds that can both bind and separate family members. I could sense the heaviness lifting from Emma, creating space for laughter again, for joy, even among our challenges. Perhaps in some strange way, inviting her mother back into our lives would provide the companionship needed, not just for our son's milestones but also for the caregiving that would render our family life richer. Everything led up to the moment when we decided to invite Emma's mother to meet Caleb. On that warm Saturday afternoon, a few delicate clouds drifted across a sunny sky while the laughter of children reverberated through the air from nearby playgrounds. I prepared myself, half anxious but hopeful. Emma's mother arrived cautiously, her hands clutching a small gift, a soft blanket for our son. I couldn't help but see the nervousness in her actions as she approached, aware that old wounds were still healing beneath the surface. However, when Caleb gazed up at her with those bright, curious eyes, I saw something magical happen. Love blossomed amid uncertainty. As they shared clumsy but heartfelt moments in the nursery, it struck me how bridges could be patched and construable walls dismantled in small, careful increments. My heart swelled as I saw Emma guide her mother, pointing to Caleb's tiny fingers, her proud tone showcasing the sweet chaos of our family life. In that moment, I realized that we all carried our storms in different ways, yet together, we could find harmony amidst the noise. By facing not just my mother-in-law but my own fears, I learned that family doesn't come with guarantees, rather, it evolves, beautifully scarred yet resilient through the tides of time. We could only hope for a sturdy vessel, crafted from understanding and compassion, to sail us into calmer seas. And perhaps for now, it was enough. Confession, I paid my way through college coursework, and now I'm going to graduate with a degree that I did not earn, but rather bought piece by piece. I know how it sounds, flippant, irresponsible, but let me explain before you judge. It all began in my sophomore year when the pressure of maintaining my scholarships while balancing a part-time job became almost unbearable. I was overwhelmed, drowning in courses that felt designed to torment rather than educate. My friends were either excelling effortlessly or struggling gloriously, and I found myself in a dark space of melancholy detachment. One evening, after a particularly intense round of studying that included multiple energy drinks and little sleep, I stumbled upon an online community that offered a service, purchasing coursework and final exams outright. The first transaction felt like a slippery slope, the kind that promises a temporary fix for long-term consequences. Justifying that act of desperation became easy. After all, wouldn't I be earning the degree by paying towards my future? I convinced myself that everyone was cheating in one form or another, they just didn't have the boldness to embrace it quite like I did. As each semester passed, I found myself sinking deeper into a quicksand of deception, carefully crafting excuses for my absence from study sessions and over-exaggerating my partial understanding of the subjects. My friends often praised me for my dedicated work ethic, and although their words would sting momentarily with guilt, I brushed them aside, whispering to myself that I was only finding a shortcut to a frustrating destination. But there lay the essence of my conflict. There were moments, late at night, when the weight of my choices pressed down like a seal, prompting haunting questions. Was I a fraud? Would I deserve to step on the stage come graduation? I could already hear my family cheering, my mother's proud smile lighting up the auditorium, unaware of the disingenuous piece of paper I was holding onto so tightly. Everything kept shifting and fracturing within me like glass breaking silently in a forgotten corner, beautiful yet destructive. As graduation approached, the ache of my concealment gnawed beneath my skin. I was a ticking time bomb, a secret kept far too long, and it felt like the walls were closing in, threatening to expose me at any moment. Then, one day while lurching through the cafeteria, a friend pulled me aside. She had suspected something was amiss, and the look on her face struck a match to my carefully constructed facade. Confessing to her felt like actually letting the air out of a balloon. Her response was one I hadn't anticipated. Rather than anger, she offered empathy, admitting that the academic landscape often forced students into corners they had to navigate through dodgy strategies like mine. That moment shifted everything for me. It wasn't about whether what I had done was right or wrong, but rather about understanding the depth of the pressure we all faced. As graduation day arrived, I stood among my fellow students, donning my cap and gown, feeling simultaneously high on adrenaline and low with self-doubt. And when my name was called, I felt something shatter in me, the part that thought I could outsmart the world. I walked across that stage, a degree in hand, yes, one bought with a hefty price tag rather than blood, sweat, and tears. The applause echoed around me like distant thunder, and in that moment, I realized I had betrayed my journey, but as I met my family's expectations, the simple joy of their pride began to override the complexity of my feelings. Afterward, I stepped outside, almost dazed by the weightiness of it all, when a thought flared to life in my mind. This was just the beginning. I knew I couldn't keep running from the truth forever. It was time for some honesty. Perhaps I would share my clandestine story in a more private setting, with those who really mattered, and in that telling, I would find healing. I couldn't change the past, but I could redefine my future. Maybe my experience would even serve as a lesson on authenticity, connection, and the very real pressures of society. Update: several months later, I did reach out to my friend who had supported me back at graduation, along with a few close acquaintances. Over coffee, I laid everything bare, and to my surprise, they responded not with judgment but rather with understanding. It sparked conversations about our experiences and the struggles many face in our generation regarding societal expectations and the pressure to succeed at any cost. Writing this out, sharing my truth, it felt liberating, and together we began to create a group focusing on academic honesty and support, helping others navigate their own paths with integrity. Now, as I look toward the future, I hold my degree not just as a symbol of achievement, but as a reminder that it's not always the path we take that defines us, but the honesty we must eventually embrace along the way. I can still visualize that summer afternoon when my friends and I held our first meeting. Inside the small campus coffee shop, sunlight poured in through the big windows, illuminating our makeshift meeting space, which consisted of mismatched chairs and tables pushed together. The aroma of roasted beans filled the air, creating a sense of warmth, much like the conversations we began to share. In one corner, I could see Sarah, nervously twirling her hair, finally breaking her silence to share her own struggles, how she felt the weight of her family's expectations resting heavily on her shoulders. It was a familiar feeling. I had been there, too, buried under pressure and guilt, trying to juggle classes, a part-time job, and an insatiable desire to please everyone around me. Our little group blossomed into a safe haven, where confessions were freely exchanged like whispers of wind passing through the trees. Before long, we were venturing beyond just our academic honesty initiative. We organized events that fostered a sense of community, bringing together individuals who felt overwhelmed and out of place in the finicky world of higher education. We laughed more than I ever thought possible, exchanging stories of late-night study sessions fueled by caffeine and the ridiculousness of your classic imposter syndrome. There was something profound about vulnerability. When you openly admit your flaws and fears to others, it transforms those burdens into shared experiences, which somehow lightens the load. I started attending workshops on ethics and academic integrity, learning more about the real impact of decisions I used to brush aside. There was a powerful moment during one of those discussions when I finally understood the gravity of my actions. I stood there, listening to another student practically in tears, talking about how he felt he was not worthy of being in college because he struggled to keep up, how he had resorted to cheating just to stay afloat. I felt guilty, a wave of remorse washing over me, and I wondered how many people like him had slipped through the cracks, feeling alone in their academic journey. It prompted me to speak openly about my own choices, to share the truth that had slowly unraveled my conscience. As I spoke, I saw the surprise mingled with relief in the eyes of those around me. It was as if I had peeled back the layers of shame that had wrapped tightly around us all. This cathartic release sparked discussions about what it truly means to earn your education and how, at the heart of it, is the understanding that everyone is fighting their own battles in silence. The irony was not lost on me. While I had paid my way through college, the real education came from facing my fears and flaws head-on. As the semester drew to a close, I prepared for graduation, standing in front of the mirror, my cap and gown draping elegantly over the shoulders of someone who had finally found a measure of peace. My heart, once heavy with deceit, was now lightened by compassion and understanding, not just for myself, but for the countless faces I had come to know and love through our group. As I received my diploma, I didn't just see the degree. Instead, I perceived it as a token of survival, a reminder of how far I've come. In that moment, it was evident that integrity mattered far more than mere achievements on paper. I left the auditorium, my heart buoyant, my soul ready to forge a new path, one constructed on the foundation of honesty and camaraderie. I was stepping into the world, prepared not just to be a graduate but to advocate for others, to encourage them that honesty isn't just a buzzword but a guiding principle. And under the stars that night, sharing laughter with friends who had become family, I felt a profound sense of belonging, a richness of experience that far surpassed any degree. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I embraced the knowledge that while I may have struggled, I was now equipped with the tools to help others navigate their own intricate labyrinths. Reflecting back, I realized that my so-called failure became my greatest privilege, an opportunity to redefine success on my own terms and perhaps sow the seeds of authenticity in the lives of others around me. With that warm feeling of belonging wrapping around me like a blanket, I couldn't help but reflect on how far I've come. The journey from a hollow accomplishment to a deeply personal understanding of integrity had changed the contours of my life in ways I had never anticipated. As the conversation turned to lighter topics and our laughter echoed into the night, I felt a sense of purpose wash over me. This was more than just a graduation party, it was a celebration of truth and acceptance. There's something about being on the brink of a new chapter that fills you with excitement, yet also with a slight twinge of anxiety. Yes, I was graduating, but this meant stepping into a world outside the university's protective walls, where the complexities of adulthood would lay themselves bare. That summer, my friends and I busied ourselves with dreams and practicalities, each of us contemplating what lay ahead. I found solace in writing, each word pouring onto the page as a cathartic release. I chronicled my experiences, not just out of a desire to express myself, but with the hope of crafting a guide that could resonate with others who faced similar dilemmas, the pressure to succeed, the fears of inadequacy, and the daunting shadows of society's expectations. I spent evenings sipping coffee in cozy cafes, hazy lamplight illuminating the pages of my journal as I poured my thoughts onto paper, detailing not just my journey but also the voices of fellow students I had spoken with about their own struggles. In doing so, I connected with those who had grappled with cheating, anxiety, or the fear of disappointing their families. It was through these candid stories that I started to see a pattern. Many of us felt lost in a sea of comparison, our worth often tethered to numerical grades and hollow accolades. I realized that my own story had the potential to shed light on the darker corners of academic life that weren't often highlighted. Instead of seeking validation through a conventional path, I began to embrace the idea that each one of us has our own unique narrative that adds depth to the collective experience. As the season turned, and graduation approached, I stood at the threshold of not just a ceremony but a pivotal moment of self-discovery. With my friends rallying around me, we decided to establish a real space on campus for honest dialogue, an initiative to create a safe haven for students struggling with the weight of unreal expectations. We entitled it Unwritten Paths, a name that encapsulated the myriad ways we could navigate life with integrity, well-being, and authenticity. Each week, students would gather to share their stories, brainstorm ideas, and offer support, knowing that they were part of a community that championed personal truths over societal pressures. Finally, graduation day arrived, a technicolor whirlwind of pride, nerves, and overwhelming emotion. Standing in line, clad in my cap and gown, I felt every heartbeat echoing my anticipation. When they called my name, I stepped forward, my friends cheering wildly from the sidelines. As I held the diploma in my hands, I wasn't just thinking about the hours of study, the sleepless nights, or the money spent. Instead, I felt an overwhelming gratitude for the lessons learned along the way. Those lessons had come not just from textbooks and lectures but from grappling with my sincerity and, in turn, learning to embrace the authenticity of others. As I scanned the crowd, I found my closest friends, people who understood me, who celebrated me not for my grades, but for my journey, and my heart swelled with joy. We gathered later, recounting the day's events, our laughter bright against the evening sky. In that moment, I recognized something profound. While the future felt as uncharted as a blank page, I was ready to tackle it with an open heart, armed with empathy and resilience. And then, as if life had its own script, I received a message from my old college professor, the one who had challenged me to think beyond the traditional definitions of success. He invited me to share my journey and the impact of our community initiative at an upcoming panel on academic integrity. Nervously, I accepted. It felt surreal to think that my story could inspire a broader conversation. As I prepared to step into a space surrounded by academics and thought leaders, I took a moment to breathe and center myself, reflecting on the days of fear and self-doubt, knowing full well that I was embarking on yet another chapter, one where I could truly weave my experiences into a narrative that might change someone's life for the better. In sharing my voice, in being open about my flaws and triumphs, I was no longer just someone who paid her way through college. I was a living testament to the power of transformation, honesty, and compassion. With every word I spoke, I hoped to inspire others not to hide behind their carefully constructed facades but to embrace their journeys, however messy or unconventional they might be. As I continued to navigate my path in this dynamic world, I realized that the degree I hadn't truly earned was merely a stepping stone towards something far more significant, a shared vision for a future where integrity and authenticity reigned supreme. Confession: I had a miscarriage, and my teenage brother is becoming a dad. It feels surreal to even write that, but I've spent days wrestling with these thoughts in my head since the news broke. I'm 25, married to Jason for a few years now, and I've always imagined the laughter of children filling our cozy little home. When I got pregnant last summer, it felt like the stars aligned perfectly. We decorated a nursery, picked out baby names, and chattered for hours about our future. But then, life threw a cruel twist my way. My heart shattered in that sterile hospital room when the doctor told me there was no heartbeat. Grief swallowed me whole, leaving a hollow ache that tainted everything. It's a pain I still can't quite articulate, but it morphed into a numbing shadow that followed me relentlessly. Lately, I've been coming to terms with that profound loss, a heavy burden dressed in silence, when without warning, the ground shifted beneath my feet again. That's when I learned that my little brother, Dylan, had been keeping a secret. 18 years old and just as naive as any teenager, he was going to be a dad. I remember the moment vividly, how the words slammed into me like a train. We were sitting at the kitchen table, a bowl of my failed attempts at cookies sitting between us, and he blurted it out in the most nonchalant manner, as if casually discussing the weather. "I'm going to be a father," he said, and just like that, lunch became something else entirely. I felt a wave of resentment crash against the pain of my miscarriage, an ugly jealousy creeping in unexpectedly. The very thought of a teenager having a child while my dreams had crumbled felt like a slap in the face. Couldn't he see the cruel irony of it all? But inside, I wrestled with wanting to be happy for him, wanting to support him the way I should, knowing he was scared and confused too. Trying to be the understanding sister, I fought through my own devastation, putting on a brave face while my insides twisted in turmoil. As days turned to weeks, I found myself lingering on thoughts of Dylan's future child, knowing that whenever I'm around, I'll inevitably be reminded of what I can't have. I began to study him closely, watching the boy I grew up with morphing into someone that seemed more like a man, navigating parenthood with an unsettling mix of naivety and optimism. He was excited, constantly dreaming up plans and soaking in parenting advice from online forums like some eager college student studying for finals. During quiet moments, I wrestled with guilt. How could I envy him when I knew all he was feeling was sheer joy? I was torn between pride and this gnawing grief. The emotional conflict left me feeling utterly isolated. One evening, as we sat on the porch watching the sunset, he turned to me and asked, "Are you okay? You seem distant." The sincerity in his voice almost broke me. It was a simple question, a probe into the emptiness I'd wrapped around myself, but his words hung in the air like an unwelcome reality. I realized then I needed to share my pain. I couldn't keep wallowing in sorrow while he brought new life into the world. So, I took a deep breath and opened up about my miscarriage, letting tears spill freely as I spoke of the heartbreak and emptiness that had settled in my heart. I explained how it felt like I was living in a world filled with what-ifs, and how Dylan's happiness felt like a constant reminder of my loss. He listened quietly, processing every word. The air was thick with understanding, and what surprised me was that I felt lighter afterwards. By sharing my grief, I allowed us both to find common ground, a sort of sibling connection that transcended our individual struggles. When the day finally came for him to become a father, I was there, standing in that hospital room filled with the scent of antiseptics and new life. Watching him hold his child for the first time ignited a bittersweet cocktail of emotions within me, joy mixed with sorrow, but I didn't shy away from it. Instead, I let the feelings wash over me, acknowledging my pain while celebrating his joy. I realized I could be happy for him while still grieving my loss. Those two feelings could coexist in a strange, beautiful contradiction. As I held that tiny, precious life in my arms, Dylan's son, I felt hope stir within me for the first time in months. Maybe, just maybe, this was a new beginning, a chance to carry on a different legacy of love, despite the wounds that life had dealt me. We sat in that hospital room for hours, sharing stories, laughter, and all the hopes we had for this child. At that moment, I knew that while life had taken so much away from me, it had gifted me with something else, a deeper love for my brother and an abiding hope for the future. Things will be different now. I may have moments of sadness, but they wouldn't drown me anymore. So maybe this is my confession. Loss can open a door to unexpected joy, and in embracing all parts of life, I finally found a way to heal. Update: it's been 6 months since Dylan's son was born, and honestly, it feels like a new chapter for us all. I've started volunteering at the local children's hospital, rediscovering the joy and laughter I thought I'd lost. Every time I see my brother with his son, I feel a bittersweet warmth fill my heart. I still have moments of sadness, but they're gradually shifting into something deeper, a commitment to support them both as they navigate this new adventure. Grief, I've learned, doesn't disappear. It whispers reminders of our past while urging us to fill our lives with love, creating legacies in unexpected ways. I'm grateful for the laughter, the late-night feedings I help with, and most importantly, the bond my brother and I have now forged through this journey together. Life continues to surprise me, and I'm learning to embrace it. As I sit in the living room, the soft glow of the evening light filtering through the sheer curtains, I can't help but reflect on how much has changed since that stormy day when I had my miscarriage. The sound of my brother's laughter, muffled from the kitchen where he's prepping a bottle, is like a balm to my heart, soothing the lingering aches. I had imagined this moment differently. I had dreamed of a family of my own, of swaddling my baby in cozy blankets and whispering sweet nothings while my brother looked on with a smile. Yet here he is, at 16, with a tiny human depending on him and, strangely enough, it feels right in an imperfect way. I thought I'd feel a twinge of jealousy each time I held his son, but instead, that same warmth envelops me again, a testament to the resilience of the heart. Every coo and gurgle from the crib ignites a sense of hope, a gentle push toward healing that I never anticipated. In these fragile moments, my brother and I have built an unspoken pact. We support each other through the sleepless nights, the endless diaper changes, and the moments of sweet tranquility spent just watching the baby drift into slumber. It's intoxicating, the way his face lights up when he talks to his son, his eyes softening as they connect through shared giggles and baby gurgles. It's a language of love that we've both learned to speak, translating our pain into something beautiful. That first time I held my niece, I felt like a part of something larger than my grief. I had been handed a new role, an opportunity to nurture not just this innocent life but also the shattered pieces of my own. Each day, as my brother and I sit together, we share stories from our childhoods, countless memories painted with laughter and mischief. His son, cradled in his arms, becomes the canvas upon which we weave our histories. Yet, there remains a delicate balance of sadness beneath the surface, intertwined with the joy. I find myself caught in a delicate dance, cherishing these moments while acknowledging the emptiness I still carry. I confide in my brother during our quieter evenings, sharing my fears about motherhood that will never come to fruition for me. "It's just not fair," I had said one night, the weight of my words hanging thick between us. But my brother looked at me, his expression solemn but understanding. "Life isn't fair. But we can choose what we make of it." He smiled, rubbing the back of his neck like he always does when he's deep in thought. It was a reminder that even amid sorrow, we could carve space for joy, both for ourselves and for each other. Over the weeks, I've started to register the changed dynamics within our family. Our parents, initially overwhelmed by the unexpected news of my brother's impending fatherhood, have softened into their roles of adoring grandparents, frequently stopping by with meals and advice dripping with their affection. I've found it fascinating how joy can spread like wildfire, consuming the remnants of grief and weaving it into new patterns of family bonds. Some days, I catch glimpses of our old lives, my brother and I teasing each other about our teenage antics, which ignited laughter among ourselves. I sometimes wonder if these moments are reminders of the innocence we are desperately trying to capture amid this upheaval. These nights, where we dim the lights, wrap ourselves in the warmth of blankets, and indulge in nostalgic stories of our childhood, have morphed into something truly special. As the days pass, I often find myself reveling in the simple joys, the soft touch of the baby's tiny hand around my finger, the way his wide eyes explore the world with curiosity, and the way my brother beams every time he sees his son accomplish even the smallest of feats, like a smile or a coo. I discover an unexpected sense of purpose. I pour my heart into being an awesome aunt, a role I never anticipated, but one that brings me a profound satisfaction I could not have imagined before. With every milestone, first steps, first words, I'm reminded that love transcends loss. It builds bridges where once there were only shadows. Eventually, we decide to celebrate the baby's first birthday, a monumental occasion that feels like a tribute to life itself. Our parents throw a small gathering, and we adorn the backyard with colorful decorations and streamers that dance lazily in the summer breeze, while laughter intertwines with the buzzing of bees. As I observe my brother, who is now a doting father, I feel a swell of pride and gratitude wash over me. His joy is infectious, and for the first time in a long while, the ache of my loss doesn't feel as suffocating. Instead, it becomes a silent reminder of what once was, urging me to embrace the present, shifting the narrative from what I couldn't have to what is here, vibrant and alive. As I blow out the candles on the cake, I see the smiles and laughter around me, and my heart whispers a sweet promise to carry this love forward, blending our pasts with the future we never anticipated. It's still a journey, one filled with complexities and emotions that ebb and flow. I don't know what tomorrow holds or what other surprises life has hidden around the corner. But for now, I am here, tangled with my brother and his son in this wonderful web of life, feeling grateful for the laughter amidst the tears and finding healing in every moment shared. As the last remnants of laughter echoed around the room, I felt a gentle swell of peace settle over me, an elusive sensation that had often slipped through my fingers. My brother, still wide-eyed and youthful yet suddenly transformed in the way only parenthood can do to someone, cradled his son, a small bundle of innocence wrapped in soft fabric. Watching him was like peering into a mirror reflecting both the familiar and the unfamiliar. There was a hint of wonder in his eyes, a spark that whispered of responsibilities yet to be mastered and joys yet to be discovered. I could barely keep the smile off my face as he attempted to balance the baby with one arm while reaching for a slice of cake with the other, a comically heroic display. The noise slowly dissipated until only the quiet hum of the fluorescent kitchen lights remained, the joyous aftermath of birthday celebrations lingering like a soothing balm. I wandered outside, where the night wrapped around me, cool but comforting, a striking contrast to the warmth and chaos inside. I leaned against the wooden railing of our porch and surveyed the star-speckled sky, each shimmering point a silent witness to my journey, to all the heartache that had led to this moment. Grief, once a heavy cloak draped over my shoulders, had transformed into something lighter, a reminder woven into the fabric of my being, urging me to cherish every fleeting second. It was a surprising revelation, really, How the threads of joy and sorrow could so intricately intertwine, creating a tapestry rich with meaning. I thought about the birthday cake and how it represented not only my brother's new beginning but also my desire to celebrate life in all its forms. At that moment, I began to see my brother's son not just as the product of a young, unintended association but as a beacon of hope, a fresh start we all needed, a tiny but potent reminder that life goes on, filled with possibilities. When the kitchen door creaked open, I turned to find my brother stepping outside, wiping frosting from his fingers with an exaggerated roll of his eyes, an expression that perfectly encapsulated the delightful mayhem of parenthood. He slipped beside me, looking up at the stars, and we shared a comfortable silence, a moment devoid of expectation yet brimming with understanding. "You know," he finally said, his voice barely louder than a whisper, "I really didn't expect life to shift like this. To be honest, I was terrified when I found out." I nodded, feeling the familiar threads of his uncertainty tug at my heart. "Yeah, I guess we both were." An ambient stillness enveloped us, and I could sense the weight of unspoken truths perched just beyond the veil of our vulnerability. "But it feels right now," he added, a cautious optimism shining through. "Like I'm meant to be here, doing this." We spoke softly, words of encouragement and reflection spilling out, creating bridges over our shared experience of grief and hope. It was a fleeting exchange that felt ceremonious in its own right, a pact of solidarity amidst the uncertainties of parenthood and the shadows of our past. We stood there, two siblings tethered by obligation and love, newfound allies in this uncharted territory, determined to navigate the unexpected turns together. As the night darkened further, and the stars twinkled with a knowing glimmer, something inside me unfurled. I realized this story wasn't solely about my brother or even the circumstances that brought his son into the world. It was also about the capacity we have to love fiercely, to grow through adversity, and to embrace the mosaic of memories that life unfurled before us. Mixing the bittersweet with the beautiful. There was still uncertainty ahead, of course, parenthood is daunting, and my brother would stumble along the way, just as I would wrestle with my memories. But there was also strength in the narrative we were crafting, woven with resilience and laughter, intertwining our lives like the constellations above us. The night lingered on, filled with whispers of togetherness and the promise of tomorrow, giving me hope that while the road before us might be winding, we wouldn't journey alone. In this moment, encircled by family and love, I finally found rest in the understanding that healing is never linear, it spirals, it twists, yet ultimately leads us back to one another, eternally connected through the shared gift of life itself. I had always been the kind of person who thrived on routine. I woke up every weekday at the same time, enjoyed a cup of coffee while watching the sun rise, and headed to my job as a project manager at a small tech firm. It was steady, predictable, and frankly, comforting. But recently, I found myself on the brink of a significant change. I was about to start my paternity leave. The irony was that I had no child to take leave for. Instead, I had conjured up an elaborate story about impending fatherhood, a tale that began innocently enough but spiraled way beyond my control. You see, I wasn't exactly the confident social butterfly my colleagues believed me to be. I was a 30-something man living alone, with a life filled mostly with work and the solitude of my small apartment. I had always admired the family-oriented lives of my teammates, where evening conversations revolved around children's milestones and playful anecdotes. It seeped into my consciousness, nudging me to share a piece of my future that, while imaginative, didn't actually exist. At a recent office gathering, surrounded by the usual jovial jokes and chatter, I casually dropped the mention of my soon-to-arrive baby. What I intended as a throwaway line turned into a surge of interest and excitement as well-wishers insisted I share updates. The concerning part was that, when I felt compelled to clarify that this was real, I could have easily admitted the truth. Instead, something inside me, a mix of fear and the thrill of being part of something bigger than myself, kept me weaving lies about an unseen little one. I concocted an elaborate backstory, detailing the complex logistics that my partner and I navigated, crafting a perfect facade with every conversation. Yet, as the days passed, the weight of my deception grew unbearable, punctuated by questioning colleagues who eagerly looked forward to my impending fatherhood. Days turned into weeks, and to my horror, paternity leave became more than just a nice gesture from HR, it transformed into a looming obligation. I couldn't face the idea of returning to work after a month and having to explain the absence of a child. What if they expected baby pictures? What if they wanted to meet my partner, the co-parent whose existence I had fabricated? Panic had begun to creep in, fueled by guilt and anxiety. I spent sleepless nights picturing my colleagues' reactions when they discovered that not only was I not becoming a father, but also that I had spun this elaborate tale just to feel included in conversations. I often caught myself staring at the empty nursery I had started to imagine, filled with toys I planned to pick up during my sporadic trips to the store, never bought, never needed. The moment weighed heavily on me. I rode the bus home one evening, feeling a bitter mixture of shame and sadness. Did I really need to create this barrier between me and my colleagues? The truths of my mundane life began to gnaw at me, how I yearned to be one of them, sharing heartfelt parenting tales instead of fading into the background. And just when I thought I might crumble under the pressure of my elaborate deception, something unexpected happened. I overheard a chat at work, two colleagues discussing their own struggles with parenthood. Suddenly, there it was, the relief in knowing that they were facing their own hurdles and not living the seemingly perfect lives I had imagined. Maybe, just maybe, everyone had their battles. That idea sparked a faint glimmer of hope. I finally mustered the courage to confront my lie. The next day, I gathered my closest teammates and, with pounding heart and shaky hands, admitted the truth. I spoke openly about my outrageous tale and laid bare my insecurities. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then laughter erupted, not at my expense, but in solidarity. They shared their own moments of pretending, their struggles with feelings of inadequacy, and suddenly, I felt a weight lift. The fears I thought would alienate me had instead connected me deeper to each of them. Now, here I was on the eve of my supposed paternity leave, without a child but with something much more valuable, a newfound connection and understanding that we all have our unique stories, often woven with threads of self-doubt and longing for belonging. As I prepared to walk into this new chapter of life, I took a deep breath, relieved that, although there might not be a crib to put together, I had certain friends who would share their paths to parenthood with me, and who would support me through my next adventure, whatever that may be. Update: a few weeks after that confession, I received an unexpected surprise. One of my colleagues reached out to me, suggesting we should start a support group for those of us navigating the complexities of adulthood, parenting or not. It felt surreal, and for the first time, I was excited to step outside my routine and forge genuine connections. Helping each other through our different life challenges became a new adventure, turning my fabricated narrative into a meaningful community of shared experiences and understanding. I often reflect on that moment when I faced my truth and how it unfolded into something I never expected, a connection that not only relieved my guilt but also led me into a richer, more fulfilling chapter of life. It was a Friday evening, the kind of evening that drapes the world in a soft, hazy light as day surrenders to dusk. I sat at my kitchen table, swirling a spoon around in an almost empty mug of lukewarm coffee while lost in thought, my mind still buzzing from the recent support group meeting we'd organized. For the first time in ages, I didn't feel like I was pretending to be someone I wasn't. Instead, there was a shared authenticity in the room, a collective understanding that wrapped around me like a warm blanket. The people in that small gathering ranged from new parents overwhelmed by their responsibilities to those not yet ready to embrace the title of adult. Each person brought their own struggles, stories that intertwined in unexpected ways, making me realize no one was truly alone in their fears and uncertainties. I recalled how Janet, a single mother, had shared her battles with anxiety, and Timmy, who was still figuring out college, spoke up about the suffocating pressure to succeed. Each story was a reminder of the fragility and complexity of adulthood, and I found myself nodding along, feeling both their pain and their courage. As the weeks progressed, our group blossomed. What began as a mere flicker of understanding ignited into a vibrant community that met every Thursday evening. Laughter echoed through my living room, mixed with vulnerable confessions and supportive nods. It was heartwarming, and I relished in the sense of community we cultivated. The guilt around my fabricated narrative of impending fatherhood ebbed away, replaced by a profound realization that we were all figuring life out together, and that really, we were all a little lost. I often caught myself smiling during those evenings, and the sound of voices filled with warmth and humor became my favorite backdrop. But I was faced with a new dilemma one night as I was putting together snacks before our meeting. I received a call from my younger sister, Amanda, who had just returned home from a whirlwind trip to Europe. Her excitement was palpable through the phone, but it wasn't long before she veered into more serious territory. Amid her stories about the Eiffel Tower and canals of Venice, she mentioned how she was finally ready to settle down, to talk about the next step in her life, which obviously involves starting a family. The weight of that conversation pressed down on my chest like a heavy stone. I felt a pang of panic surge, the reality of my deception gnawed at my insides. What would she think if she ever found out that I had concocted a tale of impending fatherhood to avoid the pressures surrounding my life choices, especially now that she was ready to embrace that path? Would it all unravel? In a moment of desperation, I decided to confide in Amanda during a quiet moment, carefully weighing my words. I hoped that within my revelation, she would find the humor or lightness to soften the blow. You know, I've been on this wild journey where I've pretended to be something I didn't think I could handle, I began, and she listened intently, her laughter easing the tension in my heart. I told her how raising a child had allowed me to see my own struggles through a different lens, paving the way for connections I never thought I'd cultivate. To my surprise, Amanda found my crafted story amusing and insightful rather than shocking. It sounds like you're navigating adulthood better than most, she chuckled, and isn't that what we're all doing anyway? Faking it until we make it? Her lightheartedness released the tight grasp of anxiety I had been holding on to, and we spent the rest of the evening discussing our dreams and aspirations, not anchored solely on parenthood but rather on the broader realities of life, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, uncertainty, and laughter. With Amanda's unwavering support, I felt a new sense of freedom wash over me, a relief that perhaps my little charade wasn't a shameful secret but rather just one of the many ways we discover our authentic selves through vulnerability. Reflecting on the friendships I had formed, I realized that this journey was less about the lies I had spun and more about the beautiful truths that emerged from them. As I settled into bed later that night, I considered how liberating it felt to embrace honesty not only with others but with myself. No longer would I anchor my identity in fear or pretense, instead, I would step boldly into the unknown with all its imperfections. And just like that, my life felt whole again, accepting the beauty and chaos in every chapter, connected by the threads of shared humanity. Update: it's been a few months since that conversation with Amanda. Lifelong friendships have flourished, and I've taken an active role in advocating for mental health awareness in our community, inspired by the stories shared in our group. The fear of being exposed as a fake parent is now a distant memory. The narrative I once felt burdened by has transformed into a beacon for others seeking solace in their struggles. This experience opened doors and paved paths for authenticity in my relationships. I've even started volunteering at local youth centers, hoping to share the lessons I've learned in this winding road of adulthood. As for Amanda? She's expecting. Turns out, my penchant for fabricated stories led me and my sister into a new reality, one that's filled with warmth, laughter, and genuine connection. Who knew that embracing the truth about myself could blossom into such sincerities? Life is certainly unpredictable, but I've never felt more ready to embrace it. In the months since I admitted the truth to myself and to Amanda, I've felt an overwhelming sense of purpose settle into my daily life. The support group I started has grown beyond what I originally envisioned. It's become a source of strength not just for me, but for several others who share similar stories of struggle, miscommunication, and the fear of falling short in adulthood. Each meeting feels like a gathering of old friends, people from different walks of life, yet united by a common thread of searching for authenticity in a world that sometimes feels disingenuous. We sit in a cozy circle at the community center, armed with coffee cups that warm our hands and hearts, inviting the soft glow of shared vulnerability. I've learned to listen more than I speak, letting others express their frustrations and triumphs as they navigate the chaotic waters of adult responsibilities and expectations. Amanda's pregnancy has added a delightful twist to it all. The excitement radiating from her is infectious. We often discuss nursery themes and baby names during our group, blurring the lines between support and friendship. It's as though the universe conspired to deepen my connections with those around me, threading their lives into my own, and I've found beauty in the unpredictable nature of it all. I marvel at how life was once about spinning stories and creating facades, and now it is vibrant, full of real conversations and shared laughter. We've even started planning community events, like game nights and potlucks, where each of us can bring something to share: food, tales, laughter, or simply our presence. I remember the palpable tension I felt when I first confessed my lies about impending fatherhood. It was an avalanche of fear and isolation. Yet, here I am, surrounded by people who celebrate honesty in its many forms. We all have our burdens, and together, we lift them slightly, making them easier to carry. One evening, during one of our meetings, a new member shared that they had spent years crafting a seemingly perfect life on social media, only to feel a gnawing emptiness. As she spoke, I could see her raw vulnerability spark something in the others, each person resonating with her words as if they were echoes of their own hidden truths. It struck me then that our meetings had transformed into a sanctuary where we could strip away our facades and embrace our authentic selves, imperfections and all. It was a revelation for many of us, realizing that the messiness of life is actually what makes it beautiful. Soon, I found myself reflecting on my past choices, letting go of the guilt that once anchored me. The lies I told to dodge the harshness of reality had morphed into a transformative pathway, leading me to self-discovery and clarity. I attended workshops on mindfulness, delving into journaling practices, and even explored meditation, learning how to center myself amidst life's storms. It felt surreal to wake up each day, not dreading the mundane, but eagerly anticipating the lessons each moment could present. As Amanda's due date drew nearer, we laughed and planned, aware of the whirlwind to come, but profoundly grateful for the community we had forged amidst the chaos. I often found myself thinking about how life led me here, to this extraordinary confluence of honesty, responsibility, and connection, not despite my earlier fabrications, but because of them. Each day was less about the anxiety of adulthood, and more about celebrating each small victory and communal joy. As I knelt in the nursery one afternoon, painting the walls soft pastel colors, I couldn't help but feel that life's unpredictable nature was not a hindrance, but rather a tapestry allowing us to weave our shared experiences into something greater. I looked forward to welcoming Amanda's baby into a world filled with love, laughter, and honest engagement. As the figure of a new life loomed near, I recognized that my journey was far from over. It was only the beginning of a newfound adventure, one where every unscripted moment would reveal the beauty and authenticity. And though the unexpected twists and turns would remain part of my life, I now embraced them with a heart ready for what might come next. When I first slid into the driver's seat of my Tesla, it felt like the dawn of a new era, not just for me but for how I viewed modern life and technology. I remember the tingling thrill of excitement, the way the soft hum of the electric engine promised a future unshackled from the noise and pollution of the past. My friends ridiculed me then, calling me a tech nerd and mocking my decision to invest in a glorified computer on wheels, but I brushed it off, intoxicated by the sleek design and the allure of sustainability. Over the months, my affinity for the car deepened. I loved the dopamine rush of the instant torque when I pressed the accelerator, the way I could summon my voice assistant to conjure up music, directions, or even a bit of levity from the mundane daily commute. However, everything changed one autumn afternoon when my routine drive home was suddenly interrupted by an unsettling event. Just as I was merging onto the highway, another driver flashed their headlights, gesturing frantically as they maneuvered around me. Confused, I peered into my rearview mirror and saw a family in an old minivan, clearly in distress. My therapy dog, Barkley, who sat beside me with his head resting lazily on my arm, seemed to sense the tension. I slowed down, pulling to the shoulder of the road, my heart racing with a combination of anxiety and curiosity. As I stepped out, the chill of the evening air hit me and I felt the weight of judgment from passing cars, all of them seemingly aware of this strange, spontaneous moment unfolding. The family rushed out of their minivan, a woman in a white blouse and a man with an ashen face, clutching a small child who appeared to be choking. In an instant, every part of me screamed to help. My heart raced as I recalled my first aid training from years ago. With an urgency that drowned my fear, I rushed toward them, my Tesla's sleek lines glimmering in the afternoon sun, a beacon of both technology and newfound responsibility. After a chaotic few minutes, punctuated by the sounds of desperation and gasps for breath, I managed to assist the child, urging them to cough and finally releasing a small object that had lodged in their throat. Relief washed over the family, whose tears now reflected gratitude rather than panic. I could feel their weight lift just as I felt my own pulse calming in the aftershocks of that dangerous moment. But as I turned to return to my car, a thought crept into my mind, knitting itself with fear. Would they see me as just some tech-savvy guy with a fancy car, not a hero, but merely a pawn of materialism? The fear lingered, reminding me of the conversations about the elitism often associated with electric vehicles. I climbed back into my Tesla, feeling not just drained but a little ashamed, questioning the world I inhabited and whether I'd ever truly been one of them, the nice people who drove simple cars, lived simple lives, and were genuinely a part of the community. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of disconnection as I pulled up online to a popular subreddit, r/askreddit. I composed a post that translated my turmoil into words, articulating both my pride in my car and my concerns about how it could segregate me from others. After hitting post, I let the debate swirl in my mind while I lay in bed, the glow of my screen illuminating the somber shadows of my room. The responses came flooding in, many sympathized with my plight while others dismissed my feelings as trivial, mere echoes of guilt for disdainful wealth. The engagement tugged on my emotions, Some commenters shared similar experiences, while others recounted how their Teslas had become a symbol of status, painting a picture that was both vibrant and troubling. For the next few weeks, I grappled with the dichotomy between my love for the car and the vision of an isolated future it might represent. It wasn't until an opportunity arose, a local charity organizing an event for underprivileged youth where the community could discuss electric vehicles and how they could benefit everyone, that the fog of confusion began to dissipate. I offered to bring my Tesla, eager to share what drew me to it while also encouraging accessibility and understanding, hoping to bridge that gap I felt separating me from others. And there it was, as kids climbed in and excitedly pushed buttons, their faces lighting up with joy, I witnessed something revealing and profound. It wasn't about the material, it was about sharing experiences, laughter, and connection. As I left the event that evening, the smile on my face mirrored the sunset, a mix of relief and budding hope. I understood then that it wasn't the car that defined me, but the choices I made with it that could reshape my relationship with my community. As for my post on Reddit, I returned to it to share my experience and reflect on how I transformed my initial feelings of isolation into connection. The thread had blossomed with a variety of stories, some filled with heartwarming outcomes, others serving as a reminder that within the vastly sprawling universe of technology, it's our shared humanity that ultimately matters. I realized that despite my car's sleekness and the status it might convey, it was just a vehicle, both literally and metaphorically, for deeper connections, and as the day faded into night, the hum of the electric engine became a melody of promise, one that I eagerly continued to explore with an open heart and mind. As I drove home under the blanket of twilight, the blue glow of the dashboard illuminated my face, casting soft shadows that danced to the hum of the electric motor. I couldn't help but think of all the interactions I had that day, the threads weaving together a tapestry of shared experiences. The stories I had read and those I had bravely shared of my own made me realize that there was more to owning a Tesla than the sleek, cutting-edge technology or the environmental consciousness it represented. It was about the connections I was forging, each encounter igniting a spark of camaraderie that I had previously thought impossible within the isolating confines of technology. I had initially approached the announcement of the salute with a twinge of apprehension. The idea of gathering with hundreds of fellow owners and waving at strangers felt oddly intimidating. Yet, as I parked my car alongside a sea of gleaming Teslas, I felt an unexpected thrill of belonging. Strangers exchanged knowing smiles and nods, acknowledgement of a shared choice that seemed almost sacred. When we all raised our arms in a salute, I felt a swell of joy unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It was as if, for just a moment, we transcended the labels we often wore in the wider world, parent, worker, neighbor, and became simply Tesla owners, a tribe bound by our decision to embrace a different future. As I navigated the quiet streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that last evening's gathering had awakened something profound within me. An urge to connect further, to not just speak about my car but to dip my toes into interpersonal relationships, the kind that thrive outside of a screen. I might have started as a lonely owner with ethereal goals of sustainability, but now I felt equipped to invite others into my life, if only for a brief coffee or a chat about shared journeys. I parked my Tesla in the garage, still reverberating with the energy of the day, and could almost hear the echoes of laughter and stories traded among friends. I picked up my phone, and for the first time, I didn't see it as an intrusive device but rather as a window to my next potential connection. Scrolling through the recent threads, I stumbled upon a post asking for recommendations for local meetups for Tesla owners. A small grin tugged at my lips, and within moments I had commented with my interest and an invitation for a casual coffee outing at a nearby cafe. My heart raced at the thought of opening my life a little wider, allowing new friendships to blossom, just like the evening salutes had ignited camaraderie among us stranger drivers. That night, the potential of connection sparked hope within me, a realization that, perhaps, the salute was not merely a gesture but a beacon guiding me toward a community I hadn't known I craved. I happily fell asleep, dreaming not of electric highways or future innovations, but of the laughter I might soon share with newfound companions, each one fueling the promise of tomorrow's conversations. Update: a week later, I found myself sitting in that very cafe, surrounded by the soft murmur of laughter and conversations just like the ones I'd read about. Each person brought their own story. One had converted their garage into a workshop for DIY electric projects, another was an artist who used solar panels for her studio. As I laughed and shared my own experiences, I realized that each individual's narrative intertwined with mine, forming an unbreakable bond. My Tesla, it turned out, had become more than just a mode of transport. It had become the vessel that carried me toward genuine human connection. I understood now that it wasn't just about the type of car I owned, it was about the paths that unfolded from that ownership, paths leading to friendship, laughter, and the kind of warmth that can only come from moments spent in shared company. The threads we create around us, stitched together by our hopes and shared experiences, are what truly drive us forward, electric or not. And in that bubbling cafe, amid conversations that sparked and flew through the air, I felt anchored and finally at home. As I sat there, nursing my lukewarm coffee and watching the world outside the large windows of the cafe, I couldn't help but be captivated by the sight of families and friends drifting in and out, their laughter mingling with the notes of a gentle piano that seemed to fill the air with warmth. Each car that passed, along with their unique stories and journeys, reminded me of the conversations I had shared online, the kind that made me realize being a Tesla owner was less about the car itself and more about the community it unwittingly introduced me to. Turning my gaze back to the table, I noticed my phone buzz softly, drawing me back into the digital space that had sparked all this. It was a response to my thread. A fellow Tesla owner, Sarah, had shared a particularly poignant story about the emotional journey she underwent after she lost her job. She had taken solace in her daily drives, using her vehicle as a place to contemplate and process her feelings. Inspired by her bravery, I typed back, sharing my own transition from feeling isolated to finding solace in shared experiences, and how the little gatherings had transformed me from a passive commuter to an active participant in my own life. With every keystroke, I could feel the connection strengthening. It was almost palpable, like an electric charge bridging the distance between us. As the cafe lights dimmed, an inviting glow filled the room, and the conversations faded into a soft murmur around me, I suddenly thought of hosting a small gathering of my own. With a tentative excitement swelling within, I imagined a place where the stories of Tesla owners could come together, in the backyard of my own home, perhaps, surrounded by flickering fairy lights and warm fires where we could share not just our car anecdotes but also our lives. I pictured each person arriving, laughter spilling into the night, each tale weaving into a rich tapestry of our collective experiences, the feeling of community blossoming into something beautifully tangible. That evening, I left the cafe with a spark ignited in my heart, an urge to connect, communicate, and transform my newfound realizations into tangible experiences. At home, I jotted down a list of ideas, snacks, drinks, even a few fun games, or perhaps a shared playlist that could have our glowing electric engines humming along in harmony. And as the night carried on, I felt a wave of calm wash over me. The fear of vulnerability I once harbored began to dissolve, leaving behind only the thrilling possibility of what was to come. Fast forward a few weeks, as I prepared my backyard for the first gathering, I marveled at how a simple thread on Reddit had woven this entire experience together. Friends and acquaintances filled my yard, each with stories to share, shedding light on their journeys, from professional triumphs to personal challenges, all the while embracing the very same car that had once made me feel so isolated. Sitting there with a drink in hand, I looked around at familiar faces and new friends, the barriers that once made me hesitant now replaced with an understanding born from the shared experience of our rides. I recognized then that my own initial visions of yearning for admiration or status had faded into deeper connections that fed my soul, friendships that pulsated with the heartbeats of authenticity and trust. As the evening air wrapped around us, filled with the warmth of conversation, laughter, and the scent of grilled food wafting into the night, the realization struck me again. It wasn't just a sleek, silent car in the driveway but a vessel guiding me towards an incredible community of souls. In the laughter shared and stories exchanged, I learned that perhaps the journey we embark on isn't solely about the destination or the vehicle we drive, it's about where we choose to steer our lives, recognizing that the true power lies not in the electric hum of technology, but in the profound connections we cultivate with one another as we traverse this beautiful, chaotic road together. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, I found a serenity in that moment, a newfound understanding of my place in the world, and I smiled softly, eager for the adventures, both on the road and within this remarkable community, that lay ahead. It started on an ordinary Tuesday evening, the kind that melts into your memory like butter on warm bread. My friend Lily had come over for dinner. She was what people called a people person, always bubbling with enthusiasm, her wide smile lighting up any room. I'd known her for years, but I was beginning to worry that her inquisitiveness was turning into a kind of obsession, especially concerning my girlfriend, Maya. Upon our first introduction a few months ago, Maya had been shy, and who could blame her? She was stepping into a circle of friends who had known each other for ages, and I felt a twinge of protectiveness towards her. While Lily greeted her with a warm embrace and relentless questioning, I brushed it off, thinking perhaps it was just Lily being herself. But over time, I saw how Maya's shy demeanor would slip into discomfort whenever Lily would pry into her personal life, questions about her family, her job, even the small scars on her wrists that she often covered with long sleeves. I could sense Maya's unease but tried to ease it by changing the subject or steering the conversation in a different direction. That night, I made pasta, a simple but delectable dish that usually brought us all together. However, the tension simmering beneath the surface lingered like an uninvited guest. Halfway through dinner, Lily leaned across the table, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "So, Maya, why don't you tell me about the therapy you were in? I've been dying to know what that was like." I saw Maya's cheeks flush, her fork pausing mid-air, and I felt the heat rise within me. My heart raced as I struggled to find the right words. It wasn't merely curious questioning, it felt invasive, and in that moment, my protectiveness flared. I turned sharply to Lily, perhaps too sharply. "Can you just drop it, Lily? Not everyone wants their history dissected at the dinner table." The silence was thick, as if the air had been sucked out of the room, Maya's eyes wide with surprise and a flicker of relief, but I could also see her disappointment. I felt bad almost instantly for raising my voice, but I was too wrapped up in my determination to shield Maya from Lily's relentless probing. It felt like a necessary, albeit awkward, confrontation that I hoped would put an end to Lily's intrusive nature. After dinner, things were tense. Lily muttered a half-hearted apology, but I could see she didn't grasp the gravity of her actions. Maya's eyes, usually a vibrant mix of green and brown, appeared dulled by discomfort. She was sweet and didn't want to create waves, but I knew she felt uneasy around Lily, and I couldn't shake the guilt spiraling within me for yelling at someone who had meant no harm. That night, I lay awake, replaying the moment in my mind. I wondered if I had overreacted, if maybe I could have found a gentler way to enforce boundaries with Lily. I cared about her, too. She had always been helpful and supportive in past relationships, but this time it felt different. As weeks passed, I tried talking to Lily, attempting to mend whatever rift my outburst had created. But she remained distant, and every attempt I made seemed to elicit more frustration from her, which pushed me further into my shell. On the other hand, Maya and I grew closer as she began to confide in me more. Our conversations turned from light-hearted banter to deeper discussions about her past, her struggles, and her triumphs. I saw the person she truly was, a fighter under the surface, and that made me question whether enforcing boundaries with Lily had been worth it. Until one evening, after another dinner filled with awkward silences and strained jokes, Maya gently placed her hand on mine. She looked into my eyes and said, "I don't need you to protect me from her, I can handle it. But don't you dare push me away for her." It was a wake-up call, and I realized in that moment that I was being unfair to her for not trusting her capacity to handle the situation and unfair to Lily for not giving her the chance to admit her mistakes. That night, I decided to fix things, not just for me, but for Maya too. So, I called Lily, filled with newfound conviction, and invited her to join us for brunch that coming Sunday. When the day arrived, I took a deep breath and confronted her in front of Maya, articulating how I felt about her questions and how they affected Maya, not accusing, but inviting her to understand. Shockingly, she listened, really listened. I saw that familiar glimmer of understanding in her eyes, and that day, the air became lighter as we all discussed boundaries and respect in relationships. It felt liberating, like we were redefining our friendship for the better. Later that evening, as we departed, Lily hugged me and promised to be more mindful. Maya smiled warmly, and for the first time in months, I felt that comforting optimism about our relationships, a refreshing reminder of the complexities of friendships and love. A few weeks later, I received a message from Lily, asking about Maya's writing ambitions and how she could support her. I chuckled. It seemed Lily had genuinely dug deep in her heart to unpack her inquisitive nature. Life felt balanced again, reminding me of the delicate dance we all engage in when connecting with others, a dance, often complicated, yet ultimately worthwhile when met with honesty and understanding. I thought about the message while sitting at my desk, the late afternoon sun filtering through the blinds, casting long, warm shadows across the wooden surface. The way Lily had reached out felt like a gentle olive branch after a storm, something I had not anticipated but desperately needed. Her newfound interest in Maya's ambitions struck me as sincere, perhaps even a realization of her previous intrusiveness. I also couldn't shake off the feeling that my explosion of frustration had not just changed the dynamic of our relationships but had forced everyone, including myself, to take a step back and reassess boundaries. My feelings for Maya lingered in the back of my mind. They sparkled with a mix of pride and affection as I recalled how passionately she spoke about weaving her fears and dreams into narrative threads. I contemplated how hard she worked, often into the early hours of the morning, hunched over her laptop, chasing her elusive dreams. To see her finally getting recognition from conditions outside our little circle felt like fireworks within me, igniting a sense of gratitude for the seemingly chaotic path that had led us all here. When I presented Lily's message to Maya during our weekend coffee ritual, a comforting routine where laughter punctuated our still morning moments, she perked up, her eyes dancing with enthusiasm. "I think it's sweet," she exclaimed, the genuine warmth encapsulating her more than the caffeine ever could. As we discussed the best responses to send, I dug deeper into my thoughts. Maya, maybe this could encourage her to be more supportive rather than just nosy? My intent was to prod her to see it as a chance for healing, for growth, and a possible bridge forward. Throughout the week, my optimism clung to me, unwavering, as if I had gathered energy from the harmony that surrounded us. I began noticing small changes within our group dynamics. Lily's inquisitiveness shifted from being prying to a form of support. She began asking more about Maya's work in the positive light of genuine interest. During our usual game nights, instead of steering conversations toward the personal, Lily inquired about story ideas and offered her own interpretations of Maya's themes, which sparked delightful discussions and sparked inspirations. The months of tension seemed to evaporate, replaced by the sweetness of camaraderie regrowing gently. Yet, the trip was not without its nuances. My instinct to protect Maya sometimes felt overwhelming. I would catch myself watching Lily closely, waiting for signs of her curiosity morphing back into the invasive territory we had danced around before. Maya noticed the change in me, and during one quiet evening as we strolled along the lit-up streets, she turned to me, her expression serious yet soft. "You know, I can handle Lily," she assured, and in her voice lay the strength that had drawn me to her in the first place. "Her curiosity comes from a good place now. She just needed a little nudge to realize how much more significant it is to listen than to pry." In that moment, I recognized the foundation Maya had built, not just for herself in her writing, but in our friendships too. I felt both admiration and resignation, a quiet acceptance that we all must learn, stumble, and yet eventually grow into a better version of ourselves. Thus, I put aside my protective instincts and focused instead on my own growth, fostering a healthy space where the line between support and nosiness could stand strong and clear. With time, I slowly allowed my defenses to lower. I was learning, just as Maya was, that relationships thrive not on the avoidance of conflict but through engagement and resolution. An unexpected evening rolled in when I checked my phone to find a notification. It was a group message from Maya, presenting a small gathering, an invitation to share her writing project with friends, including Lily, who had no idea she'd be involved. The anticipation mixed with nervous excitement fluttered in my chest as I read Maya's words aloud, the rhythm of her voice echoing through our cozy living room. "I'm inviting you all over next week for a reading and discussion. Bring your open minds, and maybe some snacks." As the date approached, I marveled at how much had transpired within a short span. Though apprehensive, the prospect of unearthing these unspoken conversations excited me. On the evening of the gathering, as friends settled into our living room, I sensed a comforting energy filling the air, like a soft blanket ready to wrap around us. Lily arrived promptly, her eagerness palpable, and I watched how she interacted with Maya. They exchanged anticipatory glances, and Lily listened intently as Maya shared her thoughts and insights on her work and the journey she took to get there. I felt proud, my heart swelling as I noticed the respectful curiosity Lily demonstrated, and perhaps it was then that I realized this night was not merely about Maya showcasing her writing. It was an exploration of friendship, vulnerability, and personal growth within the space we shared. And so, as Maya began to read, her voice resonating beautifully in the hushed room, I leaned back, enveloping myself in the warmth of connections rekindled, recognizing that life, in all its complexities, often finds a way to heal if we gather the courage to confront it. Many years down the line, those moments would live with me, whispering reminders of the growth found along this intricate journey of friendship and love. And in that beautiful small room filled with words, laughter, and understanding, we found our dance, soft, gentle, yet vibrant against the backdrop of all we had endured. As the years unfurled, life continued weaving its intricate tapestry, capturing threads of joy, sorrow, and unexpected revelations. Those evenings with Maya and Lily remained etched in my memory, like a favorite song whose melody, once heard, resonates forever. The three of us settled into a new rhythm. It felt as if we had taken each other's hands, stepping in sync to a beat of shared ambitions and mutual respect. Maya blossomed in her writing. She began getting published in local magazines and sharing her work at open mic nights. I watched her shine brighter with every word she shared, the girl who had once been hesitant now standing tall at the podium, radiating confidence, her stories captivating everyone around. Lily, too, found her own sense of purpose. Inspired by Maya's artistic journey, she explored her passion for photography. She would often invite us to join her on weekend shoots, the three of us wandering through streets, capturing candid moments of life. As we traipsed through parks, urban corners, and hidden alleyways, I became fascinated by how Lily would frame her shots, the way the light could transform an ordinary scene into something extraordinary. In those moments, it felt like we were painting a larger picture together, more than just a collection of memories, but a testament to how our keen interests intertwined beautifully. Still, lurking beneath the surface, I could feel the remnants of those early conflicts, whispers of residue from our past misunderstandings. Occasionally, even in our newfound harmony, my mind would drift back to that day when I had exploded at Lily for her intrusive curiosity, wondering if the shadows of it would ever truly fade. There would be moments when she would joke about her nosiness, laughter filling the air, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of needing to protect Maya, that instinct to shield her from anything that might taint her blossoming confidence. It was a delicate balance, the weight of our past pressing lightly on my shoulders, and yet I found comfort in knowing our bond was stronger than those fissures. One evening, as we gathered at our usual spot, a local cafe adorned with fairy lights and the aroma of fresh pastries wafting in the air, Maya surprised us both. She shared that she'd been accepted into a writing retreat, an opportunity she had been coveting for years. The excitement in her eyes was contagious, a spark igniting between us. "I can't believe it," she exclaimed, her voice ringing with disbelief. "I actually made it." Lily and I erupted in joyous applause, our cheers mingling with the sound of clinking coffee cups and the soft hum of chatter surrounding us. Yet, as I basked in the delight of her moment, I could sense the undertow of fear that often came up during periods of immense personal growth, the fear of change. But what if it's not what I expect? Maya pondered aloud, her brows knitting together in concern. In that instant, it was easy for me to forget my silent reservations. I leaned closer. "But what if it is? What if this is the beginning of something incredible?" I responded, remembering how we had navigated through uncertainty together. And as Maya brunched a motivational speech into the air, Lily chimed in, reminding us both of the beauty that lies in risk. That evening, we took our time sipping on rich, dark coffee and indulging in sweet pastries. We exchanged dreams, fears, and heartbeats, creating a mosaic of our aspirations. It felt liberating to witness how far we had come while knowing the journey was far from over. Weeks passed, a gentle flow guiding us toward Maya's retreat date. In the hustle and bustle of preparing, I received a call from Maya after she had settled in at the retreat house. Her voice trembled with a mix of excitement and vulnerability. "I thought I'd be terrified, but everyone here is so supportive. I feel my heart opening up in ways I never knew were possible." I could hear the warmth in her tone, a reflection of how far she had come. As I listened, I realized that she was carving out not just her identity as a writer but also reshaping how we all understood our connections to one another. When Maya returned, there was a lightness about her, a deeper understanding that seemed to transcend words. One evening, as we gathered on my porch, she shared stories of vulnerability shared among writers, of finding not just advocacy but community. That night, as the stars blossomed overhead, those shadows of past misunderstandings and echoes of our complex beginnings simply vanished amidst the laughter and the warmth of friendship. Reflecting on our journey, I understood our dance. Life is a dance, indeed, sometimes solo, sometimes in pairs, often a whirlwind of unpredictable turns and dips, but always brighter on the other side when the music stops. Time has its way of binding souls, if only we dare to unfurl our hearts. I cherished that, for the growth we had experienced was profound. Roots woven through the complexities of our relationships had forged a canopy of understanding and strength, a shelter in which we could hone our dreams uninhibited. And so, beneath the vastness of those shimmering stars, I held that night close, a vivid reminder to embrace all the intricacies threading through the heart of friendship, love, and shared journeys.